Live and direct, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to day 2 of the Think and Grow Rich Institute virtual summit broadcasting worldwide in dozens of different countries. We have people from all over the world registered to participate, to listen, to be a part of this unique conversation that consists of 100 speakers from around the world joining us over 4 days to have a conversation centered around success principles, leadership, and of course, all things Think and Grow Rich. We're alongside the CEO of the Think and Grow Rich Institute, one of the partners of the Los Angeles Tribune, Satish Verma. And I just want to kick it off with you, Satish, to start day 2. Your first thoughts on the impact that was made on day 1, and how excited are you to see the impact that's going to be made day 2, 3, and 4 of the official Think and Grow Rich Institute Summit? Please, CEO Satish Verma.
Yeah, thank you, Mo. What an amazing day you had yesterday. My God, I was so impressed and moved by all the speakers you had, and everybody brought something so unique and such a great interpretation of philosophy of Napoleon Hill. I can't even tell you. Thank you for doing all this for the soul of Napoleon Hill. I think you have done a tremendous job, Napoleon. Tremendous job, Mo. Not only you, but your entire team. My hat's off to you all. And thank you for doing this. And I think Napoleon Hill will be very proud of us, what we are doing to his soul. Thank you. Thank you for doing
that. Means a lot. Thank you so much, Satish. And we're excited to hear from you shortly. Of course, I've called you the world's foremost expert on all things Think and Grow Rich and Napoleon Hill. My personal opinion, I don't think there's anyone in the world qualified to speak about the principles of Think and Grow Rich better than Satish Verma. So our audience and our virtual auditorium is in for a treat. I'm excited. Our first official speaker will be joining us in a few minutes. Before we do that, let me go to my colleagues and the team here that's been working hard to put this together. Bringing together 100 speakers from around the world over 4 days has never been done before like this. Sherry Gideons, let's kick it off with you. What is your impression so far, and how excited are you for the impact that we're going to make for our audience in day 2? Sherry.
Yes, I am just so excited about the high vibe that came from yesterday. I mean, everyone had that charisma and that passion to share their tools and their ways to really help each and every one of you to impact your own lives. And today, wow, it's going to be epic and off the charts. So I'm super excited. Thank you.
Julianne Meyer, please.
Thank
the floor
you,
is
Mo.
yours. We love the orange, by the way, Julianne. Very apropos. Please. Go
Thank you. I figured I'd wear bright because it's a party. So there's a few things that come to mind. 1, life-changing. 1, transformative. And 1 is inspirational. And I'm just so excited because no matter where you are in your journey, there is something for you here today. So I am so blessed and honored and grateful to be here with all of you and everybody who's coming on.
Sandy, what can the folks expect that are in the virtual auditorium for day 2, and how excited are you, please?
Well, let me just say, when I was listening to Satish share his opening remarks, I had chills run over my entire body. And I think that sums up what we can expect, because that's the way it was yesterday. And we're going to get even more of that today. So sit back, enjoy the ride, and make sure you have a pen and paper, because I know I was taking notes all day yesterday. So much golden nuggets, so many golden nuggets.
Absolutely. Thank you, Sandy. the editor-in-chief of the Los Angeles Tribune, Ava Manuel. Please, floor is yours.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to our virtual audience. And Satish, welcome. Thank you for really putting this together and being so instrumental in this. I feel like it's not just a global broadcast; it's a movement. It's a movement where we're bringing back the timeless principles that have worked since the 1930s during the Depression to where we are right now. And we are just so thrilled in the Los Angeles Tribune. Thank you, Mo Rock, CEO of LA Tribune, for putting this together and bringing back these principles to life all over the world. And I'm excited to be here today.
Thank you, Ava. And of course, Rex Sykes, another person who's been a student of this book, this philosophy that we're discussing Socratically over 4 days for some decades. Curious to hear your input. Rex Sykes.
Oh, thank you, Mo. And to my Brady Bunch group of colleagues and friends, this is so cool up there and up there. It's exciting. I posted in the chat, I've read Napoleon Hill since I was 6 years old with my mom. And then from the time I was 11, I read it almost every day of my life, with the exception of about a year and a half and in my 20s. But I've made a study of this book. I've taught it for, 40 more years. And I've learned from people like Satish and other people from all around the planet. What's cool about yesterday is that you see people who have used the book and used the material. It's not the book, it's actually the material in the book to change their lives by applying it. And they've applied it in different ways, but they're still getting results. And so it doesn't matter where you are, who you are, where you're from, how old you are, whether you've been broke most of your life or, whatever, you can use this material, which you're going to learn yesterday, today, and from Satish and others. You're going to learn and use this because when you learn, you can earn. And Think and Grow Rich is available for all of us right here. This is an amazing summit with incredible people.
Thank you, Rex. Donna Campbell.
Yes, I'm an avid student and I'm always studying and I'm always reading. And what I absolutely love about the Los Angeles Tribune, the Think and Grow Rich, is all of the information that comes through. And what I'm really excited about, Satish, you probably did not know this yesterday, but I looked at all of my notes and I wrote down every word you said. So I absolutely love it. And I'm so excited for the speaker lineup today because there's people that I've read or that I've seen in movies that I've never heard speak on stage yet. And today is that day and that opportunity. So I'm super excited.
Thank you for that, Donna. And of course, Patty Sadler, who runs the Los Angeles Tribune publishing house, who helps run that division. You know books very well, and you know the impact that Think and Grow Rich has had on the world. And we're so honored, the Los Angeles Tribune, to work with the Think and Grow Rich Institute. It's our pleasure. Patty Sadler, your thoughts, please.
Well, first of all, I am a lifelong student as well. I mean, my dad from a very young age had me doing all of this, Think and Grow Rich, from a very young age. And I think it's very exciting and we need to always revisit it because it gives us a higher frequency. And everything we learned yesterday and everything we're learning today is one of those opportunities that you just really don't want to miss.
Amazing.
Absolutely. I'm very excited. So next, to start off day 2 officially, we're going to have an incredible dialogue between 2 global thought leaders, Satish Verma and a great friend of mine, someone who's a friend to the Los Angeles Tribune and quite frankly, a friend to the world with all of the work that he does. And that's Dr. James Dentley. So I'm going to have Julie and Sherry actually join me in helping moderate this next panel. I want to thank all of my colleagues here. We'll be hearing a lot from the folks you see on the screen over the course of the next day. But for now, we're going to go to Julie, Sherry, and myself as we welcome Dr. James Dentley to the stage, who's going to have a powerful conversation with Satish Verma about the principles. And one thing that I'll say about Dr. James Dentley is, I have a tremendous amount of respect for this man for many different reasons. But I'll tell you something. When you go on YouTube and you search him, you'll see videos of him speaking in the 1990s. You'll see old videos of him sharing his wisdom from back in the day. This gentleman has been on a journey for a while, and he's made it his mission and purpose to help the world for a while. Anyone that sticks with entrepreneurship, anyone that, practices what they preach. There's a lot of people that talk about perseverance, but they don't live perseverance. There's a lot of people that talk about consistently going after it, but they don't actually do it. But Dr. James Dentley has done that, which is why I have so much respect for him. I'm also excited to announce that in partnership with JD3 TV, the Los Angeles Tribune, and Dr. James Dentley, we're launching a women's television network to help empower women entrepreneurs, women leaders, and anyone that wants to make a positive impact in the world. And so I'm very excited about that. So Dr. James, welcome to the stage.
Well, hello, my friend. How's everyone doing? Hello, Mo Rock. I'm very honored. I'm actually in a hotel lobby in Atlanta. I was just speaking at the Taking Authority event, and I just couldn't take the suit anymore, especially after I spilled coffee on the white shirt. So here I am, and I'm honored and blessed to be a part of this incredible movement. As Napoleon Hill works never dies, it just transforms into new lives, and I'm just happy to be a part of it.
So you've spoken on stage a lot about Napoleon Hill. I know you've shared the wisdom to your global audience. You have a TV network. Many people that have shows on your TV network speak about these principles. Let's get right into it. What are some principles of Napoleon Hill that you can start sharing with our audience that you've applied that have worked for you? And I'd love Satish, whenever you feel inclined, chime in, please.
Well, first I want to talk about the crock pot. I love the analogy of the crock pot because you put many ingredients in the crock pot. It's a very slow cook. So you have to be very patient. If you're really hungry, that's not the way to go. But you know that when the light goes off, that you have a course that you can even imagine and dream. It's so succulent, it's so tender, but yet it's so impactful. And when you look at the principles of Napoleon Hill, they all have to go in the crock pot. I can pick several, Mo, but I'll talk about auto suggestion. And, Van Gogh said, I dreamed of my painting, then I painted my dream. Sometimes you have to cast out your vision with that definition of a purpose, clarity of purpose of what it is that you want to create, even if you're not sure about how to do it. And when you cast it out there, you keep going forward and you walk right into it. I think that may be one of my favorite things to do. Speak it. Thou shalt decree a thing, it shall be established unto you, and it shall accomplish that to where it has been sent. Speak it with power, passion, and conviction, and have a lot of fun on the way. And remember, when this life is over, die with it, die empty. Leave all the music for somebody else to dance.
That's beautiful. Satish yesterday was speaking about the idea of not using, you have to use all of Napoleon Hill's principles. And I'd love for you to expand on that again today, Satish, please.
Yes, thank you, James. So nice to see you again. I saw you in Toronto. We were together with Gordon Sue, remember?
Yes, that's been a while, my friend.
My God, you are so impressive and so powerful. My God, you left a tremendous impact on everyone who heard you speak.
Oh, bless you.
Thanks for being on this program. I really appreciate it and admire you for this. Thank you very much. And yesterday we talked about Napoleon Hill's philosophy. We were starting to unravel what does he really mean when he says whatever the mind can conceive and believe the mind can achieve. This is the most famous, the line from Napoleon Hill, and millions of people have read this line over and over again, and still millions and millions have not been able to really use this line in their own personal life. And I just wanted to talk about this, why it's happening, why not everybody's understanding this line, because there's a in-depth meaning to this thing. When he talks about conceiving the idea, how do you conceive the idea? This is so important. And I read a lot of Napoleon Hill's works, like you see that my whole library from Napoleon Hill. He said, you must conceive the idea in pictures.
Yes.
A lot of people don't understand that part.
Yes.
He said, if you don't conceive the idea in a picture, it will never be conceived. It'll stay like a wishful thinking.
Yeah.
So because your subconscious mind only understands the pictures. It doesn't understand the words. Okay. So millions of people have read this line, but they don't know the picturing power of their mind.
Yeah.
The manifestation will happen on depending upon the clarity of the mind with which you picture the idea that you want to manifest. The picturing power of the mind is is the most important thing.
Yes.
Let's say I want to be a millionaire, for example, I'm just using this as example. Unless I see how the millionaire looks like, how they behave like, what they do, I won't be able to conceive the idea. I'll just be writing on a piece of, oh, I want to be millionaire, I want to be millionaire. So make sure you conceive the idea in picture, whatever you want to do. Do not look at the situation and create a thought. Okay? Create a thought of reality that you want to see. That's the thought you need to create in the mind, and you have to see that thought very clearly in the mind. See, when we are reading a book, for example, every line you are reading, aren't you visualizing the impact of that line all the times? And same way, when you read your goal statement, you don't visualize that picture, it will never manifest in your life, no matter how hard you try. So you can't read it and not visualizing the picture. This is the key. And also Napoleon Hill talks about, do not visualize, I don't want to have a messy relationship, because you're constantly visualizing messy relationship.
What you don't want.
Which you don't want. Create the reality that you want to see. I want to have a harmonious relationship. Visualize that relationship in the mind, how it looks like. Then that becomes a real conception. Real. Don't say don't want to be poor. That's not, you're constantly visualizing poverty when you talk like this. See the idea, I want to be wealthy, I want to be rich, and see how that richness looks like in your mind. That's the only way you're going to conceive it. And when he talks about the belief, he's not talking belief that I'm confident, I'm this and that. He doesn't, none of that. Belief means you feel it. You feel that this is how your feeling is going to be. That's the only way it's going to manifest. Then the information is, James said very important point just now. He said auto-suggestion. Will you believe in Napoleon's philosophy, there's no principle? We always talk about principle. There's only one principle in the whole book. Every other idea is a tool. There's only one principle in the whole book. It may surprise every one of you. Definite as a purpose is not a principle, it's a tool that you need to be successful. Understand this thing. Mastermind is a tool. Going the extra mile is a tool. Understand? Okay, teamwork is a tool. Cosmic habit force is a tool. They are all tools, but there's only one principle in the whole book, which is auto-suggestion. That's the only principle, and those are the tools you use to make your auto-suggestion very active. So it sinks into the subconscious mind, and the things start to manifest in your life. It may surprise every one of you. Everybody thinks, oh, there are 17 principles. No, there are not 17 principles. There's only one principle, which is auto-suggestion. Everything else is a tool which activates your auto-suggestion. And I tell you how I know about this. Because when I read, I also type at the same time. Napoleon Hill talks about the mental chemistry. He says, through some strange and powerful principle of mental chemistry, nature wraps up in the impulse of strong desire that recognizes no such things as impossible, no such reality as failure. And by mistake, I wrote down through some strange and powerful principles instead of principle. And I was looking for all those. I thought they were all the principles until I read the book over and over again. Then I realized I made a type of mistake. When Napoleon talks, there is only one principle. Through some strange and powerful principle, not principles, powerful principle of mental chemistry, which is auto-suggestion. Nature wraps up in the impulse of strong desire that recognizes no such things as failure and no such realities, no such things as failure. So understand this thing. So everything else is a tool to activate your autosuggestion. That's all it is. So if you learn, you have to learn how to use those tools so you can activate your autosuggestion, and the manifestation of goal becomes like a piece of cake. So be very careful when you talk about principle. These are just the tools you need to activate your autosuggestion. That's all it is. So James, thanks for bringing it out. I totally was going to miss it if you had not talked about autosuggestion. That's the most important principle in the entire philosophy. Okay. So I hope you learned something new today from this, from our conversation between me and James.
I thank you so much. I love you.
Yeah.
Look, I want to introduce a premise that we run around in circles looking for something that we never had to look for.
Sure.
The simplicity of this, we complicate it. I teach people how to communicate higher, stronger, more fully self-expressed. But my first love when I started was overcoming self-defeating behaviors, and my quest to find out what made me tick. Why would I have such success and then find a way to sabotage it? Or why would I feel like it was limited? To grow and to become a seeker. And I committed my life to continuously seeking what's below this, what's below that, not in a stressful state of needing to find out, but in a state of curiosity, like a Peter Pan type of mentality. We seek things that we already have. When a person is looking at us right now, are we inside of them or are they seeing us outside of them? Well, most people would say outside, of course, because they're looking at a screen, even if you're in the same room. But you're really looking inside of you, because when you see things, all it is prisms of light that goes through a lens, through your retina, it goes to your brain and just gives you a picture. That's why you're absolutely correct. So you see things inside, you're hearing things from the inside, you know. And when you understand the simplicity of that, is that we have this incredible life, you only get one of these things, and not one fingerprint is the same, not one DNA, drop of blood, hair follicle is the same. But as human beings, we tend to conform to try to find out how do we fit instead of just being and letting it evolve. Because in a human experience, there is no ceiling. There's only trajectory from the beginning of time.
Yeah.
So when you look at autosuggestion and you look at definition of purpose, you look at all of these things, the first thing I would suggest is that everything you ever needed, you always had it inside. It's always in front of you. The Wizard of Oz. It was a 3-hour movie for everyone to discover. I already had the brain. I just had to convince myself or somebody to confirm it, and then I activated something that was already there. I already had the heart.
Sure.
We get in these stories, and even if someone tells me their heart is broken, they can feel a certain way, a lack of energy, lethargic. Forgive me, I'm in a hotel. A lack of power. They can barely breathe. But in actuality, if their heart was broke, they'd be dead. The power of the mind, the machine that we have, nobody ever taught us how to use it, and just how to be and to be still and how to operate and be in harmony with all things in the world. And when you do that, you tap into these principles, because there's natural things in life, because everything in life is goal is to live, to thrive, and to expand and experience. And when you get that, you knock it out the park, because everything you see, everything you experience, once upon a time, everything you can look at in the rooms you're in right now, once upon a time, it didn't exist. But everything needed to create it was always here. It's always here. So when a person said they wanted to be a millionaire or a billionaire, well, somebody went first, but they had to see something. It didn't make them special. We're all special, beautifully and wonderfully made, unique and perfect in our own imperfections, striving to become better. Even from a cellular level, the brilliance that we have, because on a cellular level, trillions of cells that keep you alive, that communicate, they never ever stop, because once they stop, there is no more life. They have to communicate to take from 90% water from a puddle, a little DNA from mom and dad, to forge, bones, eyeballs, cartilage, muscle, all of that, just like the acorn produces the oak tree. The potential that you have inside. And when you awaken to that, when you awaken, then you become aware of the things that are around you. Just like if I say, and you're sitting in a room, and I tell you, look at everything that's green. And then you close your eyes and I said, now tell me everything that's blue. You see, the thinker thinks and the prover proves. You see, our paradigm is set and begins to get formed in the third trimester of of in the mother's womb from the experiences. Because in real actuality, when you talk about these principles, I really feel like you live forever. You just live in a different state because I am part of my mother and my father were part of their parents. And I will pass it on, not just to the people I bring here, but the people I speak life into, because I'm speaking into the water, the inner systems of a human being, because they've proven that water crystallizes based on how you communicate. So when you're talking about autosuggestion, everything from the Las Vegas that came from a desert to Dubai, and the richness of Dubai that had 40% of the world's cranes come from a desert. Someone had to see that. Someone had to see the roads and the cars and how we're going to make the cars run. And it was a collaboration of some genius people that can make tires, because Henry Ford couldn't do that. Or they can make a battery and a starter, because he couldn't do that. It had to be a collaboration of like minds. And that's where the power of the mastermind really comes in its best. Because exponentially we grow when we collaborate and work in harmony. We are meant to work in harmony, but we become very tribal. Now, I'm saying this because you look at the book Think and Grow Rich, which is very true, but it's also Think and Grow Broke. And broke is how you define it. It's by the theories and the principles that you're going to buy and operate in your life for you to feel like you're right, you're whole, and to be in agreement. But the question is, where is it really taking you? Where is it taking you? So when I look at all these tools, thank you, that was very eloquently said, and from desire and faith. Desire is a natural part of a state of life itself. Yeah, instinctively there is desire. First of all, to live. You and can't rationalize, but if you try to stamp on it, it tries to get away instinctively. His job is to live. To have faith, to believe that things are possible. We all have faith in something, even if we say we have faith in nothing. We have faith, a belief system. But auto suggestion is when you're speaking it, when you're seeing things and understanding that everything in life happens two times: the mental, the physical, the inner, the outer, the thought, and then the thing. Then when you manifest and say, that's the house I want to buy, or that's the girl I want to marry. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, somebody just put a statement, it's like planting a seed. Here's the brilliance of that.
Yeah.
You can cut up an apple or orange and you can tell how many seeds are in the orange. But you have to look beyond that and know how many oranges are in the seed. That's the beauty of it, is that it's so simple that you already have it, everything. But it's about proximity, who you're spending time with, what books are you reading, what are you listening to, what's feeding your subconscious mind, because 80% of our life is driven by subconscious mind. 15% is conscious, is intentional, and 5% is imagination, where all the power lies. Bob Proctor said it best, that most people suffer from a poverty of imagination and a weakness of attention. To stay laser focused, to stay still and know and allow your creator, however you want to define that creator, that whatever creates, even if it's inside of you, to grow and sprout, put into the right environment and nourish in the right way. And that's what I love about this session. I love about what Mo Rock and LA Tribune and all these great leaders have come together to do, because we all have this opportunity to learn from each other. People read the book Think and Grow Rich, but it goes so far. But sexual transmutation throws everybody off because they don't understand it. They don't understand the ability to touch another person, to speak not into listening, but into their nervous system, to speak that life, to transmit. That frequency is so real. It's always operating. It's always alive. Even when the body goes away, where does it go? It's not in that body anymore. I personally believe it goes to be a part of everything else. Some people call it heaven, to be with God, to be with their maker, to be a part of everything that lives, to return to that origin and then start all over again. And so our life, as we define it and look at it, for me, we have a limited scope. And biblically, it says that our Creator's ways, or God's ways, are higher than our ways. His thoughts are higher than our thoughts. I tell you that in the Quran. You're trying to understand something that we don't need to understand, because we'll miss the brilliance of this great life we have right now, and how to create heaven on earth by making a difference and impacting somebody's life. We can make millions of dollars, billions of dollars. New billionaire every 2 days, new millionaire, 5 of them kids since I've been on here talking. That's not hard to do. In 1992, I was at a dear friend of mine's home. He's very successful. He's always a person that supported and believed in me. I came to him and I said, Carl, I got a great idea. He said, what is it? I said, I'm going to make $1 million. He looked at me and said, just one? He robbed from me the ability to think small ever again from that day throughout eternity. And I don't look at it as money. I look at it as expression. To not put limits. When people say, let's think outside of the box, I believe there is no box. You see, Napoleon Hill was able to expand upon and put principles down so people can chew it in little bite sizes, to put it in different parts of the plate and not mix it all together where it get confused and we wouldn't know what the dish was really about. But when you put it in a crock pot and you put these principles and tools together, it's no different than taking all of your life experiences, the good, the bad, and the ugly, the things you thought were meant for bad in your life, uniquely qualifies you to bless somebody else's life and help them get through, because that's what it's all about. Sure, we're going to have challenges in our life. Napoleon Hill's a design, it doesn't say your life's going to be perfect. I asked to become successful, and God put obstacles in my way to help me understand failure, to leap forward, to just like a child learning how to jump. You jump a little higher and higher with each adversity. I asked to make the road easier, and he made it rough. So I had a sense of gratitude and appreciation. I asked him to not be so hard on me, and they made things heavy on me for me to build the muscle for me to keep going. So when you look at that and through this journey, you begin to appreciate and seek specialized knowledge. You begin to find out what is your gold medal talent. And then you expound on it and you build a muscle on it and you let it evolve. And then the other doors will just naturally open because you don't have to seek it. It's already in front of you, but you can't see it because of your reticular part of your brain, the way we view things. So I would just say expand and, stop trying to figure it out, just become it. Because I've learned one thing in my life. When I became better, everything else became better. And then I began to have an appreciation and understanding of the different ingredients that go in the crock pot: a desire, faith, specialized knowledge, persistence, the mastermind. You start to naturally gravitate towards those people because everyone we spend time with, there's something we like about them and have in common with them or admire about them, and we're not even there. So when you change the way you look at things, the things you look at will change. But you speak it. I say, I don't want this anymore. You have to be very careful because you can speak more of the same back into your life because you're focusing on that. So you have to get your eyes single of that things that you want to create, and why do you want it? And expand your vision to how do you impact humanity in a profound way. I never thought, look, I have an honorary doctorate. I'm the only African American baron in a royal order that's been around for 1,700 years, and very honored to be here. I used to live and sleep in a car. I've done everything. I checked myself into rehab once for 28 days, and I grew the most in that hole because that's where seeds go to grow. That's where they go to get it. And I'll end with this. Through this, I've learned in my quest to just become better, to figure out who I was supposed to be, to make my mother proud because I'm a part of her, and my dad. Through that journey, I discovered something that is pretty cool being who you are. People allow me to speak, but I never had a B in high school in my report card ever. I thought I had a B once, but it was two D's really close together. But I've learned that when you get specialized knowledge, that the world would open up for you in the space that you fit. And when you fit in that space, don't be envious of the space somebody else fits because you fit in one body, many members. I'm going to leave it there. Don't get me started.
Thank you so much. You have been just amazing, James. And I just had a question, a couple things that you said that were so powerful. And one is you hear a lot about the imagination and how people struggle with really tapping into that picture inside of them. And two, when you're talking about speaking it, give us an example of how you would speak it from the place that it's already so people are aligning with that power that's already true.
Who you want to answer that?
I want you, James. That's what I said. I said, James.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear the first part. There's music in the hotel all around me.
No worries.
First of all, I'll give you a great example. When somebody falls in love with you or you fall in love, somebody sometimes the magnetism comes, you just lock. But you speak it. This is what I want. I remember years ago, there's a singer. I don't know if this is a great reference. His name was Rick James. And I was in the proximity when someone asked him a question, how do you become successful? And he said, when you can love what you do, the way you fall in love with a woman, then you'll have it. When you see the house you want, and you don't know how you're going to get it, you don't know if you have the credit nor the resources. You say, I want that house. And you say it from a pure sense. It's not a command. It is a pure sense. I call it a quiet intensity of intentional purpose, of not the innocence of a child. I want that. I want that. I want to achieve that. This is what I want to grow and why. And then when you get it, sometimes we're happy about it, and sometimes we have buyer's remorse. But we always come back to who do I really want to be? Who do I really want to be? And everybody that I've ever met, no matter what their beliefs are, no matter what, Sherry, no matter what their beliefs are, whether it be political, spiritual, whatever it is, everybody really wants the same things. But we're stuck on being right. So first of all, if I want to be inviting to you, remember, communication and enrollment is always about agreement. So when you're speaking to things, you must speak things that you are in agreement with, even on the cellular level. You can't say, I want this, but inside of yourself, you don't believe it. Then you say, I can't do it. It's going to be too hard, because you're confusing your own self. You're confusing yourselves. You're confusing everything in the universe. You're confusing everything that governs the universe. So you have to be in alignment and become an agreement, first of all. And when you're in agreement, then you can speak it and you can get it. I'll give you another example. John F. Kennedy made a proclamation that we'd have to be the first nation to go to the moon. He doesn't know how to build a rocket ship. And he made this statement. He wanted to beat the Russian nation from getting to the moon first. And he went to his lead scientist. He said, I told the world we're going to go to the moon. How can we do it? The scientist answered in 5 words: the will to do it. The will, more important than the skill. The skill will come. You'll figure it out if you have the will. I don't know. Did I answer that question? I hear.
That's awesome. That was powerful. What about you, Satish?
Well, I can't add anything more to James, what he said. I think he said everything very beautifully. If you don't have the will, what are you going to gain? What are you going to have in life? And you have to have that within you, that this is what you want to accomplish. And if you don't have anything to accomplish, what are you good for? Like Napoleon says something very important. He says you can develop a positive mental attitude to any extent, but you don't have any definite purpose. Where are you going to use the positive mental attitude for? It's going to be useless for you. So that's why he says the will is means this is definite in our purpose. Definite in our purpose. This is what I want in my life. And all the other tools you are going to draw to yourself, you are going to build those tools. And your subconscious mind is going to draw those tools to you also, if it had gone to that level of thinking. If you can somehow, doesn't matter how difficult your goal is in life, doesn't matter what you said, once it sinks into the subconscious mind, you never have to worry about how you're going to accomplish it. Why? Because it's going to take you to all those tools that you need to accomplish that goal. That's how easy it is. But we make it very difficult because we have not used our auto-suggestion to sync our goal into the subconscious mind. It's on the surface level. So that's why Napoleon talks about faith and applied faith. He said, without that, you really cannot sync your goal or definite purpose into your subconscious mind. It will not happen if you don't have that. So all those tools Napoleon talks about, as James said, with the will means definite purpose. If you don't have it, you can know all the principle is useless.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you want to go the extra mile for? Tell me. You can stay home because you have nothing to accomplish anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So purpose is the key. If we don't have that, doesn't matter what you want to do, nothing, it's not going to be any good for you. So number one, know what you want. Conceive the idea in pictures, not just in words.
Mm-hmm.
Think that idea through auto-suggestion to your subconscious mind.
Yeah.
And after that, subconscious mind is going to take care of everything, because subconscious mind is the only thing that every human being has that has connection to the highest possible source you can think of.
Yeah. Yeah.
It'll bring to you everything. Everything. I'll tell you, as James said, he used to sleep in the car. Understand this thing. And being here, don't you see the power here with what brought him here? But we don't use that power. We don't have any auto suggestion, simple idea into the subconscious mind, and so we can't use the highest power that's available to us through subconscious mind. This is where the big issue is, and Napoleon teaches you exactly how you really connect to the highest possible source of life. And once you are connected, your sixth sense is developed, right? And now once you develop that, my God, what is that you can't accomplish? Tell me.
Right.
You really think, okay, I grew up in the slums of India. Let me put it this way. Slums of India. I had one meal to eat a day. If I can sit here and talk to you coming from there, you guys have a lot more and better things to start with than I ever had in my life. How did that happen?
Mm-hmm.
It happened only because a mind did not conceive the idea of poverty in my mind, that I'll be like this for the rest of my life. My mind conceived that I'll be here. And once you conceive the idea and you are able to use the tools to sink into your subconscious mind, doesn't matter how big the goal is. You think John F. Kennedy said we want to go to the moon? He not only said we go to the moon, he said we'll send the man to the moon and bring him back also. Mm-hmm. Look at the idea, completion of the idea. That's how he put it.
Yeah.
So everybody can do. John, as said, Kennedy was not a scientist. He was not an engineer. He knew nothing about the rockets, but he just had an idea. That's all. So Napoleon talks about something very important. He says, what's the most expensive thing in this world? Most valuable thing in this world? And people give all the examples, this. No, he said the most expensive thing and valuable thing in this world is the idea. Idea of iPhone. Think about this. How much value you can put on this idea of the phone alone? So but there is no limit. We always say something else. Let me share something else. We are mind with a body. Okay? And a lot of people don't understand what it really means, mind with a body. But we always act as if we are body with a mind. This is the problem. The mind with a body means the mind has no limits. That's how big we are. But we are always reversing the equations. We become body with a mind. And so we limit ourselves because physical body is very limited. It's only so many dimensions. Mind doesn't have any dimensions. So once we break through that, which Napoleon teaches you how to do this, then that's why I say whatever the mind can conceive and believe the mind can achieve, it doesn't say you have to be from this race. It doesn't say you have to be from this religion, this size of the body you should have, this education you should have. It doesn't, none of that. So once we understand think and grow rich at the subconscious level, I'll tell you, the life transforms. It becomes so easy. I can't even tell you how beautiful it becomes. Totally harmonious, because you get that peace within your own self, total harmony within your own self. How beautiful that life is, right? Wow. Thank you for asking this question.
Satish, I want to say hi to you. I want to say hi to Sir James. How are you, Sir James?
Hello. How are you?
I'm great, thank you. I wanted to throw a couple things out there for everyone to discuss, because when we were talking about auto-suggestion and statements, I'm fond of saying what you see and what you say is what you get, but what you say is what you see. And it's important for people to understand, if you say, I won't eat sugar, the only thing the subconscious mind sees is sugar.
Yeah.
Instead, you should say what you want to eat, not what you don't want to eat. Mm-hmm. So a roadmap, for example, is everything that we could conceive of in an area that is built to represent the area, but it's not the area itself. So everything that's possible exists in the area, but the roadmap may be a great roadmap or an impoverished roadmap, but our language is that roadmap to those possibilities. So we need, in auto-suggestion, what we see and what we say, what we affirm, and what we do in order to raise our vibration and our energy is very, very important. And it's one thing to say, I will never do that again, but then take your attention and shift it to what you will do instead,
Yeah.
so that you move in the direction that you want. So you got out of your car and have accomplished what you want. Satish left the slums of India to accomplish what he wants. Sherry's done what she's doing. So would you talk more for the audience about the power of our language and the power of our words, and how that marries with the images in our head to produce the results that we want to get?
Yeah. When I do my training on leadership or mindset, even speaking in communication, it begins with the way that we choose to think. Now, there's the paradigm that starts with a lot of habits, and everything you said, I agree with 100%. I'm just trying to look at how to simplify this because, and I'm going to quote. I have a doctorate in divinity, so I'm going to quote something from the Bible. It says, "A man had come to himself." It also says, "First ye be transformed by a renewing of your mind." So, first of all, we have to remember and believe who we really are, and stop seeking another identity. We seek another identity when we're born. You're born Superman, you're born Supergirl, and you're seeking Clark Kent. You want to change into Clark Kent on a daily basis because Clark can fit in and not have the responsibility of being okay, of being just fine, of being significant, which is one of the biggest human needs in history. So when you're speaking it, your thoughts impact your words can impact your actions, and the actions create your habits. In our lives, we're driven by habits. We don't know why we do. Why'd you do that? I don't know. That's why I used to tell people a funny story how women would always get wrinkles here first, and the man would wrinkle here because the woman says, "Where's the money?" And the man says, "I don't know." You know. um, when you look at the power of your words, you have to be very, very careful because you're speaking of everything outside of you and also everything inside of you. Okay. Because they won't be able to tell the difference. You're confused. I call this the captain and the crew. Now, the captain is the conscious mind, and the crew is the subconscious mind. Now, most of our life is driven by the subconscious, but the captain creates a command, and the crew must obey the command. If you don't give the captain a command, if the captain doesn't give a command and there's no captain, then the crew creates mutiny and there's a big party on the ship, and things lax because it's like driving down the highway and you shake your head because you weren't paying attention, but you're still in between the lines. Okay, you've been doing it so much, you have that unconscious competence now that you're doing it so much you don't have to think about it, and that's a great part of a human experience to have. But you don't want to live by that, living your life on accident, not being aware, because when you're not aware, you're not experiencing as well. So in life, it's all about experiencing and learning how to become aware of everything. But then, how do you speak what you want into existence? Now, speaking is very interesting because you could talk about what you want, but you have to get in alignment and be in agreement. Things that come to you will be in agreement with you. So if you're speaking one thing and behaving another way or believing something different, the words itself won't cut it. They won't cut it. You have to be like Lil Engine that could. I think I can. I think I can. I think I can. I think I can. As be backed up with something very, very positive. In my household, we have a rule. You have to be positive. I remember when my son was very young, and he came in the house. He said, "Dad, I'm really afraid I failed my math test." And I said, "No, son, you have to be positive." And he's a smart aleck like me, so he said, "Dad, okay, I'm positive I failed my math test." It's how do you shift these things that you're thinking? And again, I want to make it really simple because if you, it's almost like if you think that you don't deserve a relationship, you'll find a way to destroy it. The thinker thinks and the prover proves. What does the prover prove? Whatever the thinker thinks. So if you believe it is possible, it's possible. You look at the telephone, even this technology. We're speaking of technology in a regular telephone. It's just mirrors that were vibrating and sent it through a wire, now through satellite, through space itself, and it comes back, and about 6 seconds later, you hear it like it's real time. Look at where we have come. Jesus said, "The things I have done, you should do also, and things even greater than I." And that's been proven from the beginning of time. So the question is always, what's next? In my business, every single day of my life, even with my marriage, Every day I look up what's next. How am I going to love her even more today? Let's have some fun with this thing. Let's go. You know. So when you shift it and you have that positive outlook on life and understand the core essence of our humanity is to create for the beginning of time. To create the life you want to live, because you can tell the future if you're willing to write it. You're willing to speak it. You're willing to live it and take that step, even if you don't know what's in front of you. You can see your feet, step forward and step into it. And surround yourself with people like that have been on here for the last couple of days and even tomorrow, and get close enough to their exhaust. And you'll get rich off of that exhaust if you get next to those vehicles. And the richness doesn't have to be money. It could be happiness, joy. It could be the fact that you wake up one day and find out, you know what, my life's pretty cool. Somebody tried to take it away from me and tell me I was nothing. But I have a new definition of what my life is and who I am and my new reality. And you can flip that just away, but it begins with the word. In the beginning was the word. Speak it. Let there be light. And then it is so, if you're willing to go to work.
James, I want to mention that you bring out and emphasize the word fun. And that's what day one was all about, was emphasizing fun and play and feeling good about this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Thank you, Sherry. Satish.
Yes, talking about the power of the words that you speak to yourself. Let me give a very simple example. If somebody says to me, "Oh, you're not smart enough, or you're not good enough, or you don't deserve it," how do you think I would feel? Because I'm constantly criticized by this person, right? I don't want to be around this person. And imagine if I say to myself, "Oh, I don't think I deserve it. I don't think I should have it. I don't, this is within my power." And constantly I'm criticizing myself every day, and I live with this person every day. Think about how would I feel. So this is the reason every day we curse ourselves with all these words. We curse. Why don't we bless ourselves with different words? Why don't we say, "I'm smart enough, I'm good enough, I'm talented enough, I can do anything that I want"? And constantly, if I'm programming my mind, imagine where I will be. Think about this. But constantly we say, "No, I don't think I deserve, I don't think I don't want to be rich. I don't know what other people are, but I think they are crooks." All this nonsense we entertain our mind. If we can get rid of self-criticism, I'll tell you, and we bless ourselves every day with powerful words on ourselves, auto-suggestion will kick in automatically. And once that kicks in, goes to the subconscious mind, and you'll become what you talk about. Can't be anything simpler than this. That's how powerful Think and Grow Rich is, that teaching. Thank you.
Absolutely. And this is, of course, the Think and Grow Rich Institute Summit presented by the Los Angeles Tribune and the Think and Grow Rich Institute. We're alongside one of the world's top speakers, Sir Dr. James Dentley, as well as the world's foremost expert in all things Think and Grow Rich, the CEO of the Think and Grow Rich Institute, Satish Verma. I'm going to bring in somebody to join the dialogue, Rachel Weaver. And Rachel, I want to welcome you to the forum. You've been listening to James, you've been listening to Satish. I know you're an entrepreneur. You yourself work with a lot of entrepreneurs. You've helped a lot of people achieve different goals that they have in media and PR, etc. First of all, let's welcome you to the stage. And secondly, what is a principle of Napoleon Hill or a success principle that you've used in your life that has helped you with your career? Rachel Weaver, please.
Thank you so much, Mo. I'm so happy to be here with all of you today. So a principle that I have used in my life, what you focus on really and truly is what becomes your reality. I am such a firm believer in we do have a choice in what we focus on and how we go about living our life. And from a very early age, like so many people who've come on yesterday and shared their stories of going through traumatic experiences, we all have a choice in how we react to that situation. And when you choose to understand that it could always be worse and we focus on those learning lessons rather than the pain, we can do extraordinary things. And so many different principles that Napoleon Hill has taught us, I have implemented into my own life, and it has been how I have been able to achieve the levels of success in different areas of business throughout my career.
Thank you for that, Rachel. And I'll do a follow-up question. What is something that recently in your life you've worked on where you've used one of the principles of Napoleon Hill and gotten some results that you can share with our audience, please?
Well, Mo, you and I have talked a lot, and you know a few of the different things that I've experienced recently. One being a big shift and change in my business, going from being a co-founder of a company to going off on my own through different challenges and tribulations that I faced with a business partner. And so I had to choose whether or not I was just going to lay down and allow this to defeat me, or get up, rise up, and show up for the people who had already been counting on me, and show up in a bigger way than I even had been before. And that's exactly what I did. I focused on the blessings. I focused on this being a learning lesson and an opportunity to really manifest the business of my dreams, to really manifest being able to be alongside such extraordinary speakers as yourselves, and have the opportunity to share my voice and my message with others, to hopefully inspire and encourage them to turn around and focus on the positive things, even in a negative situation, because it's all a matter of perspective. I believe, everyone takes so many different things away from the genius Napoleon Hill, right? We all have so many different things that we take from his books and from his teachings. And me, I think from a very early age, I learned that no matter how bad things are, I have the choice to either be grateful for the lesson that I learned in that bad experience, or I can, sit down and sulk. And it doesn't serve me or anyone else. And I'm by nature a people pleaser. I want to help people. I'm very passionate about making a positive impact. And so from a very, very early age, I've always been someone who has saw the positive. I've seen the positive in every negative situation. And so now that I'm older and I've gone through a lot of different trials and tribulations in life, I've been able to focus on and take those learning lessons, implement them into my life, and circle that into my business with all of my consulting clients or my coaching clients.
Thank you for that, Rachel, and I appreciate your contribution. And I know that you're going to stick around here for a portion of the next segment as well with another guest speaker. I want to go to Sir Dr. James Dentley. I know we have limited time with you left, and you're going to, do whatever it is that you're doing, traveling the world, speaking, working behind the scenes, helping make the world a better place. In closing, I want to give you the floor for you to share your parting words with our audience. Thank you for taking the time to be with us and opening up day 2, Dr. James. And also, I want you to just share a little bit of a sneak peek with our community about what people can expect from the Los Angeles Tribune Women's Network alongside JD3 TV, and just share a little bit of a sneak peek about the work that we're doing, please. James.
Yes. Well, thank you so much, sir, and I do appreciate it. I'm really honored the fact that when I got the phone call, because we had met in Texas, and I got the phone call from you, and you had this vision about bringing the LA Tribune in collaboration with JD3 TV, and really focusing on the Women's Empowerment Network. It really gave joy to my heart. I believe one body, many members. We're stronger when we help each other become stronger. And the interesting thing about our network in edutainment, and sure, we have movies and television shows and variety and sports, but it's anchored in success education on every level of life, whether it be in your business, your personal life, whatever it may be, to create a platform like funnel, so to speak, for people that we would select, that we know that do things the right way, that operate with integrity, that operate with some core values that we're in alignment with, that we can help become that engine to help bring them more business or more clients, more people in their community. They can really be helped and nurtured, and with people that really care but know their stuff, that know they have that specialized knowledge in that particular. And so, on one hand, we wanted to help the business owners and the thought leaders and the authors to get out there to create that celebrity brand. But then we went a little further and we put in a social media channel there as well, where they can build their groups. Everyone has their own channel, which means they get their own data. And we have 6 ways for them to monetize inside of the platform, including earning equity in the long term goal of what we're going to be doing here. So it's really about enhancing and empowering lives and being able to provide an opportunity that doesn't exist, because when the people are on certain platforms, great, they can make a little money sometimes, but they don't have any data. And the data is everything, because you get a chance to take people from the screen, people watching us that come into our lives, and then be able to tell people whether they're looking at the television set or Roku or they're on the app, or people are looking from the outside and they have an opportunity to be on that big screen. They can't get to Netflix, they can't get to Hulu, but they can get to JD3 TV, because a life worth living is worth recording. We want to share those stories, bring out that genius, because I honestly believe that we're better when we can operate together, and everyone has a part to play there. So we have a great community. I'm thankful to have you and the people that are coming through you be a part of this community as well. And if you look at the technology that we have, and everything's tracked, dashboards, they have their own marketplace, they can sell their own things and control their own revenue that way as well. We just want to create something that prepares us for what's happening in the future, to get ahead of the curve so we can start to create the thing that's going to come next. So my parting words would be, you have to have a dream to make a dream come true. You know, I took my son to see a movie when he was 5. He's 26 now. And I was very tired, but I committed I was taking him to the movies. The name of the movie was Shark Boy and Lava Girl. And it's a 3D movie. So I said, well, he's 5. I can put the 3D glasses on. They're green and red. And I can go to sleep. He wouldn't even know it. And I couldn't take my eyes off the movie. It was very transformative to me. And because I was listening to Lava Girl, this little kid, and they were going through their adventure. And she said this. She said, when the chips are down, when you think everything's against you, when you think you can't take another breath, when you think there is no love, no support, when the bottom falls from under your feet, she says, all you have to do is dream a bigger dream. So I encourage people to follow their dreams wherever they may lead, and never get distracted by less worthy deeds. Always remember to shelter them and nourish them and help them to grow. Then let your heart hold them down deep where dreams go. Remember to follow your dreams, pursue them with haste. Never forget that your life, the only one you'll get, is too precious and it's too fleeting to waste. So just be faithful and be loyal, and all your days through, the dreams that you follow will always come true. Collaborate, participate, innovate, live life, and don't forget to love and dance.
James Dentley, Sir Dr. James Dentley, thank you for that. Excellent way to wrap it up. And of course, we're going to take a few minutes and have one panel before we go to our moral compass panel, discussing a book that you're also a part of, Dr. James, centered around integrity. So we're going to bring up some of the authors in a few minutes. But I want to thank you for your time. Sir Dr. James Dentley, thank you so much for everything. And the folks in this community are very excited about all of the work and the collaborations between JD3 TV, LA Tribune, and we're just pumped up and excited to make the world a better place through media. So, Rachel, I want to actually ask you to introduce the next guest we're going to bring on the panel for a few minutes, and let the audience know what they can expect from this next speaker that you've invited. Rachel Weaver, please. I think you're muted, Rachel. Let's make sure you're unmuted.
Thank you. I apologize. Thank you so much, Mo. I am so excited to introduce the next guest, because he is truly paving the way for our youth, which is such an important area for us to focus on. So Caden is a 20-year-old college student, a certified life coach, a mentor to so many kids younger and people older than he is. He holds his own masterminds. He has individual one-on-one coaching with children ages, I believe, 8 to 18, if I'm not mistaken. And he is really inspiring and making a positive impact on everyone who steps into his life. And so it is such an honor and a pleasure to introduce Caden Vittinori. Thank you so much for coming, Caden. And I'm sorry if I mispronounced your last name.
Yes, thank you so much, Rachel. I appreciate this opportunity.
So, Caden, go ahead and please give us a formal introduction of yourself so that the audience can hear a little bit more about you. As you know, I'm blown away by everything that you do and the impact you're making on children around the world, including my own son. So please.
Hi, my name is Caden Vittorini. I am 20 years old. I am a junior in college at Western Michigan studying sales. I launched Vit Factor about 18 months ago. And there's 4 main components of my business. The first thing is I'm a certified professional life coach. I meet and work with kids ages 10 to 18 on life skills, teaching them how to communicate, how to have confidence throughout life, how to be motivated, how to reach and smash their goals, and many other skills. These kids know that I am not just their coach, that I'm their friend, that I'm always there for them throughout the weeks, and not just when we're working during our one-on-one sessions. I meet with about 40 kids on a weekly basis, and seeing the results and how bad they want to better their lives and work on themselves, it really is amazing. The second component I do is I'm a motivational speaker at school assemblies. So that is really great because instead of changing one life at a time, changing 1,000 at one time is really amazing. The third thing I do is I host high-level executive events. So one being a professional networking event. I actually have my second annual one coming January 4th, 2024 in the suburbs of Chicago. I bring on high-level guest speakers. I have sponsors, and it's awesome because seeing the results of everyone coming together, either starting their own partnership, getting hired, starting some sort of their own company, everyone coming together and really helping one another through this networking event is amazing. And that event is for all ages, including families. The second type of event is the Mind Shift event. This one is for ages 10 to 25. And again, speakers, sponsors, but instead of the networking component, it's more hands-on breakouts. So a lot of learning aspects and having them apply what they're learning through my company is what I do for that event. And then the fourth component is I have the 1% team. It's a team of 50 young professionals and entrepreneurs between the ages of 16 and 25, where we meet on bi-weekly calls where I'll bring on CEOs, vice presidents, best-selling authors for them to come share their mindset and content. I also will go to team dinners. We will also go to events together, and we give back to the community by doing volunteering. So that is the quick rundown of Vit Factor and the movement and mission I am putting together.
Wow. Wow, that is powerful. I've been watching all of your social media posts on social media, and let me just say I'm impressed. I mean, I was just like, I can't believe this kid is doing these amazing things. Where did this idea start for you, for all this that you have created?
Yes, so it started off by I saw who I was. I wasn't super happy with maybe my communication skills, my confidence, had a hard time reaching goals. I kept on working on myself, and I realized I had a gift. And where the name came from was my grandma, actually, Tia, who I call her, always told me since I was 2 years old, I had the it factor. And that's where I got the name Vit Factor. Vittorini, it factor, get it? So I put this together to not only help the younger generation through the one-on-one sessions in school assemblies, but also the young professionals, my age, between the 16 and 25 group, but also all ages between the events that I host. So I want to really give back and help people change lives and find their passions and what they really want to become in life.
Love it. Oops, you're muted, Donna.
Of course, that is absolutely amazing. And Caden, I have to say, just who you are, listening to you speak and sharing some of the things that you are doing is just a complete and total inspiration, not only for myself, but for the ages that are to come and the people that will be following you. And I absolutely love everything that you're doing and that you're sharing so far. So hats off to you. I just wanted to say congratulations with all the things that you've been doing and working on, and welcome to the Think and Grow Rich Summit.
Thank you so much. I appreciate this opportunity.
All right. And Sherry, let me ask you here initially, because this is the first time I've ever heard Caden, and also with Rachel. And Rachel, and maybe you can even share a little bit too. How did the two of you meet? Are you guys? I just want to know more. So share with us a little bit.
So we actually met through LinkedIn and just networking, and I saw how positive he was. And I really only want to work with positive, inspirational people who are making a positive impact on the world. But then after Caden and I had a conversation in LinkedIn, he invited me into one of his groups. So I had the honor and pleasure of speaking to other entrepreneurs who are very young, like-minded, and it was really incredible to see kids so motivated and so determined to make a positive impact in all different areas of life while creating a business at the same time. So not just about sales, not just about making money, but really making an impact. And for such a young generation, it inspired me. So I felt in turn that I needed to kind of take Caden under my wing and really encourage him to step out of the comfort zone that he was in, push him, stretch him, say, listen, I want to bring you on to this incredible event so you can be surrounded by people that you're reading books about. Right.
I love that. And hats off to you. I mean, mentoring and sharing and being of expertise. And Rex, you joined the conversation here. So what kinds of questions do you have and what are your thoughts coming into this?
Well, I think it's exciting. It's absolutely wonderful that Caden, as young and as old as you are, has the influence and the ability to connect with people younger than him as well as people that are older than him. And so I'm very curious about what was it that got you on this path. I know that you kind of asked the question. And have you read Think and Grow Rich, and how do you apply any of the stuff that you know or learn to the groups of people that you serve?
Yes. So like I mentioned before, my passion is getting people on the right path. For the mentoring and coaching, I take kids who maybe need some direction and coaching, and I lead them to become the best. Or I take great kids who are already great in life and already have that kind of format that they're in and lead them to the best. And that's the same thing with the 1% team. This team of young professionals and entrepreneurs, I bring on these guest speakers because you can always learn more. And bringing everyone together during the events is really amazing to see, and how many people just take away from it, and how they really, that next day is the step where they jump. They jump towards their life, where a goal they want to achieve, the person they want to become after. And actually, I have not read the book. I do have it, and that's within the next couple books that I'll be reading.
Awesome. You're tuning into the Think and Grow Rich Institute Summit right here on the Los Angeles Tribune. One thing that we want to do on this platform, as we've invited 100 speakers from around the world to join us over 4 days, is have all sorts of different demographics. And so I'm so grateful for you, Caden, for being the youngest speaker on this platform. We want to embrace the youth. We want to embrace the next generation of leaders. We want to embrace the next generation of thought leaders that are going to go out and make the world a better place. So the Los Angeles Tribune is here to support you, and I'm grateful for Rachel for inviting you. So thank you so much, Caden, for making an appearance here.
Yes, thank you so much for the opportunity. I appreciate you, Rachel, and shout out to the LA Tribune for having Bit Factor on.
Thank you so much, Caden. And Rachel, that was incredible, and I'm so excited to see a new generation emerge that is out there in the world sharing positivity, not just making TikTok videos, but actually standing up on stage and saying positive things to help impact the world in a positive way. And we at the Los Angeles Tribune will always support any member of the youth, any college student that is actively working to make the world a better place. So we thank you, Caden. And Rachel, just in closing, I want to give you the floor for you to be able to share a final message of a success principle, a final message from your heart. You have as much time as you need to share with our audience. Rachel Weaver, please.
Oh, thank you so much, Mo. I appreciate it. So happy again to be here. Grateful for the Los Angeles Tribune. So I really do live by gratitude. I live my life. I every single day. If anyone's heard of the Morning Miracle, I have been practicing that probably before that book was even written. I don't want to age myself too much, but the reality of the situation is, I think because of the way I grew up, I was grateful for even the smallest of things because I didn't have a lot. I didn't grow up, being exposed to a lot of luxuries that most people have had the opportunity to be able to. And so any small thing that I received, I felt this level of gratitude. But as I got older and knew that those were not going to be my circumstances, I was going to break the mold and break the chain and move on. And as I started to grow, I understood the fact that gratitude truly can change everything for you. If you wake up I'm such a true believer in the morning and in the evening of writing down 3 things at minimum that you're grateful for and watch your life transform.
I love that, Rachel. I want to thank you for your friendship and for your support. You're a great friend to the Los Angeles Tribune. And of course, this is not going to be the last time that the folks in this community will see Rachel Weaver. She's going to be a regular here on our programs, and she has so much wisdom that I'm excited to share with our community. So thank you so much, Rachel.
Thank you so much, Mo. Happy to be here.
Thank you, Rachel Weaver, ladies and gentlemen. And the next panel is going to be all about one powerful word: integrity. And so we at the Los Angeles Tribune are excited to announce that our publishing division that's led by Patty Sadler, let's go ahead and bring her up, and Rex and Sherry, we will bring you guys back up momentarily. But Patty, I want you to talk a little bit about this project, the Moral Compass. Of course, we're doing the pre-launch this week, and December 3rd in San Diego, we have a in-person launch where all of the people involved in this project are invited to join us. But Patty, just talk a little bit about what this project means to you, the Moral Compass, and the theme of integrity, please.
Well, first of all, when you bring some people together who have experience and who have integrity, and they can share a message and they can actually put it down in words, they're creating that space. And they're creating a space for everybody to come from gratitude. So, when you have integrity, you also have to understand the principles of honesty, all the different things that come with being integral. And when you take everybody's perspective of integrity and you put that in one place together, you have a wonderful book that you're going to have for everybody. And I do apologize for the noise in the background. But the opportunity to do this for LA Tribune and bring about a topic of such importance, integrity, is a very special and honorable. I'm honored to do that and to be a part of that.
Thank you, Patty. And I want to invite a couple of the co-authors on stage. Loretta, who this community is very familiar with. Of course, yesterday we had a chance to hear from her. And Teresa, a couple of the co-authors that are part of this project that include behavioral scientists, New York Times bestsellers like Dr. Joe Vitale, Marie Diamond, so many incredible folks. Loretta, Patty, Donna, Teresa. And so we're going to have each person here now take some time to discuss, what does integrity mean for you, as a sample for the community of what they can expect from this incredible, literally a global project where we have authors from around the world that are contributing to this. It's become much bigger than initially anticipated, and the momentum is off the charts. In fact, it was featured on the front page of entrepreneur.com earlier this year. So there's a lot of hype around this project. Let's start with you, Teresa. What does integrity mean to you?
Well, can you hear me? Yes. Okay, good. I just want to say that it's an honor being part of the book, and being in integrity to me means being true to yourself. And I've just launched my nonprofit, the Trueness Project, and it's all about being in integrity, being in your truth, teaching children what it is to be truthful to themselves and to know what you want, because it all starts from knowing who you are and knowing what you want and moving that forward. And I think it's fantastic that the Moral Compass is part of the Think and Grow Rich Summit, because part of the nonprofit is to get the principles of Think and Grow Rich into every school in the world, actually. It's because true leaders are in integrity, that you have to be in truth, you have to know who you are, you have to know what you want, and that's how you move forward in leadership.
Incredible. Thank you for that, Teresa. I want to go to Loretta. Loretta, what does integrity mean to you, please?
Thank you so much for having me on the show. And yes, integrity to me is freedom. It is freedom that gives you a structure to be able to do the things that you say that you're going to do, and then you go and do them. And if you don't, then you honor, you recognize that, you clean it up, and you make a new promise and you go out and do it again. I really love the fact that we're focusing on integrity, because oftentimes I think individuals may focus on it as something that is being judgmental. But in fact, when you have integrity, it's not a hammer over the head. In fact, it allows you to actually to grow, to create and build. And particularly if you're an entrepreneur, such as myself, because it's a compass that directs your business. It makes your business sustainable. It is the golden thread that runs through everything: your brand, your workforce, your customer loyalty, your attracting quality partnerships. It all starts with integrity.
Absolutely. And I want to welcome Julianne Meyer to the stage as well, who's also part of the project. Julie, what does integrity mean for you, please?
Thank you, Mo. So integrity is one of my all-time favorite topics to speak about and live, because for so long, I think that a lot of people think about integrity with others, but I always think about me first. So when I was younger, I never kept my word to myself. I had zero integrity there when it came to anything I said I was going to do. And now I do absolutely everything that I say I'm going to do. And I do it with love and caring and ease and all the wonderful things that make life wonderful. And then that in it of itself has an effect where everybody else around me benefits from that. So it's a way of being. It's not something that you go out and do. And that's really what integrity means to me.
Thank you for that. And I'm going to now give it to Donna for her to share her thoughts. And I'm going to step back, and Julianne is going to help lead the way, where this group of co-authors of this incredible book project that's bigger than just a book, it's actually a movement, is going to talk about the distinction of integrity. But Donna, please.
Yes, what I absolutely love about this book and this project, The Moral Compass, is that integrity is such needed in the world today. And I remember when I was asked to be a part of the project, I sat with the word and what does it really truly mean to me? And I remember a time where my father, when I was really little, taught me that your word is your bond and you abide by your word, not only for yourself, but for others. And it was such a life-changing moment for me. And that is how I truly lived my life and have continued. It's like the foundation to everything that I do now. And I have a mission of, let's create the world a better place. Let's do something better. Let's change how the old paradigms are so we can all lift and raise in vibration. And it all comes with integrity, because you have to walk your talk and you have to do it every single day. So I'm so happy, so thrilled for this, and for this to come out, because the Moral Compass, it's going to truly be iconic when it does.
Well said. And I love that it is definitely a movement, and it's just something that's so needed today. And as Mo was talking about yesterday, putting out good news, positive information, as opposed to the negative. So I think that we're doing our part here in that. And my question for everybody, and we'll start with Loretta, is when what do you think is missing in leadership today when it comes to integrity? What is something that's not so obvious when it comes to integrity?
I think what's not obvious is that I firmly believe that all things can be solved through communication. What I mean by that is that when you are integrity, and if things don't go quite the way you expect them to, or you say you're going to do X and you don't do that, there's a missing piece of a lack of communication of saying, you know what? I said I was going to do this by this time and this date, and I didn't do it. And instead, what people do will hide out. They're like, oh, they'll think I'm a bad person. I won't say anything. Or, oh, no, well, maybe they will remember. Or some form of that. When in reality, we're all human. We're designed to be imperfectly perfect. And so what's not obvious and say, I said I was going to do X and I didn't do it. And I just want to let you know and acknowledge that I'm owning up to that. And I'm creating a new promise with you. That is powerful. And I think that's what people miss.
I love that. It's not about being perfect, but it's about that communication. If and when we fall short, we own it and we move forward. I love that so much. Patty, what are your thoughts?
First of all, my thought on this is something that I was taught at a very young age, and it really does kind of go into that communication aspect, but also honesty is the best policy. So sometimes someone might not like exactly what I have to say to them, but if it is always in honesty and it is the truth, they can definitely and most certainly count on me always to be honest with them, which means that they can trust me with their life because I will literally tell them the truth. Sometimes, like I said, someone might not really want to hear what I have to say. It might not be the best of circumstances or a situation or whatever it is. But when I'm honest, I'm taking full accountability of what I'm saying. It may not be on my part. It could be on anything, on any topic. But if I'm coming from my heart, I'm coming from integrity, I will tell the truth. And sometimes people are, as she said earlier, it's a communication thing. We think, oh, they might think less of us, or they might not like what I have to say. But when we speak the truth, even if it's not something they will like, they will have more respect for you. And they will see the integrity and the even if it's a small attempts to be in integrity, they will acknowledge that, they will notice that, and they will want to work with you. So honesty is the best policy.
Honesty is the best policy. And sometimes that honesty isn't easy for us because it might not be in our best interest. But to have the courage to stand firm in that. I've been in a few situations like that. It hasn't been great, but
we all.
Yeah, exactly. And Teresa, what about you?
Well, I find it interesting that when I joined the Moral Compass, I put out a challenge on Facebook for people to tell the truth for a week. And the response I got was, always tell the truth, or I can't do that. And it is because, I mean, there were so many things said about that. I will offend somebody if I tell the truth. People won't like me if I tell the truth. And we all have to start telling the truth to ourselves. I mean, I am here now. I wasn't here before. I was a notorious people pleaser. Talking to my father in truth was extremely difficult because I didn't want to offend him. And the honest truth is, I have to be honest with myself. Am I being truthful to myself? Am I owning my power when I try to people please and walk around people? And the honest truth is, no, I'm doing myself a disservice. So the lack of integrity in leadership is people have to know that it's important for themselves to be truthful with themselves. If you cannot do something, don't promise to do it. My main focus is children. When you tell a child that you are going to do something and then you don't follow through, you are teaching them that they are not important, that they are not valued, and that it's okay for them to do the same. So it all starts with ourselves, being truthful with ourselves, knowing what we can and cannot do. And that's really, it's hard to get to that point. You really have to do a lot of work and say, I don't care if you like me. This is where I am right now. And I don't like what you're doing. It doesn't work for me. It might work for you, but it doesn't work for me. And when you step into that truth and you show that to children, you're going to create true leadership, because they're not going to have to spend years peeling away what they've learned in the past, which is, no, let's people please, let's stay safe, let's do this. It doesn't work that way. Honesty is, in fact, the best policy. Yes, if you commit to do something and you can't do it, just as Loretta said, you own up to it and you say, I'm sorry, I made a mistake. I had every intention of following through, but I didn't get there. And children will learn those steps and they will become true leaders. Integrity is absolutely needed. It's needed everywhere. It's needed in schools. It's needed in institutions, because people are afraid to tell the truth. And you can't move forward in a society in fear. So that's my thought on this.
No, I love that. And it's okay to tell the truth. It doesn't mean that we're rude about it. It doesn't mean that it's an excuse. We can still say our truth and also be kind at the same time. I know that all the ladies on the panel know that to be true. Ava, welcome.
Thank you. Well, I would not let this this panel pass through without me saying something about it. We're gonna have an awkward layout in a overlay in the front of us, but I just wanted to share this. So we do have. So this is actually one of the graphics that we share, and this is Patty Sadler's graphics. But this book has already been featured in the Entrepreneur, the Los Angeles Tribune, of course, in the New York Weekly, and it's really a powerful book with a foreword by Joe Vitale. And I'm so proud that this is the first book that is going to be published by the Los Angeles Tribune publishing house. And we already have several on the works that are about to also launch, including Muriel's private book, personal book. So very, very proud of the work that you do, Patty. I just wanted to elevate also your partnership with the Los Angeles Tribune and running the LA Tribune publishing house. And with that, let me give my thoughts on integrity. So to me, thank you so much. To me, integrity is honoring equally. And as I learned this from my mentor, who it really teaches a lot on integrity and authenticity, and it's honoring equally what we say and what we do in relationships and results. Oftentimes, results and relationships are very hard to balance. It's either we're results focused and the relationship part drops, or we're relationship focused and the results part drop. But integrity is in honoring equally results and relationships in everything that we say and in everything that we do. And that's the highest level of being able to practice integrity, so that we don't sacrifice one over another. So that's how I take integrity, especially in operating and running the Los Angeles Tribune. It's very important that we create results with our audience and our clients, and we maintain the connections, right? Like, it's equally important.
Thanks, love Julie. That. It's not at the detriment of anything else. I think that is a very important point to make. Donna, would you like to add to that?
Yes, absolutely. One of the most interesting pieces was, and I was listening to all of your answers, and I agree with each and every one of you. And there's a misalignment process, I think, that happens for a lot of us, because we will think certain thoughts, but yet we feel something very different. And when we're out of integrity, we're not voicing out what we truly feel. We're trying to come with what we think. And that can often come from a place of fear of judgment, fear of criticism, fear of blame, fear of how is the world going to perceive me if I'm honest and open and authentic and I'm just me. But you know what? Every single person is thinking the same thing. And I think if we go through an alignment process with ourselves, aligning how we truly feel with what we truly think, then our truth through the throat can always come out and share in that divine truth, in that honesty. And everyone gets to be who they are and honored for who they are and for the expertise that they bring and the uniqueness that they share within the world, because we're all here to make that impact.
I love that. And everything is energy, as we all know, and we've been speaking about for the last day and a half now. So I'm just curious for the audience that's watching now, what are your thoughts? What are your takeaways? Put them in the comments. We'd love to hear if you have any questions, what your favorite quotes are from today, anything, so that we can have this be an interactive conversation, not only with the people on the screen, but the people who are in our audience as well. Thank you so much. And also, let's go back to Teresa. Teresa, you mentioned about working with children, and that is such an important thing. And we can learn so much from them. And I'm curious what you've learned about integrity from children.
Children tell the truth until they learn not to. They don't know. They don't have a filter. It's beautiful. It's like they're born leaders, and then something happens that shuts that off. And my work is all about empowering children to remember their dreams and keep dreaming. Like, I feel truly honored to be in this book, because integrity is so important, not to teach children, but to keep them that way. Because we can learn so much just from being with them. They are amazing and joyous and just brilliant beings. And truly, it is an honor to work with children and to see how creative they are and how amazing they are. And as an adult looking back, you see when those dreams were shut off. And can you imagine what it would be like if children were just allowed to keep dreaming and adults remembered what it was like to dream? I mean, the world would just be a better place.
Absolutely. Do you ever notice too that as adults, once we become adults, we're trying to go back to being like a child?
Yes,
so.
Exactly. Absolutely.
Anyway, final thoughts, Loretta?
Oh my goodness. My final thought is this. We can certainly have conversations with integrity or about integrity. When the rubber meets the road, it's when you're having a conversation with someone and you may be completely opposed to their way of thinking, their thoughts, their opinions, and it can be a challenge. And so what I would encourage individuals to do in remaining true to yourself is don't collapse listening to someone with opposing viewpoints with agreement. Because sometimes people think that, well, if we aren't on the same page or if we don't agree, I don't want to have a conversation with you, or I don't want to agree with you. I think integrity truly is you believe what you believe. You have your thoughts, your opinions. You have a right to that. But so does that other person. So when those viewpoints are diametrically opposed to you, still give them a benefit of listening. Give them it of they have a right to say what they say or what they think. And you can acknowledge that. You don't necessarily have to agree with it. And that's the difference. I think if people would learn how to do that, particularly when there's conflict, we can all live in a more integrous world.
Beautiful. And Donna?
Yes. Listening to Loretta, she had some wisdom in that and about the art of listening, because earlier we were talking about the art of suggestion, and to be in integrity, you have to have communication. Communication is multiple parts. It's not only speaking, but there's also listening. There's also hearing. There's some thinking involved in some of that. And if you really can truly understand the other person from their perspective, from their point of view, all conflict is resolved, and it opens up to suggestion, which then opens up opportunities, which then opens up to and creates that positive snowball effect with all of it. And so a huge piece of integrity is not only honoring yourself, it's honoring the other person in their perspective and point of view. Absolutely.
Wonderful. I love that. And Patty, how about you?
Remember this, we are all divinely created for greatness. And when we are walking in integrity and honesty, we are walking in that divine greatness that we are created from. So just remember who you are and stand in that power, and remember that you are amazing. And when you come from integrity, you will be living your best life.
Absolutely incredible.
So let me welcome the author of the Moral Compass, where we all co-authoring with. Awkwardly gonna show this one that shows that it's been featured in the Entrepreneur Los Angeles Tribune and the New York Weekly, and of course the one with his own highlight, the Moral Compass, authored by Mo Rock, the CEO of the Los Angeles Tribune.
Absolutely, and thank you so much for that, Alva. And I want to thank Dr. Joe Vitale as well, who has been instrumental in this movement, and he's a friend of mine and a friend of the networks. And we all now have an opportunity to co-author with all of these incredible legends in the field of personal development. So I want to thank all of my colleagues here and my co-authors on the screen. And we're going to actually take a quick 1-minute break and come back with the Think and Grow Rich Institute Summit right here on the Los Angeles Tribune Network. And I'm so grateful again for all of these incredible thought leaders that I'm honored to share this book project with. Thank you for all the support. We'll be back in about a minute.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
Hello and welcome to the Los Angeles
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Hello and welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune and Think and Grow Rich Institute Summit. I'm honored to introduce today New York bestselling author, spiritual teacher, and lecturer known for his series of books, Conversations with God, Neil Donald Walsch. I am so excited to have you here with us today. And I wanted to say hello and just ask you, how is your day?
Well, I'm having a wonderful day. Thank you, Sherry, for inviting me to spend this time with you. I'm happy to be here, and I have only one question of you. How may I serve you?
Wonderful. Well, you may serve me by just sharing the wisdom of what's coming through you with everybody who is viewing this today, that their answers that they've been asking within themselves are answered, and that they are able to tap in and tune in to that greater love, that greater wisdom within them, and that they're transformed today through the words that you're sharing with us. I'd like to start out today by asking you, how did the idea come to you that society should redefine the word rich? Because this is Think and Grow Rich, and we're talking a lot about, the old principles. But how do you want to share with society the redefinition of the term rich?
I think that what I've observed in my life is that not everybody, but perhaps I'll say the largest number of people, think of the word rich, meaning rich in material possessions, money, of course, and in other material ways, a beautiful home or a lovely car or whatever, certain kinds of material possessions. Again, that's not what everybody feels, but I think that many people do feel that way when they think about being rich. And what I've learned in my life, Sherry, because I've achieved all of those things, not that I was really terribly wealthy, but I always had more than enough money since I was a 21-year-old man working in the newspaper business. And I wound up becoming a managing editor of a weekly newspaper on the East Coast of the United States. And I've always had, from that time on, more than enough money to make my life work until I suffered a triple whammy about 35 or 40 years ago, where I lost my relationship with my significant other. We divorced amicably. It wasn't a bitter divorce, but we decided that it wasn't working. But then 5 days later, I lost my job. The corporation I worked for was downsizing, and to use a phrase that was catching on in those days, and I was the last person hired, so I was the first person out because I had no seniority. Simple as that. My boss even said, "Boy, we really hate to lose you, or we would never have hired you. But you're the last guy hired, so we have to let you go because we're reducing our staff." So I lost my job. 5 days after that, now this is 10 days altogether, I'm on my way to a job interview, certain that I was going to get the new job because I had all the qualifications. I had all of the requirements that are needed. And I felt certain this company is going to hire me. But an elderly gentleman turned his car, made a left turn in front of me as I was ambling down the road. I'm not a fast driver. I was going probably 25 miles an hour, just ambling along, but this guy crashed into me. And Sherry, it wasn't a fender bender. It was one of those major automobile accidents. I mean, my car was totaled.
Wow.
And I suffered a broken neck because he turned left right into the driver's side of my car. So he slammed right into me, actually. The only thing between me and his car was my door. And so I suffered a broken neck. And when I was awake at the hospital, of course, they obviously took me right to the hospital. When they finally woke me up, because they gave me some painkillers. When I was awakened, the doctor said to me, "You know, you didn't have just a hairline fracture of your neck. You had a 3/4 inch avulsion fracture of the 7th cervical vertebrae posteriorly. That's a 3/4 inch break in your neck. It's large enough to put a pencil through."
Wow.
And the doctor looked at me and he said, "You know, most people with that kind of a break in their neck die because of spinal cord and nerve complications. And those few who do not die inevitably at least wind up being paralyzed from the neck down. You, Mr. Walsh, have suffered neither outcome." Then he looked at me and he said, "What do you intend to do with the rest of your life? Because you've been given a gift." So that stopped me to think, of course. I couldn't get a job anywhere. They put me in what's called a Philadelphia collar. It's a therapeutic device that you wear, plastic collar that holds your head up, because the doctor said, "You will not take this collar off for any reason. I don't care if you're taking a shower. I don't care if you're sleeping. I don't care if you're having sex. You do not take this collar off for any reason because this collar is holding your head up. Think of a basketball on the head of a pin. So right now, your neck cannot support your head. So keep this collar on." All right, fair enough. I wore the collar for about 1.5 years. Nobody would hire me, Sherry. I was going to job interview after job interview. Finally, one man was honest with me. He said, "Mr. Walsh, I'd hire you in a minute. You got all the qualifications. But I can't hire you when you're wearing that therapeutic device around your neck. One wrong move on the job, and we're paying your hospital bills and your medical bills for the next 5 years. We can't, nobody's going to hire you as long as you're wearing that therapeutic device. When you are fully healed, come on back. I'll give you a job in 5 minutes. So I wound up running out of money, running out of a way to pay my rent, wound up being evicted from my little apartment that I was renting after my relationship ended. And I'm on the street, I'm on the sidewalk. I'm living on the sidewalk. I thought, well, okay, a couple of bad weeks. I can make this work. It wasn't a couple of bad weeks. It wasn't a couple of tough months. I was out there for a year. I lived 1 year as a street person. To be specific, 2 weeks shy of 1 year, 50 weeks on the sidewalk, sleeping on the concrete, going from person to person with my hand out asking, could you give me anything, even a couple of coins? If I can get a few coins from everybody I ask, I might be able to have a hamburger by the end of the day. And run over to McDonald's and buy a bag of French fries. Of course, I'm on foot. Obviously, I had no car.
Right.
I'm on the street. And because I had to sell my car to make what little money I could make to pay the car off and maybe put toward living for a few days. So now I'm on the sidewalk. You know, my friend Sherry, you haven't lost your dignity until you've lived on the sidewalk for a year, because it's not even about trying to find a way to eat every day. Where do you go to the bathroom?
Right.
I mean, how do you relieve yourself when you're living outside?
Yeah.
You're reduced to literally sneaking into restaurants, hoping they won't spot you. And of course, you look terrible. You don't smell all that great. You look horrible. You're wearing the same clothes you've been wearing for the past 15 weeks. You smell, I mean, inevitably the manager finds you and says, no, come on, out. Don't make me call the police. So you're lucky if you can find a place to use the restroom. So that's my story. I'm sticking to it because when I finally found a little part-time job, I did get a weekend job somewhere. I was a weekend fill-in person, working weekends for one of the full-time employees. And so I managed just to get barely enough money to afford a little one-room apartment again. I got a little one-room place above somebody's garage. But hey, I was out of the weather. I was out of the cold. And it had a bathroom.
All right.
So you know what? There I am. I got some used furniture. I managed to get a slab to sleep on and a little table to eat at. And that was about all I needed. And then I had a tiny little television set. This is years ago, of course. Tiny little black and white TV set. And I thought, okay, I can do this. Then I woke up in the middle of the night, 4:23 in the morning, filled with rage. What have I done to deserve a life of such continuing struggle? Come on. And I'm calling out to God. What does it take to make life work? Whoa. So I got off the little pad that I was sleeping on, sat down at the table where I would be eating, and pulled over a little yellow legal pad that I had on the table, and I was making my grocery lists out and such. And I started writing an angry letter to God. It's 4:20 in the morning. I'm just wanting to get it off my chest, Sherry. So I'm just writing a letter. Dear God. All right. Obviously, there's something I don't understand here, the understanding of which would change everything. I remember writing, tell me the rules. I'll play this damn game. Just tell me the rules.
Right.
And by the way, after you give me the rules, don't change them, because the rules were changing every other time I turned around. But that's when I heard a voice in my head, just a voiceless voice, the sound of one's thoughts. But the voice was not my own thoughts. It was like an independent voice coming to me. And the voice said, Neil. Do you really want answers to all of these questions? Or are you just venting? And I said, yeah, I am, you think? I am venting. But if you've got answers, I'd sure as hell like to know what they are. I don't even know who I'm talking to. I'm talking to myself here at the table.
Right?
But the voice said, you are sure as hell about a lot of things. But wouldn't you rather be sure as heaven? And I'm writing, all right, what the hell is that supposed to mean? God said, listen carefully and I'll give you the answers to any question you've got. So I did. I asked a series of questions. I wrote down whatever answers I was hearing in my head. And before I knew it, I had page after page after page. I'm turning over the pages of handwritten notes. Question, answer, question, answer, question, answer. And the answers were astonishing. They were really blowing my mind. I couldn't believe the answers that I was being given. Unbelievable answers. Some things I never even heard of or thought about. But there they were in writing. And then I was told, in this, by the way, this went on for several days. I should add that every morning I was getting up, I found myself awakened around 4:30 or 4:15 in the morning. Every morning I'd wake up and go, oh, okay, fair enough. I got back out to the table, got to the yellow legal pad, continued my on-paper dialogue, which I began to consider to be, if you please, a conversation with God. And at one point, I was told, you will make of this one day a book, and it will be accessed by many people. I thought, now I gotcha. I thought this is all my imagination, but now that's a prediction. You're going to have to prove that because no publisher is going to take these handwritten notes from a guy who claims to be talking to God and publish it. It's not going to happen. I could just, I'm a man of the world. Come on. I could imagine a publisher going out to the workroom floor saying to his editors, stop the presses, hold everything. I got a guy here who's talking to God. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. So you know what? I sent my handwritten notes. I didn't send the originals. I pulled a few pennies together and went to a Xerox place, and I sent him Xerox copies, but of my handwritten notes to a publisher, small publisher on the East Coast of the United States. I get a call 2 weeks later. Of course, I put my phone number, obviously, in the mailing. I get a call a couple of weeks later. Guy says, you know what? We're going to put this book out. This is fascinating stuff. We're going to make this into a book. I said, you're kidding me. He said, no, we're going to put the book out. And we're just looking for a title. We don't want to call it Conversations with God because we think it'll be a turnoff. People will not appreciate a title like that. They'll think it's, sacrilegious, blasphemous. And I said, you know what? We're going to call it Conversations with God, or we're not going to put the book out at all because that's what I experienced. I experienced that I was having, if you please, a conversation with God. So they said, well, if you insist, it's not going to sell a lot of copies, but okay, fair enough. So since it was my book, they put it out with my title. And I thought, it's not going to sell 500 copies. And I was right. I was right on. It did not sell 500 copies. It sold 15 million in 37 languages. And it wound up being read around the world. I was getting letters from Moscow, Tokyo, Zimbabwe, Romania. I was getting letters from all over the world.
You were getting my letter too, 27 years ago. I wrote you a letter 27 years ago.
I believe you did. I mean, I believe it because my mailbox, literally, I had a post office box and it was jammed every time I'd go to the post office. I'd open up the post office box and the letters would literally fall out on the floor from having been jammed in from the other side. So finally, the postmaster actually put a note in my mailbox. He said, Mr. Walsh, could you please get a larger box? I had just a regular residential box. They wanted me to get a business box, which is much larger, because they said, obviously, you're getting more mail than we can handle in your small little box. So I finally rented a large post office box that businesses rent. And even that was being jammed with 20 or 30 or 40 or 50 letters a day. I'm not bragging, I'm just saying. This is just what happened. So I wound up okay. Apparently, there's more going on here than meets the eye.
Yes.
In the meantime, I was continuing to have the experience. And so the guys in New York, the publishers, they put the first book out because the small publisher wound up selling the book to a larger publisher, Putnam, in New York. And the Putnam people called me and said, do you have any sisters like that at home? The old saying, do you have any more of that? If you do, keep it coming. And I said, well, yeah, I've been having the experience ongoingly, but I didn't intend to write a series of books. They said, please give us whatever you have. I said, well, okay. So I sent them whatever I had and continued to do that for many months, for several years. And so now there are, in fact, 9 books in the so-called dialogue series. I'm not going to do any more. I'm done with that. But I think I've brought through what I was invited to bring through. And let me end my little diatribe here by saying, Sherry, that I was never attempting to convince anyone of anything, nor am I doing that today. I'm not here to try to convince anyone of anything. I have no need to convert anybody into any particular mode of thinking. People can make of it what they want. People have been reading the book and they either decide it's trash and they throw it out, or they decide that it has some value. It's totally up to them.
I love that you said that, because I know from the journey of my own near-death experience, when I was told to tell, I thought that I was meant to save people. And through the journey, I learned that when I gave away all my energy, I would end up sick. It would be some dis-ease that would occur in the body. So what I learned through the process is I heard, just like yourself, I was told one evening, I had asked the question, what am I doing that's in the way that's causing this dis-ease to show up in my body, to manifest? And I was woken up one night and the voice said to me that I was giving from a half cup, that I was not giving from the overflow, and that I was trying to convince people, who weren't ready, and that I only needed to just give the message and move forward. That's it. I'm not here to convince people or save them. I'm here to be a messenger and be spoken through and allow that word to come through.
Bingo. Yeah, that's been my experience as well. You just share and let people, or as God put it to me in my conversations, Neil, allow each soul to walk its path. Because I, like you at the beginning, thought, okay, since the first book did do as well as it did, I thought, oh, I see, I've been placed here as a messenger, capital M.
Right?
And then I finally had to, God said to me, Neil, stop it. That's not what's going on here. Everybody is a messenger. Your life lived is your message. And I'm sharing with you what I've been sharing with everybody. All of you are having conversations all the time. You're simply calling it something else. Women's intuition, an epiphany, a sudden insight, a psychic hit, whatever you think you can get away with calling it, so that people won't ridicule you or marginalize you. But in fact, they're all conversations with God. So if you think you're the only one having that kind of an experience, change your mind about that very quickly, because everybody is having the experience you're having. Although I've noticed that not everyone notices it or experiences it in the same way. That's why I wrote a book called God Talk, which is a book that talks about how people can have their own experience of conversing with the divine.
And when is that book coming out?
I think it comes out on the 14th of November of 2023. So it's
Very soon.
I'm sorry?
Very soon.
Yeah, in a couple of 2 or 3 weeks it'll be coming out. and it answers for people the question. I didn't, but I didn't write the book to see if I could get it published. I wrote that book because a publisher actually called me. I hadn't even thought about writing a book like that. But one day my phone rang and there was a publisher. And they said, Neil, would you be willing to answer a question that a lot of people are asking, which is, can we have our own conversation with God? Is there a way to do that? I mean, what would you suggest? I said, sure, I can certainly offer some thoughts about that. So I did. They said, please put it in writing and send us what you have. So I sent them my thoughts, and by golly, about 12 weeks later, they came out with a book that they sent to me. We'd like to publish this. What do you think? And they called the book God Talk. How God talks to human beings and how you can talk with God as well. And yeah, so I thought, oh, okay, they did a good job with this. And so they're bringing it out on the 14th of November.
Wow, I love it. I want to go back for a second to the idea of riches and wealth and even talk about the broader idea of abundance everywhere present and changing people's concept, because so many people worldwide, globally, they're attached to physical money.
Yeah, that's the kind of sure, that's the point I was making at the beginning of our at the beginning of our conversation. And that's exactly right. That's been my experience as well. Not just my observation, but my experience of my own life. That's how I was thinking when I was 20, and 25, and 30, and and 35 maybe, and maybe even 40, and maybe even 45. The fact of the matter is, that's how I thought until I was 50 years old.
I was going to say, yeah.
I mean, really, until I had my experience of living on the sidewalk for 2 weeks shy of 1 year, that woke me up to what riches really are. And it got me to a place of great clarity where I understood, oh, riches have nothing to do with money, the kind of car you drive, the kind of house you live in, how much, food you have in your refrigerator. There are lots of ways we can measure the word rich, but what rich really means to me now is a richness of being connected. Number one, to God, that I believe exists. By the way, interestingly enough, he said as an aside that sociologists have been asking a single question. Oh, they've just taken surveys over the past 10 years in virtually every nation on the earth. Sociologists have taken a survey, a one-question survey. They've asked people on the street everywhere, do you believe in a higher power? And statistically, 8.5 of every 10 people said yes, they believe in a higher power. So we notice that the largest number of people on the earth do believe there's more going on here, as I said earlier, more going on here than meets the eye. There is a higher power. Something is occurring that it goes beyond what we think is just, life and death and, get the girl, get the car, get the job, get the house, get the guy, get the kids, get the grandkids, blah, blah, blah. Get the office in the corner with your name on the door. Get the building on the corner with your name on the building, and all the things you think make you a rich person. And you've acquired the riches of life. But, I've lived a life where I lost all of that. I mean, I lost all of it. I had one pair of shoes, 2 pair of jeans, 2 shirts, and that was it. The sum total of my worldly possessions. Yet, believe it or not, especially toward the end of that year on the street, when I was maturing spiritually, emotionally, psychologically, as I began to mature as a human being, because that kind of an experience will cause you to grow up fast. As I moved into the more mature and aware side of myself, I began to realize, oh, so richness has nothing to do with how many shirts are in my closet or how much money is in my bank account. Richness has to do with how rich I feel within myself, with regard to the aspects of life that are most important to me. And those aspects are not the car I'm driving or the house I live in or how much money I have in my bank account. Because I found out that even when I was on the street and had $0 in my bank account, there were days that I could be and was, believe it or not, intensely happy, totally joyous. And you know when those days were, Sherry, you might find this interesting. I would collect a few pennies on the street. Once in a while, I'm sorry, once in a while, somebody would give me some folding money, $1 bill or a $5 bill, and occasionally even a 10 or a 20. Every so often, somebody would be really generous and say, "Here, pal, here you go," and give me a $10 bill. You know when I really felt incredibly joyous when I was on the street? When I'd be walking around with some change in my pocket, and I would be at the homeless park. There was a park near where I lived where a lot of homeless people hung out. They had no other place to go. They'd hang out there in the park. And I'd see somebody who had a bad day. And I'd say to them, "Hey, how did it go today? How'd you do?" Everybody knew what you meant by it. When you're on the street and you say to somebody, "How'd you do?" They know you mean, "Did you get any money at all? How did you do?" And Sherry, some days I'd reach into my pocket when I got lucky and somebody gave me a $5 or a 10.
Yep.
And I would say, "Okay, here, pal, here, grab this." Or I'd have a couple of $5s and I'd give him one, keep one for myself, but give him in one. And he knew how hard it was to get $5. In those days, by the way, this isn't $5 in today's money. This is $5 35, 40 years ago, which was a lot more money than it is right now. And he knew what he was getting when I was giving him $5. And the guy would look up at me and say, "You sure, pal?" Because he could see I was also homeless, obviously. He could smell that I was also homeless.
Yeah.
But he'd look up at me and say, "You sure, buddy?" I say, "Hey, you know what? I had a good day. I had a good day. Here." I'd give him half of what I collected that day. Walk away and feel like, yes, now that's who I am.
Mm.
And that, Sherry, is richness. And I'm not talking about simply giving money to other people. I'm talking about being rich with the feeling of who you are.
Mm-hmm.
That you are kindness, you are generosity, you are clarity, you are love, you are companionship, you are happiness. You are every aspect of divinity that life has invited you to demonstrate. And that's who you are. You are an individuation of God. And that's what caused me to understand what richness really is. And thank goodness I was able to carry that through my life, even past the point when, by golly, if the book didn't sell a couple of million copies, and when you're getting 15 or 20% of every book that's sold, pretty soon you've got some money in the bank. But you realize, it's not about the money in the bank. It's about what's in the bank that you call your heart and your soul and your mind. Who are you really? Do you really think this is who you are? I mean, this physical body? Are you no different than a bird in the air or a fish in the sea? Just another physical life form, more sophisticated perhaps, but just another physical life form. Is that who you are? Or are you your mind? Oh yeah, you are the sum total of your thoughts. That's who you are. Or is it possible, just possible, that you're not this and you're not this? That who you are is a spiritual entity, having a body and having a mind, but serving the agenda of your soul. And if that's who you are, I promise you your definition of rich will change dramatically and completely, utterly and absolutely. And you will consider yourself rich if you do nothing but simply smile at another person in the grocery store and say to them, "Hi, how you doing? Hope you're having a good day."
Wow. Yes, that felt so good. That's awesome.
I could, of course, be wrong about all of that, but I don't think so. So when we are ready, willing, and able to share the richness of who we really are at the basis of our being, and when we choose to use life's circumstances, the situations that we find ourselves in life, whether you are in fact at the grocery store or at the gas station or in the kitchen of your own house with another person who's sharing the house with you. And if you use every moment as an opportunity to share the richness of life itself as it flows through you, through the mechanism of who you are, which is pure love. Let's suppose that that's who you are. And let's suppose that you choose to share that part of your richness with everyone else whose life you touch, with every word that you say, every thought that you think, and everything that you do. Can a person live that way? Is it possible? When I talk this way in front of audiences, often, Sherry, somebody gets up in the back of the room, some person will say, "Oh, Neil." I mean, that all sounds very idealistic, but people can't really live that way moment to moment. Come on. Maybe on Christmas Eve, maybe on somebody's birthday, maybe on your anniversary, maybe, just after making love, maybe in a special moment of life, but people can't live that way moment to moment, hour to hour, day to day. And I say, really? Really? Interesting, because all the people that we've called spiritual masters through the centuries, whoever you want to name, have said just the opposite. They said that we can live that way every moment of our life once we understand how rich we are. So the question becomes, if you inherited $10 million tomorrow, and you were walking down the street in the city in which you live, and you saw a person who doesn't have a nickel, sitting there on the sidewalk, leaning up against a building with a little basket in front of him, with a little cardboard sign that says anything helps, and you just inherited $10 million, do you think you'd find a few dollars in your pocket that you could give to that person? I think you would. And I think that you think you would as well. So here's the news, folks. You inherited 10 million gifts the day you were born. Give them the gift of your love, of your patience, of your understanding, of your kindness, of your generosity, of your clarity, of your companionship, of your humor, of your insight, of your kindness, of your caring. You have 10 million gifts to give. Give them freely and watch your life change. Just a thought.
Wow. And with that, Neil, I want to thank you for being here on the Los Angeles Tribune Think and Grow Rich Institute Summit today. Thank you for your message and being of service.
You're very sweet and you're very kind to have invited me. I appreciate the opportunity to share these thoughts with you. Blessed be.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
What an amazing show. Let's give them Neil Donald Walsh. You know, he's been around for just a couple years, and he's made such a difference with everything we've done. And I think it's always the learning. So if you guys enjoyed that last segment, and we're about to move into some very powerful segments, we're about to move into a person who has created an organization around the world. And also we're going to have a very special guest after, who's not only has her own legacy, but his father's legacy with Tony Robbins for many years. So you want to stay hooked in, you want to stay on here. We're excited to keep moving on. We have so many amazing guests today, so many amazing speakers, so many amazing people that will truly rock your world. I'm going to bring up one of my co-hosts with me. Let's see if she's ready. There's Sandy. There we go. All right. So Sandy, how are you doing today? You're on mute, Sandy.
I'm doing great, but seeing Neil Donald Walsh was just deja vu, because me and one of my dear friends saw him live back in 2007, 2008. And I really haven't seen him speak much since. And it was just such a pleasure to hear his words of wisdom.
Yeah, it's great, the things that we learn, and we keep learning every single day, and I think that's the greatest piece. So, the next gentleman I'm about to bring up, there's so much I can say, and what we've been doing a lot too is letting people really, it's called earn the right. Everybody, write that down. So first of all, if you're having a great day and a great show, put a 1 in the chat. You might be on Facebook, you might be on one of our channels. If you can put a 1, if you can't, just wherever you're standing, just put a 1 up, right? But put a 1 in the chat, because what that will do is that just lets us know you're out there. We've had a lot of comments. Amazing how many we have going today, but it's about how much emphasis on everything you're creating and moving your life forward. So this next gentleman, I'm just going to bring him up to stage. There we go. Here comes the ones. I'm going to bring him up to stage, but Mr. Aaron Young. So we've put him on many stages around the world. He's been an entrepreneur and businessman longer than I've been alive. He's can you tell I know Aaron well? And everybody, we've been really casual. Even you remember when we brought up Joseph McClendon yesterday, and we were really just teasing, and I don't even think we ever got to the intro. I think I did, because Joseph was playing with his magnets. But it's really about making a difference in people's lives. It's making a change. It's taking an organization and how can I move them forward. He's pitched in whenever I needed. He's spoken to business leaders around the world, CEOs of $100 million companies plus, but he's always here to be of service. And he's always here so the entrepreneur can learn and grow. And that's the important part. So without any further ado, the owner and CEO of Laughlin, which you'll get to know a lot more about, and everything that he does with Unshackled Owner. Let's give it up for Mr. Aaron Young. Everybody, if you want to hit a 5 right now, you hit a 5. We can and then we'll start looking for chats for questions. Awesome. You guys are awesome. Aaron, how are you doing?
Good, guys. It's nice to be here on this beautiful, for me, Sunday morning on the beach.
Yeah, see, and you're very relaxed. You just got back from the beach and you're back at the beach. I like the lifestyle.
It's the same water, but the Hawaiian water was definitely much warmer than the Oregon water.
Yeah. If you go swimming, let me know what kind of suit you're wearing. So Aaron, why don't you go ahead and tell them just a little bit about yourself?
I started in business when I was young, at 19, with my first company that had employees and equipment and stuff. And I was never a good student, so I wasn't a good student in school. And so I didn't do very well in school. So I started in business at just about 19, went to 1 year of junior college, wasn't my scene. And the old quote, I think was it Jim Rohn that said, formal education will make you a living, self-education will make you a fortune. Was it Jim Rohn that says that? One of the godfathers of personal development. That's been my experience. And so it's been all about learning and studying, which is great for the theme that we're on today with Think and Grow Rich, because there's so much in Think and Grow Rich about continuing to learn, surrounding yourself with smart people, masterminding. And that's sort of been my program. So we've built a bunch of companies. I've been involved in taking 3 companies public, and the Laughlin group of companies is all about asset protection, tax reduction, not avoidance, but making sure that you're not part of the 93% that the IRS says are overpaying on their taxes, businesses, 93%. So we help people get greater control of their money and go out there and build more assets. And as my belief, Michael, as you know, is that as people are more successful, people can do more out of their abundance than they can. We love the story from the Bible of the widow's mite and the poor person giving their last thing, and then they were blessed. And I think that's a great story, and I think it's a great analogy for our lives. But I can also tell you that we can do a lot more out of abundance than we can out of poverty. And so I love the principles from Think and Grow Rich, which is all about, and also from Science of Getting Rich, which went before Think and Grow Rich, where the both cases they're talking about how can you be as abundant as possible so you can have as big a life as you want and help as many people as you want to.
Yeah, I think the great thing about that is it is about that abundance and how am I being of service every day, and also what does that do for your mindset? And because a lot of times people have that, oh, things are just not going right, and the first thing I always say is then go be of service, then go do something for somebody else.
Or at least get a different perspective, right? Because people will say, oh, I'm not doing very well I'm not making enough money. I don't have enough money.
Mm-hmm.
I can't, everything's out of whack in the society right now. I don't have enough money. How can I possibly pay my bills and get into the housing market? There's just no money. I make $100,000 a year. I don't have any money left. And my attitude is, well, and this, by the way, this is a mindset. This is not easy, but it's an easy principle, which is if you don't like the situation you're in, then you have to find a new situation to get into. If you don't have enough money, then either do something to make more money in your career, ask for a raise, do a side hustle, get another job, get some more education. But if you just decide it's just too hard and I'm just a victim of the society, you will remain in that place.
That's right. And that's, the thing about remaining in that place too, can you, the audience, I think it's hey, panel team, someone's clicking on the buttons. Let's just keep it this way. I'm good. I got the controls. So we got a lot of chefs it's always good to have that, the biggest thing, Aaron, that I always see, and I think this is important, is the audience always wants to know one or two things that I can use immediately. Right. So if I'm listening to Aaron Scott Young, what is one or two things from a lifestyle, business, whatever? What are one or two things I can do right now to move myself forward?
Well, the first thing is quit eating everything that you catch. Right. So if you spend every nickel that you have because you must have 2 cars, or you must have a late model car, or you must have an 85-inch television, or you must have all the different streaming things, or you must take your kids to Disneyland every other week, or whatever it is that you've decided is a must-have, and then you feel frustrated because you don't have money to invest, you don't have money to put down on a house, you don't have money to help somebody in need, or take care of a parent, then reconsider what you're spending your money on, and decide, am I being efficient? If I want a different result, am I being efficient with the resources I already have? That's the first thing. Is, when we go in to help companies and they need to hire better people, they need to spend more money on marketing or whatever, the very first question, once we kind of go, well, what are the deficits? What do you think you need that you don't have? Once they lay it all out, because remember, they're looking for they're always looking for somebody else who's already figured out how to get the money to come in and plug it into what they're doing, where they're kind of they don't have the money. They need your money, and you were smart enough to get the money. The people that are looking for investors, I always wonder, you got to give these people a reason to give you stewardship over their money because they were smart enough to get it. That's the first. So when people talk to me and say, how can I grow? How can I spend more money in marketing? How can I afford this first employee? My first question to them is always, are you willing to take a pay cut?
Right.
And they invariably say no. And I say, well, that is the problem. You're eating everything that you sell. Every nickel you make, you consume it. and you've upgraded your car, and you've upgraded your place you live, and you've upgraded your shoes, you've upgraded your what restaurants you go out to, and you've upgraded your life, and now you need to hire help, but you don't want to take a pay cut because you finally got something out of all the sacrifice you've been making. And I look at that, I go, well, the trick is sacrifice longer till you build up a machine that will feed you for a very long time. You know, and the Unshackled Owner class is all about that. How do you build a business where you don't have to be there working hour by hour, day by day? It's how do you build up a company that will feed you? Well, the way you do that first is you have to make the company strong in and of itself. And then when it's strong, you can get paid. And when it gets challenged, like in 2010, when the 2008 recession finally caught up with my business partner and I, and we saw revenues drop by millions a year, we had this great team. And instead of us firing people to maintain our lifestyle, we both took enormous pay cuts, both had to short sell our homes, but we didn't fire anybody. We kept everybody working because we knew this problem will pass pretty soon. And this team is what we need to bring the company back. And it's better for us to live in a rental for a while instead of these big, beautiful homes we had, and keep the band together. Does that make sense? So
yes, it does.
When you want to become more, first think about stewardship and how do you take care of what's your responsibility. That includes your family, your home, your obligations. But if you're a business owner, it also includes your team and your assets, your intellectual property and so on.
Yeah, that's a great piece. I'm going to let Sandy ask a question, and then as quickly as the time is going already, I've got one more question. And so, Sandy.
Yeah. So, Aaron, it's so great to see you again. And when I first met you in Las Vegas a year or so ago, I was just sitting out there, had never been to Bill Walsh's event. I was about to do live podcasting. I didn't know who you were. You sat down. We had this amazing conversation for 45 minutes. And then I found out who you were.
Oh.
And what always is amazing with me, because what I've learned by hanging out with everybody that I have surrounded myself with, is that the humility that comes with leadership is so incredibly important. And at the same time, what I like to always ask entrepreneurs such as yourself is, how do you stay grounded? Because it's not easy being an entrepreneur, especially one that gets to the level that you've achieved. And there's so many of us out there that are just small time, and it's hard because you're by yourself and it's stressful. What do you do to keep that humility and keep that groundedness so that you can get up every day and be excited to keep going?
Well, okay. Well, first, thank you for the compliment. When our oldest boy, so we have 4 kids, and the oldest will turn next Saturday, he'll be 34 years old. So when he was about 12 or 13, we lived in a really nice suburb. We lived in a brand new house. I mean, we were the first people to live in this house. We'd been there for several years by then. And he was in middle school, and he was coming home, and he was talking about, I want to get these shoes and these, I'm into these cool cars, and he started really talking about a lot of very materialistic things, very caught up in brands and so on. And my wife and I, who both grew up in families that didn't have any money, we said we need to do something about this. So we moved out onto 6 acres, and we got chickens and goats, and we already had horses. So we brought them from a stable and brought horses onto this place. And every day the kids had to milk goats and collect eggs and clean stalls. And that was grounding to the kids. Then they'd go off to their nice school. But sometimes I'm sorry I'm late today, teacher, because I had to go round up goats that got out of the fence, right? Well, we keep doing stuff like that. I've been married for almost 37 years. We have 4 wonderful kids, 7 grandkids. We have about 25 horses now and about a 70-acre training facility, which I'm still in there doing stuff in the barn, right? And we're doing stuff on the floor with the grandkids. And Michael and I talk about our grandkids a lot, and doing Play-Doh and doing all those things. And was I just at a beautiful resort up until I got in late yesterday or early yesterday morning, 1 o'clock in the morning on Saturday morning. We landed in Portland from Hawaii, where we'd been at a very upscale, my wife and I both speaking at a very upscale event, beautiful resort. Then we were there for a week. It was very elegant. We ate at fancy restaurants. We did all the fancy schmancy stuff. We came right back and we're on the floor on the 1880s farmhouse floor with our grandkids doing Play-Doh and doing crafts and going out to the barn and cleaning up a mess and sweeping a floor. And that's how you do it. You still cook your own food sometimes. You still wash your windows. You still just live a life and never get caught up in the glitzy stuff. Because I'll just tell you one last thing. I remember so vividly going back 30 years, when I, out of my ignorance and hubris and inexperience, crashed a company into the ground in flames. I made choices against the market that were just stupid. Hi, Amanda. Oh, she's not. Oh, there she is. And what? One of my very favorite people just came on. But anyway, we were broke. We were really broke for about 18 months or 24 months, something like that. And during that time, my wife, who's brilliant, she walked across into this forested area across the street, found a long stick, got a knife, shaved all the bark off it, got all the rough edges, smoothed it all out, and then took felt and stuff, and she made a horse head, and she hooked it to that stick for our 4-year-old boy to have for Christmas. That was his Christmas gift, was this stick horse, mom made. We had been driving brand new cars, in the newspaper, doing all these big fancy things, and then I crashed. And she went and did that. And I've never forgotten that. I've never forgotten how easy and how fast fortunes can change. How quickly something we believe is supposed to be a constant can go away. Some system that we thought was our solution ends up flipping around on us.
Yeah.
These things happen. So how do you stay grounded? You, as you're going up, as you're young, getting older, you realize that bad thing that just happened isn't the end of your life. And as you get older, you reflect back on the things that were scary that you survived. And you just realize that, it's just all in flux all the time.
Yeah, it is.
I love it.
Is. Yeah. Yeah. It's, Aaron, thank you so much. Time goes fast too. But Aaron, with Unshackled Owner, I've been part of the program too, and I've learned so much. And I wanted to thank you for being on. I wanted to bring Amanda up just for a second too, because I know you two know each other, so you could say hi, and then we're going to let you go, Aaron. And what you said too is really great, because Joseph McClendon, who you all know too, was talking yesterday about you feel the bad. You can look at the bad. Don't run away from the bad. You've got to step into that, and then you do the interrupts and the patterns. But I love what you just said, because as we get older, we get some of that knowledge, and then like everything else in life, we still are in every course on the planet because we're always learning. We never stop learning. We never stop that piece. And I think that's important. So, Aaron, thank you so much for being with us today. Thank you for your mentorship and everything you do. And they'll learn how to reach out to you, because they'll all be talking to me. But Unshackled Owner, all of you, it's one of the most amazing programs I've ever been through. See, Amanda's going yes too. And Aaron, just have a blessed day. Any last words before we let you go?
I just want to let you know, you said something about always learning, always learning, always learning. And I look at Amanda as one of the greatest examples of watching this young woman just be such a powerful force all around the world. And she grew up in a household where she was learning all the time at least from a dad. I don't know about your mom, but at least from a dad who was very proactively out doing something. So she was in a very productive place to learn. But I think, Amanda, you would agree, we learn, but then it's critical that we go out and teach, because we learn so much more as we hear it coming out of our own mouths. And as we start going, do I really believe that? And you've gone out and taken a seminal work that was done by your dad, put your own fingerprints on it, and are all over the world teaching people. And it's critical. Yes, keep learning, but then when you learn it, go out and share it, because your strength, your knowledge will get so much stronger as you share it with others. And that's what you guys do. And I'm so grateful I got to be a part of this wonderful program.
All
And I
right.
got to see all these shining faces this morning.
Aaron, thank you so much. Thank you for
you.
everything. And Aaron, we'll be talking soon. All right,
Okay.
Aaron.
Bye, guys. Bye, Amanda.
You know, Amanda, I mean, right there's your intro, Amanda. I mean, that's why because I know Aaron knew you well. So everybody, first of all, give Aaron Young a big thunderous round of applause. You can put fives in the box. Next, we have Amanda Holmes, and we transition quickly because we don't mess around, and we're all family on here, and that's how we do it. But you know, he was right, because the home Amanda grew up in, and the learning and the education, and also being able to hang around Tony Robbins, and you have a great story of what things you've said to him, but this legacy that you're creating and this legacy you've continued on, but with you, it's you now, and it's you're making a difference in the world and changing lives all the time. Why don't you tell your audience a little bit about yourself?
Yes. Well, let me start it with a question. Michael, if you had to guess, what percentage of companies make it to $1 million in annual sales?
Oh, tiny, like a fraction.
Yeah, but you can throw out a number. Sandy.
Make it to $1 million. Go ahead, Sandy.
I'd say probably less than 10%.
Yeah, it's 6 to 7%.
5% of businesses make it to $1 million in annual sales. Of that, 0.8% make it to 5 million. Of that, 1.5% make it to 10 million. So our chances improve from 5 million to 10 million. And then to get to 100 million, it's 0.004%. Now, majority of entrepreneurs would say, I just need to tweak my product. If I just had the right service, I'd be able to grow. But if we think back to 1967, 2 hamburger joints were started on the same block, Joe's Hamburger Joint and McDonald's. And one is the largest grossing hamburger joint in the world. And another one is a mom and pop shop that they're still working nights and weekends 15 years later with the same location. So what's the difference? It's actually the skills it takes to grow the business, and skills can be developed. And we're consuming so much information today. We have to ask ourselves, what am I doing to actually get the results? So mastery isn't about doing 4,000 different things. It's about doing 12 things 4,000 times. So my father originally wrote Ultimate Sales Machine, which is, many will call it their red Bible, because second to the Bible, they read that the most. I very often hear, I read Think and Grow Rich and Ultimate Sales Machine every year. So that's a very common response that I get from our clientele. So we assist companies to double their sales. We have 4 core competencies that we practice, and we've assisted 250,000 businesses worldwide. My father unfortunately passed, Chet Holmes, 11 years ago now, and I inherited it at 24. I was a singer-songwriter. I had just released my 4th record, and here I am with hundreds of staff, all double my age, with no experience in the business, and I managed, after a lot of difficulty, and I talk a lot about how difficult those times were, because I think we don't talk about as much as we should the hardships, because they are there. We just seem to show the glossy picture of how perfect life is, but we don't show those behind the scenes. So I share it quite often of how terrible inheriting and all the lawsuits that came with it and all the difficulty and anxiety and such. But I ended up stepping in as CEO, and I've been CEO for the last 8 years. I increased our leads by 1,176%, doubled our coaching clients multiple years in a row. We doubled sales last year. We're about 90% of the way to doubling our core story division this year. So things are growing and moving. And I wrote the new edition of my father's book last year, which hit the bestseller list 15 years after its release.
Wow. So, you've done just a little bit. What's amazing with everything you've done, and really how you've taken it, is you've taken a legacy, and you've taken the things that you learned, but you've put, also putting your stamp on it. Does that make sense? You've put, because you are here. And you are the force that's moving it forward as you really drive this. I think that's a really important piece. And we have that tendency of getting, either sometimes we get stuck in what was, and you had a loss at the same. You've done a lot. This is the question a lot of people are going to ask, and we hear this all the time. what, through all of that, not just because you got busy or there was a lot to do, what kept you going on a daily basis?
That's very interesting. Well, when I first inherited it, it was just, I mean, I would answer the calls and thank God we were virtual. I would be crying on mute, and then they'd say, "Oh, Amanda, are you there?" And I'd unmute and go, "Yeah, everything okay?" Okay. And then I go back on mute and just start sobbing. And yeah, I definitely felt like it was a very unfair scenario. And why did I get put here? Because my father was diagnosed with cancer. So he had 352 nights in the hospital. And all of those nights, he never spent a night alone. It was between me, my mom, and my brother. And so I spent easily 100 all-nighters with him. And never once did he sit me down and say, "Hey, here's my businesses. Here's the people that run them. This is what I'd like to see from it." So I basically had to learn it like reading his emails. And thank goodness he was a trainer. So I at least got the business side of it, but everything else was crazy. But I had a teacher. She's the founder of a nonprofit called Divine Bliss International. I call her Guruji. And she kept telling me that I could step in as CEO in the business and I could continue on my father's work, his legacy. He had done a lot of work to build this to, 250,000 businesses worldwide. And I kept looking at her like, that is the craziest freaking thing ever. But I guess maybe I'll just handle today, because it wasn't really something that you could just like shut down, and selling it off also didn't make sense because there was too many problems. So I was just stuck solving these insane problems. Finally, I stepped in as CEO. My first week, my CFO came to me and said, "Amanda, we've spent $500,000 on Salesforce, and we need to know, should we jump into that CRM or should we stick with what we have now?" And I went, "What's a CRM? I don't even know what a CRM is." I mean, it was just the strangest conversations. I'm also curious, as I talk about this, if you guys could write in the comments, those that are listening, what businesses do you have, or what career path are you on? I'd love to know where you're at so I can make sure that I tailor the rest of this to you specifically.
Yeah, so if everybody, you can make live comments while we're here. People have been doing it all day, whether you're
Yeah,
on
I've
our
been seeing
Facebook feed,
them.
our Twitch feed, or go ahead and make any comments. You can do the fives were the applause. We had a whole bunch of those earlier. And what kind of business you have, if you'd like to put it in there, that would be fantastic. So the other thing too, Amanda, that we really is important and people want to know is if I went away now, right, and I left the stream and I'm not listening, what are one or two things that I could do right now for my business? I know you have the 12 with the 4th, but what are specifically one or two things right now that I can do for myself or my business to keep myself moving forward?
Okay, so let's do a little exercise right here, right now, if we want it to be actionable. So imagine that you're in a stadium. Everybody that's listening right now, imagine that you're in a stadium full of your potential prospects. This is your one chance to get out your message to everyone. What would be the title of your talk to keep them in their seats, interested in what you have to say? Now, I'll tell you, 90% of companies are not ready to give that talk right now unless they've gone through our trainings. So, and very often when they come up with a title, it's something like, "Hi, I'm Bob. I've been in business since 2006. We help companies with their finances, and I'd love to talk to you more about how we could assist you with your finances. Now, that's great, but if we go back to my father's buyer's pyramid, which is very famous, and if you have a pen and paper, I'd highly recommend writing this down. If you draw a triangle, ooh, wow, this is okay, I can't really see it. If you draw a triangle at the top, at any given time, roughly 3% of the marketplace is in the buying now category. So you make 100 cold calls, 3 people will be interested. You post on your Facebook page, 3% will be interested. You cold email, 3% will be interested. Another 7% are open to it. They're thinking about it. They may be in the market, but they haven't gone towards, okay, I'm going to buy, or I want to talk to somebody. Then you have 30% that are not thinking about your product or service. The next 30% that think that they're not interested, they have some opinion. And the last 30% are definitely not interested. So 90% of that stadium is not interested in what you have to say. If you are spending money on advertising right now, if you are doing outbound efforts to try and bring in clients, you are wasting 90% of your time, money, and energy if you are only focused on talking about you, which is what majority of companies do. We call it the me-we syndrome. So what we suggest is what a great stadium pitch will do is it educates everyone in that buyer's pyramid and brings them up into the buying now category. I'll give you an example. We had exercise equipment. They used to talk about how great, this is our price. We're better than the rest. It has this feature and this benefit. We changed their stadium pitch to why humans are going extinct. How many people want to hear that? That's just such a random, interesting, head-turning title, right?
Yeah.
And I have case study after case study after case study of companies that have completely changed the game, become number one in their marketplace. I have one. Chapter 4 is for free of the Ultimate Sales Machine. I highly recommend just typing in Ultimate Sales Machine Chapter 4 into Google, and it'll pop up, and you can take that home. There's another one. He generated $42 million in 7 months. That was last year, spending less than $50,000 in advertising. That was an 83,000% ROI, which is, I wish all of my investments gave me that kind of ROI. So my question for you is, what would be your stadium pitch title, and how can you work on crafting that so you can become the ultimate strategist? Because a strategist will outperform the tactician every single time.
That's great. I'm actually taking notes. That's why I stopped. So that, and that's what an important piece. That's because I speak so much from stage, right? So right away for me, you hit like, and working with Harv for all those years and how he crafted, and we weave and bob, and they still all ran to the back table. But,
Yeah.
it's like, it's that was huge. Sandy, go ahead. I see you're down there.
Yeah. So, my gosh, there were so many golden nuggets wrapped up into what you just said. And I could probably go on about that, but you really caught my attention, and someone put it in the chat here as well. You said that there's 12 things that somebody put it in there for me. There's 12 things that you need to do 4,000 times. Can you just give us a couple of insight on, just because we probably don't have time to go through all 12, but what are some of the top of the 12 things that we need to focus on?
So one of them is becoming the ultimate strategist, like what I just said. So that stadium pitch is part of that one skill. And 90% of the population is a pure tactician. I'm just trying to get a lead. I'm just trying to get a sale. And I also see that people are responding. Anika, welcome. She's a real estate investments person. Chan is based out of Malaysia. Joanna is a life coach. I'm so happy to see these people, and they're putting in their stadium pitches. Yes. Okay, so that's one of the skills that's critical, and that is timeless. You can work on becoming a strategist for the next 50 years and beyond. We've been teaching it for the last 30, me for the last 11. Another one is time management secrets of billionaires, right? There are people that are making 10 times more money than you, and it's not because they're working 10 times more hours. They're just working smarter with every hour they have. So we have a 6 time management secrets of billionaires that increases your productivity by 500%. I could actually give those. Would you like those 6 steps? That's a good takeaway.
Sure.
Quick.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Okay. So my father actually learned this because he worked for a billionaire by the name of Charlie Munger, co-chairman of Berkshire Hathaway, and he doubled the sales for 9 different companies for Charlie. So step number 1, everybody write this down, get ready. And this is something you can do in the first 10 minutes of your day. And if you're pig-headed about making sure that you follow it, you will see that very first day, you will say, this is the most productive day I've ever had. Why don't I do this every day? I don't know why we don't do it every day. Okay, here it goes. Number 1. Touch it once. We waste the equivalent of 2 weeks vacation in a year just rereading information. How many times have you read an email and gone, yeah, I will respond to that at some point, and then you close it, and then you open it up and you read it again? So touch it once means as soon as you've touched that, you need to take action on it. And if it's too long of an email, maybe you're saying, hey, let's discuss this in our weekly meeting, or there's too much here, I need some time to think about this, or you put it into a folder of this is something I'm taking action on later, right? So we're touching once everything we're doing, so we're not repeating things over and over and over again. Step number 2, making lists. Now, many of us like the dopamine hit of checking things off the list. please stop making 36-point checklists, right? Let's just go to the top 6. What are the top 6 things you need to get accomplished that day? Step number 3, how much time do you need to perform each of those 6 steps? So I usually write down my 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then next to them, okay, I need to write up a proposal. That's probably going to take me about 45 minutes. I need to follow up on these 3 emails. That's going to take me about 15 minutes. I need to have a client call. That's going to take me an hour and a half, right? So we're writing down each the amount of time. And then step number 4, we want to start planning our day. And we want to be really specific. So from 9 a.m. to 9:30, we're doing task number 3 because we know it'll take 30 minutes. From 9:30 to 10:30, we're doing that proposal for our client, right? From 10, right? So we're hour by hour. And when you do this, you can get way more focused about putting in time to say, okay, I can actually put in time to take a walk, to go to the gym, to meditate. I'm a big meditator, and I know that I can work my brain for 2 hours intensively, and then I will need a break. But if I'm hyper focused about what I'm getting done, when I'm getting it done, then I can be better about optimizing my brain to get those things done in the way that I work, right? What is my flow? So number 5 is prioritizing. So you'll notice this is the crazy part. How often do we say, okay, these are the 5 things I need to get done today, and we still have 3 of them that we haven't accomplished in the day because we got so stuck up in 1 and 2. So when you actually put it down, very often I'll schedule out my whole day, and there will still be the most important thing that I won't get done because I've measured out this will take 30 minutes, this will take an hour and a half. So then I have to reorganize them to make sure the most important thing that fairly often is the thing I want to do the least. You want it at the top of your day, so you're actually getting it done. And then the last step, and I will tell you, it's so gratifying to finish your day and feel, wow, I got everything I set out to do. And then you'll have an expectation too of knowing, okay, tomorrow, this is what else I need to do. And you won't feel bad about the things you didn't accomplish. So then the 6th step is, will it hurt me to throw this away? Because 72% of things that we file away are never referred to again. So we want to get rid of the hoarder syndrome, right? So step number 1, touch it once. Step number 2, make a list of 6. Step number 3, how much time that it allocates to each task. Step number 4, plan the day out, right? Hour by hour. Step number 5, prioritize where they go. And then step number 6, will it hurt me to throw it away?
That was like golden.
Thank you. 4 minutes.
Wow.
You got it done.
That was incredible. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you just made our day. Thank you so much. We're done for the day. No,
what else do we need to say, right?
I think Kelly too was like,
Yeah.
touch gold.
Oh yeah, but one thing you said, Amanda, that's really important there. It's the way you did it. You did like you don't have to spend, because how many times have you seen businesses, they'll mull over something and they'll think about it, and it's 6 months have gone by, and you're like, and why, you wonder why your sales have gone down. Your team doesn't even know what you're doing anymore. You get stuck in the trenches. They stop looking at their business, from a higher, and you just did it like that.
It's also critical if you have a team. So I'll ask my team, okay, give me your top 6. So at the beginning of the days, I'll get a report of what their top 6 are. So I know what they think is priority, and we'll switch them around very often. I'll say, that's actually not priority. This is what we need priority. So it helps us all tune in to know and get alignment.
A question just came up because I'm getting some texts from people I know are watching too. Because you mentioned the word team, and everybody just loves their teams dearly. How many times a week do you actually connect with your team? And do you do like a weekly mastermind, or how do they know the vision, the goals, where everything's going, and how do you stay connected?
So we have key impact areas. What are the key impact areas in your business? It could be marketing, it could be sales, it could be operations, it could be if you're doing a special project. So each one of those key performance indicators, I will have 1 hour a week that I meet with my team. So I meet with one division 1 hour a week, and there may be other supplemental meetings that happen throughout the week, but that 1 hour a week, I know that I'm working on the business. I'm working to improve the systems, get alignment. We're working in the business. There may be more that end up happening, but we at least stay to the key areas of the business 1 hour a week.
Awesome. I love that. And what do you do from a team perspective? When you can tell a team member is either gone off track, you can find it from that, or they're not for that moment. They're not getting your mission or the mission or the vision. They're just how do you get them back? It's
This
about
is not
patience. I
my
know that.
expertise.
I know.
I will just lay down and say, don't ask me about this. Ask somebody that's great at HR. I mean, I've
But you have
hired
such
a lot of people, so
yeah, I know you have.
I'm not quite
But
sure that I'm the best person to ask on this.
okay. I just think though the way you actually just stated what you did, if you walked in with me and we were working together and you just said those 6 things again, man, I'd be right back on. Does that make sense?
Okay, I see what you're saying. I
Okay.
guess I've worked really hard. My father had a very different culture than what I wanted, and I'm a very different person than my father was. And so I've worked really hard at cultivating what my core value system is and working to cultivate that group that aligns with my core values. But man, I am not an expert. I mean, maybe in another 10 years, I'll be able to speak on that.
Yeah, I'm still working on it. Don't worry about it. But the
You
one
want to
thing
ask
you
me
just
about doubling sales? I'll
yeah,
give it to you.
and you just
Like,
did.
yeah.
we
Well,
all
I got
just
another
wrote.
one. I mean, you want me to do another 5 minutes on doubling
We have
sales? I can
5
give you
minutes.
another
Go
core
for it. We have
competency.
5 minutes. I want you to do that.
Heck yes.
This
Okay.
is gold.
So another skill set, majority of companies just spin their wheels working with clients, especially in the B2B world, where they're working with clients that are break even or losing them money. How often do you feel, any of you, that you're working with people that you actually don't like or they're difficult? So there's a thing called the Dream 100. It is the fastest, least expensive way to double sales. It's the one strategy that has doubled the sales of more companies than anything else. And it's really simple at its core. There's always, okay, this is something you're going to write down, everybody that's listening. There's always a smaller number of better buyers than there are all buyers. That means marketing and selling to them is cheaper than marketing and selling to all buyers. So I'll give you an example of this. Sometimes I told my father's story, but I'm going to tell you one that I'm in the middle of right now. So I found an event. I'm very passionate about healthcare. I watched my father go through the system. I thought it needs help. It needs more support. And we're creating new paradigms within healthcare every single day. So I want to be part of the support of a new healthcare paradigm. So I want to focus on longevity companies and biohacking companies, at least in my outbound efforts. So we found a conference that focused specifically on the longevity space, and there were 120 sponsors. So instead of going and saying, how am I going to market to the thousands of people that are at this conference and maybe I'll find a company, we narrowed down the 120 to just 80 dream clients, where if we won just one of those, I'd be so thrilled because it's in alignment with my core values. It's in alignment with my mission, and they would buy more from me more often. So I led an intensive effort where we used our stadium pitch was trade show regrets, the 6 biggest mistakes sponsors make at trade shows that wastes their hard-earned investment. Now, we should have only gotten 2.4 companies interested because that 3%, that buying now category, we should have gotten 2.4 appointments. Instead, we got 35. By the time we left, we got 55. We got a 68% conversion to book an appointment with us, which is unheard of if you're actually tracking your metrics on appointment setting. And what we also did is, because there were only 80, we could do all these different mediums. We circled the dragon as if we would do direct mail. We did cold calling. We did email. We did, what else did we do? We friended them on LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram. I mean, we were everywhere, and we led with an education to provide them value. So by the time we showed up, we were rock stars. They're like, oh yeah, of course I know you. And they didn't know our brand prior to that. So what I'm trying to say is it's much cheaper. So I think that particular, I've only spent about $6,000 on marketing for that particular group. In total, I'll probably end up spending $10,000, and I have about $1 million in my pipeline right now for that. So $10,000 to generate $1 million, I think that's a pretty good ROI. But what am I doing? I'm hyper-focusing. I'm getting clear on who my dream client is. I'm using pig-headed discipline and determination to follow up over and over and over again, because very often dream clients are somebody that could take more time. So you have to be pig-headed. We call it pig-headed discipline and determination. That is the Dream 100.
Rock the world. You know what, I love it too, because we've been around this world for so long and we hear so much chatter, and we have people talking and they talk and they talk and they talk. And what you just did in 5 minutes allowed our audience to take something away immediately and start just put the book up again. There you go. So the ultimate sales machine. I'm telling you, because I read the original way back when, right? And here we go. And that is holding the legacy. You gave us everything that we needed. You gave so much content and so much information, because that's all the LA Tribune. We're here to educate, and the content level you just gave them and everything you did, Amanda. You spent your time with us. It's a Sunday. It's almost a Monday in all the other countries over there. But thank you for taking your time with us. Thank you for the time you spent with us. We're honored that you're here. We honor the legacy and what you're continuing to drive forward every single day.
Thank you so much. And thank you for everybody that was listening too. And it's so nice to meet you briefly, Sandy.
Yes.
Yeah.
So amazing, Amanda. Thank you so much.
It's just been amazing. So here's, by the way, the owner of the Los Angeles Tribune, Mr. Mo Rock.
Oh, nice
Thank
to
you,
meet
Amanda. I really appreciate you taking time, sharing your wisdom, continuing in the footsteps of your legendary father. We appreciate the time. We look forward to supporting you, your work, and we'll invite you back so you can generously contribute your wisdom to this community that's very familiar with your legacy. And, the work that your father did impacted the world, and the ripples are still felt every single day. So thank you so much, Amanda Holmes.
Thank you.
All right.
And so I'm excited, Michael. We're going to, in a couple minutes, we're going to be able to introduce some new speakers as we're here wrapping up the second day. And I want to thank you and Sandy for doing such a fantastic job with Amanda Holmes. Of course, his father, Chet, is in many circles an icon and a legend. And speaking of icons and legends, the gentleman who we're going to bring up next has built a career building icons and legends. And of course, I'm talking about the former CEO of Guerrilla Marketing, one of the biggest marketing firms in the world, a friend to the Los Angeles Tribune, a partner to the Los Angeles Tribune, David Fagan. David, what are your thoughts so far on the Think and Grow Rich Institute Summit? I know that you've been watching, and I know that many of the speakers that your company manages are part of this program. You're one of the partners of this program. And just your general thoughts before we get the ball rolling and have you take the reins here.
Well, you did it again. Just when we thought it's all been done before and everything we could talk about in the world of Think and Grow Rich has been covered multiple times. You've assembled more talent. You've assembled more examples and success stories. And, some of us kind of maybe get a little numb to it, right? Because we've just been around it so much. But I always forget how many people still don't know or have forgotten or need to get back to basics. And so it's been good, right? It's been a great way to finish off the year. We're going into fourth quarter there, and we're starting to think about 2024. That sounds crazy to say. And what better way to do that than to revisit, the teachings of Napoleon Hill and all the people that are carrying on that brand today.
David, you're one of the most sought after speakers when it comes to marketing and when it comes to helping folks develop a stronger brand. And there's been quotes about you where you help turn business people into celebrities and celebrities into business people. And so let's take a few minutes before we welcome the folks that'll be on your panel to just talk a little bit about some of the insights that you've shared with audiences around the world. I would love to be able to just pick your brain a little bit. So we're not just having you host, but we're actually having you share some of your wisdom, because you're, throughout all of the incredible experiences that you have in the field of business, you're just this vast array of knowledge. So, just speaking in terms of the principles of Think and Grow Rich, is there a principle that sticks out to you personally most that has impacted you in your life more than the others, please?
Yeah, I think one of the things that I've pulled out of it and kind of maybe even made my own a little bit, like many of us here are doing, is dreaming is good, doing is better. Dreaming is good, doing is better. And Napoleon Hill, really got that. He loved how people dream and have visions and, big plans and ideas, but he was a doer. He was a massive action taker. And again, that's another message that we see on social media a lot, right? No fear, take action. But I really like for people to think about it in terms of dreaming is good, doing is better, right? I'll take a doer over a dreamer every day of the week. And so, what does it mean to do? And when I think about the book Think and Grow Rich, and Napoleon Hill has several books that I like, and some that I even like more than Think and Grow Rich. But in all these books, it really is about what can you do today? And he gives you very real things that you can do today. And all of us will struggle from time to time, and things can get very complex and things can get very overwhelming. And to get out of that state of overwhelm, there are some very specific short list of very powerful things that you can do right now. One of those things that they talk about is the power of mastermind. And you see a lot of people starting masterminds, engaged in masterminds. And one of the best mastermind experiences I've had is with you, Mo, and some of the people and some of the leaders that show up on these events. This is really important to just kind of sit down and hang out and kick around ideas. And even when we're just having fun, out throwing axes, Mo, or, on a cruise ship or a casino, we've done it all, just those conversations of who's doing what and who's figured out the next best thing and what the next best practice is and how people are breaking through. Those ideas, those special ways of excelling, those are priceless in many cases.
Yeah.
So let's highlight masterminding. Let's keep the conversations going. I'm so surprised how many great people you have willing to just come and share. James Dentley, this dude knows a lot. Bill Walsh, this guy knows a lot. And these people are just coming, pouring out all their best kept secret. Michael Silvers, Donna Campbell. There's so many of these people, Rex Sykes, right? Here they are. They're not holding anything back, right? This is stuff that typically you would only hear maybe in a coaching session that someone might pay thousands and thousands of dollars for. And they're just pouring it out for free. And trust me, just because you're getting it for free doesn't mean that there is no value to it. It's exactly the opposite. Listen very closely because they're giving you all the answers. That's what I've seen yesterday. And I'm sure that's what will happen over the next couple of days as well.
We have someone in the comment section, David, talking about your Kenya tour. And before we get your panel rolling here, I just wanted to highlight this because in the entrepreneurial community, some of the most incredible work that's happened recently is the work that you're doing with the country of Kenya. In fact, recently you were able to work with the head of states, the people that were working at the highest levels of the government in Kenya, the Secretary of Education. You and your company and your community have supported hundreds of children in Kenya. You've financially, as well as through educating, as well as through bringing speakers that might in some cases have a huge speaker fee, waive that speaker fee to go to Kenya to support the students. Talk a little bit about the incredible work you've been now doing year after year consistently for the children of Kenya, for the people of Kenya. I just think it's so inspiring. And I hope that other people in the entrepreneurial community, in the marketing community, in the Think and Grow Rich Institute community get inspired by what you're doing and also decide to make a positive impact in the world. Please, David.
I first went to Kenya in 2015. In the last year, we've been there 3 times, each time for close to 2 weeks. We've brought over 30 people there. And those 30 speakers that we brought there, really, all the credit really goes to them. They're investing in that trip. They're sponsoring kids. We've put in water tanks in places. We have put in computer libraries, thanks to people like Newcom or, Moira Lavelle, people you'll see on here, Loretta Wetzel, who's a part of this as well. Janice Burt. I mean, the list just goes on and on. Matter of fact, Karen Comba, who's going to come on with me here in a second and help us interview Anissa Acker. She was on a recent trip. So yeah, it's been one of those things. It's interesting, Mo, and this is kind of a law of attraction kind of thing. It's interesting. We can work so hard for kind of the quote unquote business, and every once in a while, it's the passion project that we barely put any effort into that just seems to take off, right? I'm not really in business to serve Kenya or other countries, but every time we go back there, it just gets bigger and bigger. We regularly meet with governors. Yes, the Secretary of Education. We speak at universities, schools. Our average audience now is over 2,000. You've seen some of the video footage. It's absolutely insane. And I put probably 1/100th the effort into that I put into anything else in my business. But that just seems to be the thing. We've gone to Bangladesh, Thailand, Dubai, and we've gone to all these other places. But by far the easiest, where the doors have just opened for us. And I can't really explain it to you other than to say the people are ready and the message is being received. And it is speaking to the hearts of many Americans and Canadians and North Americans to come join us over there. I see Michelle chiming in. Michelle McLean is one of the people that's gone over there as well. So just a great group of people. Thank you, Mo, for asking about that.
Well, it's just incredible. I mean, you're just all over national television every time you go there, standing alongside some of the most powerful people in the country, speaking to tens of thousands of people there. And it's interesting. You mentioned that, it was a passion project that sort of blossomed unexpectedly. And it's interesting, David, because sometimes we don't choose an endeavor. Sometimes an endeavor chooses us. Yeah. And I think Kenya, for whatever mysterious reason that you and I will never understand, so some sort of a cosmic reason, Kenya just calls David. So I'm excited about the future of what you're doing for the country of Kenya, because it's an example for the whole world. While you're inspiring the country of Kenya, you're also inspiring us here in America. So I want to thank you for doing that. And I think we're ready now to bring in a couple of the folks that you'll be having a conversation with. So let's go ahead and bring in the incredible Karen, who is a friend of mine as well, and who it's a pleasure and privilege to see you. And of course, in a moment, we'll also bring up some other folks to join. But Karen, absolutely, and we'll go ahead and actually bring her up now as well. And I'm actually going to step aside and have our partner of the Los Angeles Tribune, David Fagan, take a few minutes to tap into the minds of these brilliant experts here. So, David Fagan, the floor.
Yeah, thank you. It's an honor as always, Mo and the Los Angeles Tribune. We've got a regular here, Anissa Acker. We've got her back here. She's not just a financial genius, but also a mindset expert. And we've got a few questions for her. But I also want to introduce kind of my co-host today. I'm kind of Robin to her Batman. We've got Karen Comba here. She's got a show called Best Reads, and she's doing some amazing things. She's an author herself. She's been all over the place. She was with us on the Marketers Crew. She was with us in New York City at NASDAQ when we were filming for Fox News and for Newsmax and Bloomberg. She went with us to Kenya. She was one of the favorites on the last trip. They were all saying, "Where's Mother Karen at?" They call her Mother Karen over there in Kenya. So it's an honor to have Karen on here with us today. And Karen, I kind of gave you a quick rundown on Anissa, and Karen's like, okay, I got a few questions for her. Yes. So I want to jump right in, Karen, and introduce you to Anissa, who is coming to us live from Arizona. Karen is coming to us live from the Denver, Colorado area. When you guys are done, I know you two are going to become lifelong friends, and you're going to want to talk. Karen, one thing I didn't say to you that I can't believe I didn't tell you, and I want to tell everybody right now, Anissa also has a very great, high quality podcast, the Game Changing Podcast. Look it up. You'll see it at Amazon, a lot of different places when you Google search it. But not the easiest to get on her podcast, but if you can, man, reach out to her. So thank you, Karen. Thank you, Anissa. Karen, I'll let you chime in, and when you're ready, fire away with a question to Anissa, and throw hard. She
Hi,
likes when
Anita.
people throw hard. Throw her something really tough. No softballs today.
Howdy doody, Karen. Lovely to meet you.
Oh, you muted yourself on accident.
There
Oh,
we go. It's absolutely an honor to meet you, and I am going to look you up, and I know we're going to be friends. David never
I thought
introduced
we
us.
already were.
Well, I think we are. I think that, with David, how can you not be? I mean,
Yeah.
every time David gets me near anybody, I get another friend. It's like I'm worldwide because of this man. He's incredible. Meeting David was life-changing, and I always want to honor him for that because he has just stepped up to the plate and introduced me to wonderful people like yourself. So I have a question. I actually wrote some down because it's just all these people that David gets me introduced to, I have to ask him. How had your inner game or your mindset approach evolve over the years? If you could.
Yeah, she's been doing this a while. There's been probably a couple different level ups. So how has it evolved over the years, Anissa?
At what stage do you want me to share when it really started leveling up, right? Because we're always leveling up, right? You've already heard the saying, leaders and readers go together. I like to lead, and therefore I'm always leveling up. I will say in 2018, that was probably my biggest leveling up as an adult. I went to Tony Robbins. I was a part of his platinum partnership family. And what was beautiful is you're fully immersed for like 12 months, learning, personal development, mindset. And in October of that year, I was handpicked by Tony. In the audience, what they do is Tony will have some people, he'll ask questions, and people in the audience will say, put their hand up to answer it for to get resolved, to get resolution. And he needed me. He called on me to help him. So I got to do an intervention with Tony in Dubai, and I feel very, very blessed. So that was my most recent leveling up, is what I'll say.
Yeah,
but I'm always leveling up. Yeah.
That's great. Yeah, Anissa, do you give me permission to kind of share more of your story here? Because you have quite a personal story that's being broadcasted to quite a few people right now. Do you give me permission to do that?
100%. Fire away.
So I'm just going to fire some quick questions. You give me some quick answers, and we're going to really change the dynamic here. And then I'm sure Karen will have a follow-up question. Are you ready, Anissa?
Yep.
Okay. When was the first time you got pregnant? How old were you?
Age 15.
You were age 15. You had your first baby. What about your second baby? How old were you?
17.
17. Did you find a way to graduate high school?
Graduated high school.
At the time you were graduating high school, did you know where either one of your children were at?
Nope. Nope.
Getting out of high school and having 2 young children, where did you go from there? Was it New York City?
Went to college and then went to New York. Attempted college.
Yeah. At one point in time when you were just a child, I believe you lived out of a car. What kind of car was that?
A Ford Mustang that my mom had when she left my dad.
I remember in your story that even as a second or third grader, you were responsible for cooking and taking care of a younger sibling. Where did your mother teach you how to go find food?
In the garbage cans, in the trash cans, in the dumpsters.
So how in the world did you survive all of those types of things? And keep in mind, I'm not even bringing up some of the biggest things that you had going against you. How did you do that at such a young age? You talked about the big leveling up at 2018. At what age, as a teenager, even your early 20s, did things hit you, or did you make a shift, or was it just always there but just kind of dormant?
You know, our spirit's always alive in us, David. I talked about the most recent leveling up. My first leveling up was at the age of 16 when I was born again, when I had a car accident. That was my first leveling up.
Wow.
The faith of a mustard seed. Be careful what you ask, right? You can think it, but if those words cross your mouth, there's always spirit listening, right? Your prayers are always answered. And so that was my first leveling up, is with being born again. And I think from that standpoint, when you get to level up, there's going to be a lot of challenges here on earth, but just like a piece of coal, right? If you don't get roughed up, you're never, ever, ever going to show your brilliance to another.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're never
Yeah.
going to be that diamond.
Yeah. Karen, I know you get this. And if you're just now joining us, this is the Think and Grow Rich event. You were just hearing Anissa tell some of her story, which I really appreciate her willingness to be vulnerable, because a lot of people look at Anissa nowadays and they go, okay, you know, massive Allstate agent owner, sold, you know, a 7-figure business, owns commercial businesses, buildings, you know, just recently came out of retirement. I kind of drug her out of retirement to write her book. But people look at Anissa today, they go to her beautiful Scottsdale home and they really have no idea. They have no idea what she's been through. So I appreciate your vulnerability and sharing that. And it's important to know, because a lot of times who we see now is not who we have been and what we've had to go through to get to where we are now. Karen, I want to give you another chance to ask a follow-up question after hearing all of that. Did I just blow your mind?
Yeah, Anissa, it just incredibly blows my mind, but not surprisingly. You're a beautiful soul, and I can feel it even through the screen, and we haven't even met. It's just an incredible honor to meet you. And the beauty of this, I guess my question would be for you to help young people out there or old people out there like myself, when
or all people,
as they're listening to you today,
yeah.
what would be one thing you could give them as a gift today on saying, if they said, I just don't know if I can make it, I'm really struggling, and for some reason I've got you tuned in today, what could you do to maybe just kind of encourage them to find their path?
Well, and when you say find your path and encourage them today, first, they're already here.
Yeah.
So they can reach around and pat themselves on the back for being present. That is their own gift to themselves. And only when you gift yourself can you receive a gift from another. And so the gift beyond that is there are, and this is what I have coined, is mindset plus money set equals wealth set. And one without the other equals a poverty set. Either you're broken or your pocketbook is broken, your wallet is broken, right? There's nothing wrong with us. There's currencies. Our brain, our mind is a currency. Money is a currency. When you want money, however much money you want, you got to be on the frequency of receiving it. And that means mindset before money set. I can give you all the tools in the world.
I like that.
All the tools in the world. If this currency isn't right, I'll never turn this into that next mindset piece, that money set piece where you have all the tools to be successful, right? So we've got a responsibility to do mindset first, money set second. Then it's called wealth set. Then it's called abundance. Then we're never broken. We know a lot of broken rich people.
Right.
Yeah.
You're given such a beautiful gift, and you've just done it. Thank you for answering my question. That's absolutely incredible. Thank you.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
So tell us what's next for you, Anissa. We kind of explored the past, even dabbled in some of the painful stuff. Let's talk about some of the fun stuff and profitable stuff you're doing these days. What's next for you? What's going on for you? I know you got the podcast. I know we're working on this book that's kind of your life's work, so to speak. So it's going to take some time, but what else?
Thank you, David. We're always working, right? It's like that footprints in the sand. This time it's not Jesus carrying everyone's weight. It's all of us stepping forward and leaning in and carrying each other's weight if we have to, right? Everyone's footprints matter. We don't need everybody to carry us. We just need someone to lead us. And so what's really great that I'm doing now is money has merit and we have merit. And y'all know what merit means. It means worth.
Mm-hmm.
It really means our worth. Most of us don't even know our own self-worth, rather alone our net worth. Mm-hmm. And so now I have people on my team working with individuals, helping them build their tree of life because not only should your legacy should not just include money. You should be able to live your legacy, leverage your legacy before you have to leave your legacy. That's really what love is. That's what love is. And so now I'm serving the community. I've got about 10 people on my team already. So if you also want to join, I hire from a mindset, not a skill set, right? Here's what I'll say. I'd love for y'all to reach out to me. Also, if you need help with money, if you need guidance, if you need a financial blueprint, please reach out to me. I build over 10,000 financial blueprints, saved $500 million in taxes.
Yeah.
So I'm writing people's financial futures because I'm helping them first remember, design a life before you build a business.
So mindset before money set, and you hire and build your team off of mindset, not skill set, because you can give them the skill set, but they got to come up with the mindset.
That's 100%. There's 12 principles to success that I operate from. This is my interviewing. This is my, are they ready to move? Because if I bring you to the game, but you're not ready to play, it's not going to be fun for any of us. Yeah. And if I write you a prescription to get wealthy and you don't take that medicine, I don't want to hear that you're not taking your medicine.
Yeah.
And that you stay broke or broken. This is like going to a doctor. I'm your wealth doctor. When I give you a prescription, follow it if you want to get wealthy.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I love that. You spoke earlier about a car accident when you were 16. What you didn't get into is you literally had to learn to walk again. And because I've been helping with some of your story, I know that there were times that you just kind of army crawled around. Mm-hmm. What was going on through your mind at that point in time that just kept you going in terms of because you were very athletic. You already had all these problems. I mean, you already had a baby at 15. Here you are at 16. Now you're in a car accident. You can't even walk. I mean, I can't believe you kept going. But so many people have cracked under less. What was going on through your brain that you had to overcome, and how did you do it?
David, when we are given the opportunity to be born again, and my dad's last words before I came back after I touched heaven was, "Sissy, you've got some more work to do. We have to send you back." Those words will forever hold a peace in my heart and in my brain and in my body and in my gut and guide me. And I've already struggled as a kid. All your struggles as a kid are really where your gifts are. If you complain about those struggles, you'll never get the gifts to share with another. So when I was given the opportunity to be born again, and knew at that point, right, I had already had one son, it was time for me to serve. It was time for me to take care of them. Think about it. Before graduating high school, I was married, divorced, sounds like an adult, married, divorced, had 2 kids, and died and gone to heaven in 4 years.
Wow.
So I've lived a whole lifetime in 4 years. There's no reason, if we're still here and we're getting up, it's our responsibility to find the gift in that day from another and give a gift in that day to another.
Yeah.
That's what our responsibility is.
Anissa and everybody listening, I want to tell you a little bit more about Karen. Anissa, Karen might be a good guest for each other's shows. They're both doing really well. But Karen wrote a book called The Snipers We Couldn't See. And it's all about her memoir of growing up with a mother's schizophrenia. Yeah. And Karen has a pretty, amazing story herself, literally, lost her husband, heart attack right there in front of her. Her mother, she spent a whole day with her. And she thought everything was fine. It wasn't. Karen, I didn't ask for permission to share so much, so I'll tread lightly.
You're fine.
But why don't you share kind of your story and the book that you put out, because you also have had to overcome a lot, and you don't overcome a lot without a certain mindset. Share
Right.
that with us, please.
It is the mindset, and I didn't realize it till I got older, if you will. And I wrote the book from 4 to 64. I'm 66 now, but I took my time writing it because I knew that I had to help other children. It couldn't be just our family. So I found what happens when, unfortunately, the mental schizophrenia hit my mother. She didn't choose it; it happened to her. But in turn, I was her target, if you would. So I lived my whole life without feeling loved or self-worth. All that went out the window. So gaining that back didn't happen till later. So I put myself through several marriages. My mother committed suicide when I was 29. She lost her battle to mental illness. But then everybody goes, well, then didn't you get better right after mom died? Your mom passed away and died. I said, absolutely not. I lived my whole life with the struggle of being unloved and all that. So where the mindset comes in is I thought, you know what? I can't be the only family this happened to. And them children are struggling. They don't have mental illness. They're sitting in that classroom and they're quiet and they're silent. And you need to reach out to them because they're not raising their hand and they're not. I always tell this in my podcast, you watch out for that DNF student. They're not DNF students. They might be scared of what they're going home to. So you better take a real hard look at that quiet child. And so I really work with I'm honored to have the Karen Compass show. Authors and everything. And that's so much my fun and my passion. And my passion is also mental health advocate for children. So I work very hard on that. But I will say mindset. I decided to do something about it. Like David said, I wrote the book knowing the whole world was going to see my life. But you know what? You do it.
Yeah. And I appreciate your message of love. A lot of us go to a lot of places to educate and inspire, and it can get very complex, but you've always just kind of shown up with, hey, I love you. You're loved. And it sounds so simple. It's almost oversimplistic, but it reaches so many people, young and old alike. Thank you, Karen. Thank you, Anissa, for being on here. Our time has ran out. Anissa, I'll give you kind of the last word. Any last thing that you want to share before the other moderators jump on here and we move on to the next segment?
David, thank you for the invite. Karen, I'm excited to hear your story, learn more about this. What matters most is relationships. With relationships, you can move the world. We don't move anything on our own unless we're centered upon ourselves. And then the world can see us as a bullseye, right? And so shouting your message, Karen, gives the ability for others to heal themselves. It becomes a healing. It becomes a tool for them. So thank you for sharing it. Thank you for being vulnerable. Thank you, David, for always including me in for this. And guys, you don't have to be broke. You really don't.
Yeah.
If you want to make money, see me. I promise I can give you all. I'm all about protection, protecting your assets, protecting your ass.
All right. Thank you, guys. Next up is Sherry Gideon's panel with Dream Smart. Sherry is one of the most connected people I know. Matter of fact, I never would have met Michael Beckwith if it wasn't for Sherry. She's very in touch, very connected, very inspired. You're not going to want to miss it. We're going to do a quick commercial break, and then we'll be right back.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Hello and welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune and Think and Grow Rich Institute Summit. My name is Sherry Gideons. I am the host and executive producer of the Los Angeles Tribune, and it is my honor to welcome onto this panel today DreamSmart Behavioral Solutions, which I'm also a licensed behavioral superpowers coach with. So I'm super excited. I want to tell you a little story before we get started about how I got introduced into this amazing company that gave me the awareness of what my superpower is, which is an influencer. I'm take charge and spontaneous, over the top. So Kenyatta Turner over here, you know, when I met her, I was introduced to her by a friend who said, "You've got to meet Kenyatta Turner. When you talk, you're so similar in being fun and over the top and playful." And so she put the two of us together. And originally when Kenyatta and I met, we were talking about behavioral superpowers. And she said, you know, let's wait and see what you are. I said, well, I'm already going to know what I am because I'm an influencer. I just know that. I've had a near-death experience and I was shown all my purposes and why I'm here. And I know who I am. And so we did the test. I did the assessment and came back, got together, and sure enough, I was an influencer. And so what I've really learned about all of this is how I can take my superpowers, which is to communicate and help people to tap in and connect with their own higher self within. So I'm, as right now in the present moment, happy and enthused to introduce to you Kenyatta Turner.
Hey, everybody. Thank you so much, Sherry. And thank you to the Los Angeles Tribune for inviting us here to be a part of this Think and Grow Rich Summit. I am so excited. And you're absolutely right. When we met, it was no accident. There's no accidents. We know that, right? The person who introduced us said that we were going to get along like that. And that's exactly what happened. It turns out we were both influencers. You were absolutely right. But you saw the vision of what it was that we were about to create and we're creating with DreamSmart. You also saw the vision of how important it is for knowing your behavioral superpower and how that ties into everything that we are, everything that we will become. And I'm excited to have this opportunity to share the stage with you and, of course, introduce the team to this personal development network here through the summit. So I'm excited. I'm not going to waste any time. You'll hear more about me as we kind of go through this, but I will just tell you real quick that I am one of the co-founders of DreamSmart Behavioral Solutions, and I am the CMO. I'm an outgoing, fast-paced influencer, and so excited to share this with you. And I just have to let you know a little fun fact about me is I've been playing bass for 20 plus years, recently been learning to play the drums, and got myself a cowbell for my drum set. So I'm very excited about that. So let me bring up the rest of the team and we'll kind of do a quick little round robin, a quick introduction so we know who everyone is here. And then we'll get started with sharing some powerful information with you about why hashtag behavior matters. So first up, Jeff Morris, come to the stage. Tell us who you are and what you do for DreamSmart.
So hello, everyone. My name is Jeff Morris. I'm the founder and CEO of DreamSmart Behavior Solutions, and I am a pioneering, fast-paced, reflective thinker. Excited to be here with you today. And a fun fact for me, at least I think it's fun, is I want to learn how to swim a mile in the ocean so that I can complete an Olympic tri-distance next year. Was that fun, Kenyatta, or no?
It's funnish. It's funnish.
Funnish. Okay.
And that's exactly what I would expect from the reflective thinker. Absolutely love it. So glad you're here, my friend. Up next, Dr. Greg Spencer.
Well, hello, everyone. I'm Dr. Gregory Spencer. I am a pioneer take charge initiator. And so one of the things I really appreciate about this conversation is the opportunity to share how we are molded in terms of how we look at doing the things we do with specialized knowledge. We'll talk about that. But my fun fact is I'm trying to learn how to play golf without breaking windows behind me. So that's what.
Careful out there, Dr. G. We call him Dr. G. He didn't say that, but that's what we call him. Glad you are here. Welcome. And Ted McLyman, say hello.
Hey, how are you? I am a risk taker. I'm spontaneous, and I'm also an initiator, meaning I get stuff done. Now, fun fact, I'm an all-world Ironman triathlete who wrote my first book while practicing for Ironman Florida on my bike. And I do it to pull Jeff's butt out of the ocean in about a year. But I'm looking forward to talking to you about decision making and how you do make great decisions, particularly with money.
I love it. At least someone's going to be there to help pull him out of the ocean. Iron Man Ted, thank you so much. Glad you are here. Next up, we have Terry Hawkins. Welcome to the stage, Terry.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Terry Hawkins. And fun fact about me, I was the coolest drummer in 5th grade. I'm still the coolest drummer that Jeff Morris has ever met. I am the co-founder and I'm the chief financial officer. And my passion is really youth development, young people, developing young people. And we're going to talk more about that, how behavior influences persistence as we go on in the conversation. Thank you.
Yes. So still the coolest drummer, right? Now, where's your cowbell, Terry? Can't go as a drummer without a cowbell. Right? Glad you are here. All right. Next up, we have Rochelle. We call her our adult supervision. Welcome, Rochelle.
Absolutely. Hi, I'm Rochelle Poulton. I am the COO of DreamSmart. I am a reserved pioneer strategist with the team of initiators. It's great because they all like to start stuff, and as a strategist, I like to finish it. So it works out pretty darn well. And my fun fact, my spirit animal is a honey badger.
We're going to talk more about that. Is that a real animal? It is a real animal, I think. It sounds cute, though.
Google it.
Google it. Fantastic. And then I'm going to come back around to Sherry. Now, we heard a little bit about her before, but we would love to know her fun fact and a little bit about what she does with DreamSmart. Sherry, come on back.
Yeah. So fun fact about me is, like anything else, being in the present moment, we all address and deal with certain conversations that go on in our head. And since I love to be over top and fun, one of the things I do is what's called an NLP, Neuro Linguistic Programming Anchor. And mine is a sugar bummy bumper. Because it's really all about fun. Right. And so, what I do with DreamSmart is currently, as I mentioned, I'm a licensed behavioral superpowers coach. And on top of that, I get to be part of the company by posting all of the daily social media. So I do the graphics and everything for the messaging and add it to all the different social media that you see out there. And it's really fun for me as well. So I enjoy it.
Excellent. Thank you. So that's the team. Now, I am glad to be back here on stage with you. I'm going to be hosting this event right now with Sherry. So we're going to be going back and forth, asking some questions to the team and really kind of setting the framework for the conversation that we have here. So I'll share with you a moment of behavioral awareness. You'll hear me talk about that and why that might be important, especially in the context that we're speaking of right now. And you'll hear us talk a lot about how behavior matters and how it matters in all areas of life and business. This is not about who you think you are. It's about who you are, and we can measure it. We actually have a behavioral assessment called behavioral superpowers. So when you hear us saying our behavioral superpower style is, like mine's an outgoing, fast-paced influencer, it's not just because we're making that up. It's because we actually have the objective science that backs that up. And if you're interested in finding out what yours is, then listen carefully about why it's so important. And I'll tell you a little story as well, especially in relation to Think and Grow Rich. Why this is so exciting for me. This is, not something that is an accident. If you take a look back at my statements of desire that I've been writing every single 12 weeks, I rewrite my statement of desire since April 2018. It's because I reread this book every 12 weeks since April 2018. I'm part of a mastermind. My coach is named Tony Agers, and he does this 12-week mastermind where we read not only Think and Grow Rich in that 12-week cycle, but we read Outwitting the Devil, High Performance Habits, The One Thing, and the 12-week year. And so I basically live on a 12-week year. But what I found in reading this book is there is a difference between reading a book and doing a book. And if you know anything about Think and Grow Rich, this is not a novel. This is a textbook. This is an instruction manual. And many people read it and don't actually do it. But what I found in the process of doing the book, again and again, I didn't get it right in the beginning, but in the mastermind, and the power of the mastermind is what I saw, people would struggle with different areas of the book. And so did I. And I had my behavioral awakening in October 2018 when I met Dr. Greg Spencer, who introduced me to Jeff Morris. And ultimately, they gave me the opportunity to find out what my behavioral superpower was. And when I did, that was like throwing gas on a fire. Why do I say that? Is because now I knew and understood who I was and why, and why a book like this, I applied it to my life in the way that an outgoing, fast-paced influencer would. And that's when I realized that behavior matters in all things, and especially when you're doing personal development. So I like to say, read a book like this, but behave and grow rich. Think and grow rich, but behave and grow rich. And make sure that you find out what your behavioral superpower style is as well. So just a little bit of backstory about one of the reasons why we're here today and bringing Dream Smart to the stage, so we can share what we know about behavior with you, so that you can apply it to these principles that are timeless, just as timeless actually as you are. So I'm going to open it up. I'm going to bring Jeff Morris I'm going to bring Sherry back to the stage, and we're going to start a round of questions so you can get to know each of us a little bit better and learn something about this timeless book called Think and Grow Rich. Sherry?
Awesome. So I want to start out with a question really quick to you, Kenyatta, based on just the information that you've shared with us. How has utilizing these books that you've shared with us and your behavioral superpowers impacted your path to success right now where you are?
You know, and I answered that a little bit before, but I'm going to add something to it. As an outgoing, fast-paced influencer who's extremely spontaneous, very daring, and extremely creative at the same time, if I'm reading, let's say, a book like this, and I'm going through the process of what Napoleon Hill, he's got these 6 steps in here, right? And he says, be very structured in these steps. Certain things you need to do at the beginning of the day, the end of the day, every day. There's a process. Well, I'm someone who doesn't like that. I don't like processes. I don't like structure. I don't like processes. I don't like doing the same thing twice the same way. So I was curious about, why was I struggling so much? I'm doing my best to try to keep this organized, format that, again, the book is talking about, but I felt like I just wanted to change it up. I get bored. I want to do things differently. That's a behavioral thing. So if you're listening to this right now and you're like, man, I kind of identify with that. How come I struggle with doing things the same way every day at the same time, like I may be instructed to do by a coach or a process that I'm, doing? But what about if I want to change it? Why do I want to change it? Well, it's probably your behavior because it's literally tied to everything that you do. I say how you do anything behaviorally is how you do everything. So Sherry, that's kind of my answer to that is, how did that awareness help me in that process? It helped me accept that I'm not going to do things like, let's say, Jeff Morris, who's very systematic in how he goes about things. I'm the opposite of that. And it's glorious.
I love it. I love it. And I can relate with you on so many levels about that, just because of the spontaneous nature of myself. I don't like being put in a box. I like to be free. And obviously, as you already know, when we're doing systematic things for people like you and I, it's extremely boring. But awesome. Well, I want to bring a question for Jeff Morris. So I'm going to bring him to the stage. And Jeff, I'd like to ask you, just knowing so much about you and the guy that you are, when you're very aligned to your faith and your mission and your vision about this company and where you want Dream Smart to go from here. And it's a huge goal. And I love those type of goals. So how has the principles of desire and faith from Think and Grow Rich directly shaped Dream Smart's mission, vision, and purpose? Tell us a little bit about that.
That's a great question, Sherry. But before I answer that, I was looking for a cowbell. I don't have one around the house. So I was going to try to be a little spontaneous, right? But thank you, Kenyatta. But to answer the question, desire and faith go together. They're actually twins and they can't be separated, Sherry. When I think of desire, it has to do with a couple of things. What do you sing about? What do you laugh about? What do you cry about? And then there's some other things that we can also take into account when we're thinking about desire. It's, what do we go to bed thinking about? What springs us out of the bed in the morning? That's usually an indication of a burning desire that has to get out. And here's a hint. It's probably not your job. In most cases. For some, it could be, right? And then once you have this burning desire that has to get out, now that's where faith comes in. See, faith is the evidence of the things that you don't see physically yet, but you can see them in the spiritual world, and they begin to manifest themselves because of the things that you begin to believe on, right? The things you begin to do on a daily basis to manifest the faith. So for Dream Smart, both desire and faith is tied to our vision, right? Which is to reach 1 billion people. The knowledge of your behavior superpowers is transformational in one's life. And that's not my words, that's the client's words, right? To transform lives, right? Is our inspirational vision, our mission to add value to people, to serve them, and to help them live life to their highest potential. Then our purpose is to educate, to empower, right? And to encourage all of our clients. So it's our MVP, and it's really closely tied to faith and desire.
Awesome. Thank you. Kenyatta, turning it back to you.
Yes, absolutely. I love that. And what Jeff just spoke about, that mission, that vision, and that purpose, I am so honored to be a part of. And I know when I first met Dr. G and he introduced me to Jeff, and we talked about what they were doing with this company and what they wanted to become. And then the behavioral component, again, just locked me right in. And as you talked about how we go about serving people, we can serve one or many. I'm going to bring Dr. Greg up to the stage right now and talk about some of the things that we do in enterprise and with schools. And he'll also share a little bit about with you specialized knowledge. So Dr. Greg, please share with us, why is it important to understand the differences between general and specialized knowledge, especially in enterprise solutions and education?
Well, one of the things, Kenyatta, is that what you didn't know is that during the time that we were initially connecting, I was interviewing you the whole time. Because, and this goes to the topic I wanted to share. Think and Grow Rich. It's a timeless piece of work, and I say that because it could have been written 3 months ago for the world we live in today. And the thing that I really appreciate about the concepts of that book, one of the things I just reread recently was the chapter on specialized knowledge. My doctorate is in early childhood trauma and impact on learning for Black and Brown children. I'm a specialist in that area. I'm also a former superintendent, so I'm a specialist when it comes to education. But when we look at general knowledge versus specialized knowledge, it's important for us to differentiate that. You can have everything, but you can't have it all at the same time in the same way. So the question is, how do you get in touch with your mastermind group? What you've been talking about earlier and what everyone's been talking about, how do you connect with people that are specialists when it's time to need a specialist to go deep and to be that person that has spent the time educating themselves? And I'm not just talking about school. I'm talking about life, experiences, engaging with other people in a very timeless manner. So when I had my open heart surgery a few years ago, and then 10 months after that, throat cancer, I wasn't looking for a mechanic to do my surgery or to diagnose my cancer. I was looking for a specialist. But what we make the mistake of in this world is we make the mistake of thinking that we have to be specialists in everything. What you're better off doing is aligning yourself to be a great generalist, so you know where to get the specialist. So if I need certain things done, I'll call on Sherry, I'll call on Jeff, Kenyatta, and others on the team. But I can access Google. I can now access AI. I can access back in the day, the Encyclopedia Britannica, but it aligns with that superpower. See, some people don't even know what I'm talking about. Right? But it aligns with my behavioral superpower because as an initiator, I'm able to look at enterprises. So when we work with school districts and we work with large organizations, they're looking for specialists to come in to really help them get more what I call tight and right. And because of that, when you have that ability to create an enterprise solution, come in and serve the masses, 3 or 4 people, that's the masses, as well as the thousands and tens of thousands of people, that's the masses as well. And the last thing I'll say is this. What's very important is for us to understand what our brand is, our personal brand and our professional brand, and make sure that people around us that are the specialists help to lift us up so that our brand, personally and professionally, can be one that serves humanity in a consistent manner.
Yes, cowbell. Giving you a cowbell for that. Well said, Dr. G. Absolutely. And I love that chapter, that whole conversation about specialized knowledge, right? We at Dream Smart, we're practitioners of what we preach. We know that behaviorally, each of us do have our own things that are unique to us, that are specialized to us, and we go to the right person for the right thing. We do that all the time. So I'm going to kick it back over to Sherry, and let's keep rolling.
Yeah, so Ted, let's bring Ted onto the stage. I want to ask you a question about money temperament, my friend.
Ooh, money temperament. Before I start, I've got to tell Dr. G that I got into triathlon because golf was too hard. So anyhow, we'll go from there. Okay, let's talk about decision-making, being decisive, and money. I've worked with people on money my entire career. I retired from the Marine Corps as a lieutenant colonel. Through my entire career, most of the issues I encountered with my folks had to do with money, bad decision-making, not surrounding themselves with people who had their interests in mind. And it ended up usually very badly with performance problems, domestic issues, substance abuse, and on and on and on. In my last job in the Marine Corps, I was an aide to the Secretary of the Navy, and I worked with class, and I won't even go down that road about making decisions and money. Well, when I retired, I became a financial advisor, built 2 firms, wrote a couple of books on money behavior, and it became very obvious to me that people are not hardwired to work with money. It appears our feeling brain is more in tune to keeping us alive and passing on our genes than doing taxes and reading the small print on our credit cards. Who would believe it? However, in our culture, we put money in its own little category, and we assume we're all rational decision takers. And all it takes is a little bit more information, and you'll make the right decision. Well, take a look at your closet. How's that working out? We are humans, and we do human things with money. We have this feeling brain that's on alert all the time, driven by dopamine, and it's spend, spend, spend because it feels good. And we have trouble planning to Friday, say not long term. Well, in our organization here, we accept the fact that everybody has their own natural behavior. However, a subset of that is money temperament. Money temperament is how you naturally think and feel about money, how you choose, what's important to you. And here's a little secret. It's unique to you.
So let me ask you really quickly on that, Ted. As a risk-taking, spontaneous initiator, give us an example of how that influences you in your money choices.
That's a great question, because I have the capacity to do really stupid things with money, even though I'm well-trained with a couple of master's degrees in this stuff. But fortunately, I have a wife that keeps a notebook. And from time to time, she takes out a page and shows it to me and said, "What's this?" Because she's 180 out from me, because her natural behavior is different than my natural behavior. That means her relationship with money is different than my relationship with money. We have different money temperaments. I am a risk taker with money. I'm a risk taker in life. However, that behavior scares my wife to death, will cause my CPA to fire me, and to realize I have to have adult supervisions, and I have in my entire career to keep me on track, focus on what's important. Natural behavior is who I am all the time. Money temperament is who I am with a checkbook. It's important to know the difference.
Nice.
Solid.
Does he get a cowbell for that, Kenyatta?
I'm like you, Ted. Yep. Because I agree with you. I'm the same. I'm like, someone lock me down. Take the checkbook. So, wait, did I say checkbook? Is that a thing? Anyway.
No, it's not.
Keep going. Thank you so much for that, Ted. You know, Sherry, can you bring Terry to the stage? Because we want to hear from Terry, our pioneering cautious initiator. Where's he at? I don't see him up here. Terry, there he is.
I am. Man, I'm out to follow this tough act. I'm trying to figure out. So
Terry, I'm excited to have you here. Yeah, tell us.
Thank you.
About the work that DreamSmart does with youth development and mentorship, and how behavior impacts that work, because you got some powerful things going on. Let's hear about that.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. And a lot has been said about what we do. And if I didn't allude to it earlier, I am a pioneering cautious initiator. So that means I get stuff done. So when you talk about mentorship, when you're talking about working with our youth, we help them. And this is where we do our best work. We've been working in the Texas juvenile system since 2012, 14, 17 developing programs. So the important thing about working with youth is persistence. Sometimes they have a tendency to give up. In chapter 9 of the book, it gives 4 bullets. Well, the last one talks about being around people who can help groom you. That's mentorship, and that's what we do best. So when you talk about Dream Smart Behavioral Solutions, and you're talking about encouraging people, young people, developing a plan, staying focused, staying on task. I mean, we've been talking about it throughout the conversation, but one of the things that we enjoy most is going into organizations, going into school districts, going into the juvenile adjudicated, working with adjudicated youth. That's where we can help build relationships, we can help build community, and not only that, we can help transform lives. So that's the work I'm doing. That's the work I'd enjoy doing, besides being the coolest drummer Jeff Morris has ever met.
And Terry, thank you so much for sharing that. And I want to share something real quick that people may be thinking as you're watching this. We're talking about a behavioral assessment tool, and I would happen to say that it's the last personality test you'll ever need to take if you take our behavioral superpowers exercise, because all the others, you just won't need them after this. However, one of the reasons is that we measure what hardly ever changes over time, 91% predictability with this particular exercise. And when he was mentioning youth, and you may have been thinking, well, wait a minute, well, how does that, are you giving this behavioral exercise to teenagers or preteens? The answer is yes. We can actually give it to someone as young as the age of 12. At that age, they can read the questions themselves, they can answer them on their own. And we know that the data that comes from that, again, has a 91% predictability rate over the long term, because we're measuring who they are, not necessarily who they will become. It's a very different thing. So if you're listening to us and paying attention to what we're saying, I want you to put a note about that this is something we actually use with children, as well as CEOs and whoever. It doesn't matter who you are. If you're a human over 12, we can help you.
Yes.
All right. So I want to bring up Rochelle Polton. Again, I mentioned she is our adult supervision. And Rochelle, I would love for you to share, as the COO, as the resident strategist on the team, what are the benefits of strategic business planning, and relate that to your own behavioral style?
Well, I am a strategist, so strategic business planning is obviously my jam, or as Think and Grow Rich calls it, organized planning. And my favorite part is you find success with planning, right? First, you get to define what you want to achieve, and then you create a strategy for success, and then you discover your success. And one of the important lessons to that is success is hard to find. And you may fail a bunch of times in the process, but you didn't fail. You just found a way not to do something. So I like to think of, in sales, when you're calling someone, it's like you got to get 9 no's before you get a yes. Well, when you're looking for success, whether that's the number of sales or maybe just effective communication strategies with your teammates, well, you may have to go through a couple before you actually land on something that just resonates with everybody. So that's the joy of strategic business planning for me, is to create the plan and see it actually yield the results that I want. And then going back and tweaking it and optimizing it. And, as a strategist, that's just what I do, right? Like, I'm always playing chess somewhere. And sometimes I enjoy playing 5 or 6 games at the same time, right? Because one thing I don't know how to do is sit still. Being on this team of initiators, like I said, and me being a strategist, it's really awesome to see the behavioral diversity that exists on our team. And that's something that we really value at DreamSmart, and what we like to promote within teams. Like, if you want to have an effective team, whether that's your relationship or at work, or if you're a manager and you're trying to get that team to gel, like, you got to look at your behavioral diversity and kind of take a look and see, what are we missing? What do we have strengths that we can play to? Maybe we just have the wrong person in the wrong seat on this bus, and once we get them in the right place, they're going to be a rock star. That's what we love about what we do, is, we apply that strategic business planning to all elements of our business, not just our own, but for our clients as well. Whether you're an individual or a coach or a team or a Fortune 500 company, that's what we do. So I highly recommend reading Think and Grow Rich. It's a great read, and it lays out an excellent methodology for strategic planning.
Nice.
Cowbell,
That's a
please.
cowbell.
Cowbell, please. There you go. Cowbell.
Absolutely. She said strategic planning is the joy in strategic planning. I was like, joy, strategic planning. Yes. You know, it sounds much better when she says it. When I say it, it's a joking thing. But here's the thing. As me and Rochelle told me this once, Kenyatta, you're a little kite flowing around. You need the freedom floating around in the air. She's like, I am the string on the ground that is holding you. So do what you need to do, but you ain't going nowhere, because she's going to Tetris it all together and make it work for us. So personally and professionally, that's what she does. So thank you so much, Rochelle, for you being here and being a part of our team. And again, being our adult supervision, as you just saw. Sherry, bring yourself back up on stage, because I've got a question for you that I want to ask you as we kind of transition, here. And now you are a take charge spontaneous influencer who has been trained not only by so many people, I'm sure you're going to share in a moment, but you're a behavioral superpowers coach, right? You've been certified with this tool in this exercise, and everyone here on this call has done that. I'm the certification trainer, but I want you to share a little bit about what you and I talk all the time about, which is how do our daily habits and routines influence our subconscious mind and in turn our behavior?
Yeah. So, I mean, if for those of you who probably know or don't know, our daily habits and routines are what continuously feed information to our subconscious mind, which establishes patterns. And so what happens over time is those patterns become ingrained, and they shape our beliefs, our attitudes, and our behaviors. So I always like to give the description about living in the present moment. And as you're moving through the moments of today, it's being mindful and willing to be aware of your behavior and your reactions. And so just like going to the gym and making a commitment to going to the gym, when you first commit, you start going to the gym and your mind is thinking, oh, I hate going to the gym and working out, or I hate going through deprivation and not enough food. But what happens over time is we keep going back, we keep committing, we keep growing, is we develop this muscle. And those muscles get stronger and stronger. And so when we have that inner willingness to build and grow those daily habits in ways that serve us, what happens is we begin to attract more and more of what we are. Because it goes back to that old adage, what you give, you receive. What you put out, you pull back. So we want more, like we've been doing here this whole time on this panel. We want more fun, more play, more ways to be ourselves and to live from our Dream Smart behavioral solutions superpowers, which I'm happy to be part of and sharing with all of you today.
Yes, absolutely.
Cowbell.
Oh, wait,
Cowbell.
You slipping, Kenyatta.
Look, don't get me, I can't wait. I love my cowbell, and I know you do too. Okay, so now here's what we're going to do. We're going to do what I'm going to call a lightning round, because I do want to be able to hear from a couple more of us as we kind of go through this, because there's a lot that we've shared so far, and there's more. But as you're listening to this, those of you in TV land, I hope what you're noticing is that as we are discussing who we are and our behavioral identities as well, you're probably seeing our behavioral identities even come out in how we share this information with you, right? There are no accidents, and who we are at our core is who we are showing you right here and right now. Dream Smart Behavioral Solutions. This was our team and different roles and different places, but Rochelle talked about behavioral diversity. I want to come back to that for a quick moment. Write that in your notes. That's probably a phrase you've not heard before. And I want you to ask yourself, as you're thinking about your existing teams, your family even, what is the behavioral diversity makeup of your team or your family, your school, your group of friends, right? Is it a whole bunch of initiators like this team happens to be, with sprinkled with a few, influencers, and thank goodness for the strategist that came in to hold the string of our kite, or do you have a mix of all these different people? Now there's 10 behavioral styles. You've only seen a couple of them demonstrated here. So you might also be thinking, what are the others and which one are you? So just be thinking about that. So as we go to a lightning round, Sherry, come on back on stage. And let's do another round of questions. Lightning round, people means answer quickly.
Awesome. Well, Jeff, I just want to go back to the idea of faith, because Napoleon Hill, what he does is he emphasizes the importance of faith. But tell us a little bit about how you developed faith with this Dream Smart team.
So Kenyatta, quickly is not a definite time frame. So I'm gonna give myself 35 seconds to answer this question. Like a true reflective thinker would. So when we think about faith, we manifest our faith. It's an evidence, and it's an expectation of the things that we expect to happen in a future moment. So it's not now, but you can take steps to manifest your faith. We start with the Dream Smart exercise. Dr. G, remember this, right? We ask people, hey, what is it that you would be or have or become if time and money were no problem? Well, that's the very first thing in our mind. As we begin to see it in our mind's eye, we write it down in 3D with colors and smells and everything to make it a reality as real as possible. Then we share it with other people. Then we review it on a consistent basis, and we begin to take the necessary steps to manifest the reality of what it is that we saw in our mind's eye and the thing that we actually drew. So this evidence of things that is yet to come, this 1 billion people being impacted with the knowledge of their behavior superpowers, began over 10 years ago, Sherry. We continue to manifest it, and one day we'll see our goal realized.
That's awesome. Thank you.
Well said. Cowbell for Jeff. Cowbell. Because that was like 34 seconds, let's just say.
Okay, cool.
Now, bring Dr. G back up on for a lightning round question. I want to talk to him about something that that this whole conversation really is about. It's one thing to know a thing, it's another thing to do something with it. So Dr. G, come on stage real quick and answer the question about, and I'll just ask it this way. Is knowledge power?
Of course not. Knowledge is just knowledge.
Cowbell for that.
Information is just information. We can access knowledge and information all day long. It's not power because it's static. It has no life until there's an accelerant added to it. In other words, we have to deploy knowledge and employ knowledge. And we have to make sure that it is intentional for those where we want to grab that information so that it can be put to use and put out there into the world. So Think and Grow Rich, the thing that I really appreciate about it is it really reinforces these elements, because we hear these sayings all the time, but knowledge information is right here. It means nothing unless I know how to employ it and how to deploy it so it can serve humanity and so serve those that I'm seeking to support on a daily basis.
Well said. Yep, cowbell. You get 2 cowbells.
Two cowbell.
That's right. Now, we've been talking about a lot of different things here, and I'm going to do a quick little, recap. We heard Jeff talking about faith and desire and how that built into the mission and values and purposes, of what Dream Smart does. He talked about how it was something that, it's been in the making, but where we are right now is no accident, right? He had the vision of what it was that he wanted to create. And even though he may not have always, and we don't always know the how of our burning desires, we know what the burning desire is. The how doesn't always reveal itself right away. And quite honestly, it isn't even our responsibility sometimes. Sometimes it just gets downloaded because we now have the faith. And we go through the processes that this book talks about, which is, if you have the faith, then you need to practice auto-suggestion. Then you need to make sure that you have the organized plan. Then you have to, incorporate a mastermind. Then you have to do and be aware of some of the things that Sherry talked about, like the subconscious mind and understanding the brain, all these different things. I mean, this book completely lays it out. And we talk about persistence, because you can have the idea of what it is that you want to do, but then are you going to do it? Ted talked about making a decision, right? Do you have the ability to make a decision, or are you going to sit on this idea and not make a choice to actually put it in action, right? Will you just start the thing and not finish it? Someone like Rochelle could be helpful. She talked about having the plan, but actually reaching the goal. So all of these things tie into how we go about the process of creating the life that we want, living the way that we want, having in the moment, like Sherry talked about, that mindfulness. The now is the most important thing. The past has already happened. The future, we don't know exactly what that is, but what can we focus on right now? Well, I can tell you, when you wrap all of those things together, how you do anything behaviorally is how you do everything. You've heard us talk about this over and over again, but it may not still be clicking. So I'm going to say this to you right now as we kind of wrap up here, is that you're listening to the Think and Grow Rich Institute Summit. All these amazing speakers are coming on and off the stage, sharing information about what's important for them and how that thing may be helpful to you. And I can guarantee that you've already heard it, and you're probably going to hear it again, people saying that you need to know yourself. They're talking about self-awareness. They're talking about having a deep understanding of who you are. They're also talking about understanding your unique gifts, your skills, your talents, your abilities. I bet you even already have heard someone say something like, that's your superpower, or what's your superpower? You've heard them all talking about it. However, I'm 100% certain that none of them have talked to you about your behavioral superpower and had an actual objective science-backed, 30 years of experience, validated in 125 countries and 11 different languages, a behavioral assessment tool that only takes about 10 minutes that will tell you who you are and why you are. And this is not about personality. I want to be clear on that. Personality is the thing that, just you decide who you want to be on Tuesday. We always say, and Jeff and I joke, that Superman was always Superman. Clark Kent is his costume, and he can put on a different one if he wanted to. We consider that learned behavior in our world. So we're not measuring that. We're measuring who you are at your core, your Superman or Superwoman. So this is profound when you apply your behavioral awareness as an operating system and put everything else on top of it. Whatever coaching program you're in, whatever speaker you're listening to, whatever podcast, whatever book you read, whatever training, you do things how you're wired to do them. It has to do with your learning style, your communication style, how you make money decisions, as Ted mentioned earlier, right? Even if you're a child, it's already embedded in you. You're either someone who wants to fix your bed when you bounce out of it or not. That's behavioral wiring. That's the thing that we measure. I also like to remind people too, and there's a quote that I've kind of modified for my own use because I think it's brilliant, but I added something to it. Veronica Tegleva said it first, which is to know yourself, you must first sacrifice the illusion that you already do. But I added a component to that, which is to know yourself and others and your clients, your family, your friends. You must sacrifice the illusion that you already do. If you're someone who's interested in taking behavioral assessments or personality-based tests, you've used them before, my question to you is are they sustainable? Do you have to take them over and over and over again because it's measuring your learned behavior, or do you only take it one time? Like our behavioral superpowers exercise, because we're not measuring what changes, we're measuring what hardly ever changes. We teach, coach, and train and mentor to that particular area. If you want to learn more about us, then absolutely just go to dreamsmartbehavioralsolutions.com. You can learn more about the team. You can learn more about the exercise, and you can ask yourself, is this something that makes sense for you or your clients? Do you want to be trained and certified like Sherry and every single one else on this team to be able to use this tool in your life and your business? And you'll also find that, again, to know yourself, you have to sacrifice the illusion that you already do. I encourage you to come and join us, follow us on all the social medias and all the things, all the hard work that Sherry is doing. You can hashtag DreamSmart Behavioral Solutions or hashtag Behavior Matters, because this is what we do. This is who we are. We're practitioners of what we preach. And someone once told us, one of our certified coaches, that says, as far as all the other tools are concerned, this ain't that. This ain't that. And I think I'm going to give myself a cowbell for that one.
Two cowbells.
Cowbell. All right.
Cowbell.
Excellent. Well,
I can't wait to go get off of this call and go play drums.
There you go.
So I'm excited to be here, Sherry. I'll kick it back over to you. Thank you for having us.
Awesome. Oh, this has been such fun. I hope each and every one of you who've been on with us the last 45 minutes have enjoyed all the information that we've shared with you, the fun that we've had, and we want you to know your behavioral superpowers. So thanks again, DreamSmart Behavioral Solutions, and look forward to having you again on the Los Angeles Tribune. Have a good day,
Thank you, Sherry. Thanks, Los
Thank you,
Angeles
Sherry.
Tribune.
Thank
Institute Summit series here on the Los Angeles Tribune. And I'm here with someone very special, Natalie Ledwell, who I like to call the queen of making manifestation fun. Natalie Ledwell is a risk taker, nonconformist, rule breaker, and maker who believes nothing is impossible. She's an internationally renowned motivational speaker, best-selling author, law of attraction guru, and host of the Inspiration Show and Wake Up TV, and co-founder of the revolutionary personal development company, Mind Movies. So Natalie, thank you so much for taking the time to be with us here today. And I just want to thank you so much because everything that you're about is very much like myself, fun, over the top, playful, and you really are committed to these principles that we're about to talk about. So I want to ask you this question. What are the 6 steps to manifesting anything?
Yeah, well, I know these 6 steps very well, and I've applied them myself multiple times. I mean, I come from very humble beginnings. I grew up in a country town, one of 8 kids in rural Australia. And here I am now in LA, having reached 10 million people with the message of being able to create the outcomes that you want in your life. And to do that through these 6 steps of manifesting. So I'm really grateful that you invited me, Sherry, and I'm grateful to be sharing all of this information. So if we were to start with the first step of manifestation, and manifestation really just means being clear about what it is that you want and then being able to make it happen. So the first step to that is what I call getting into your happy place. Because unless you are in a place where you're feeling optimistic and you're feeling happy and you're feeling grateful, and you're feeling like if you were to design a dream that you want for your life, that you'll design something that's a stretch, something that's big. Because we know that if we're in a place where we're feeling lonely, or we're in debt, or we're feeling pain, we are really in a place where often that's all we can see. We can't see ourselves outside of that. We're feeling emotions around that, like helplessness and frustration, and which are really low frequency emotions. So at best, we might be able to figure our way out of our current situation. But really, when we're looking at what we want to create in our lives, we want to think big. We want to be, adventurous when we do that. So we want to be feeling high frequency emotions. High frequency emotions are things like, happiness, joy, gratitude, accomplishment, pride, courage, all of those high level emotions. So for me, the easiest way to get into a high frequency emotion is to look at what I have in my life already and be exceptionally grateful for what I already have. And it's not just about doing that in the moment, but it's about having a practice as well, so that we can kind of maintain this, high level of frequency. It's not like we're in, positive emotions all the time, but, especially, where there's a lot of stuff going on in the world right now, but it's a mechanism for us to be able to get back into that place where we can raise our frequency and we can dare to believe and think big. So happy place is step number 1. Step number 2 is that we really want to set ourselves an intention. Now, an intention to me is it's like a line in the sand. It's like saying, no matter what, this is what I'm going to do. Because we often in the past, and maybe you can relate to this, have set, a health goal or set a money goal. And then when things get a little tough, or we have a bad day and we're not keeping up with the action plan that we put into place, and then we kind of go, this is too hard, and then and then we kind of fall off the bandwagon. But by setting yourself an intention and writing it out on paper, and for me, I stick it up on the mirror for the first couple of weeks that I'm working on something new. This helps to signal to the universe. It signals to you. It signals to your subconscious mind. It signals to everyone around you that you're not messing around and that this is going to happen and this is your intention. So your intention is really just 2 sentences. The first one is what it is that you want. And the second sentence is why you want it. So I always write something like, I have an outrageously successful business. I have a loving, supportive, and passionate relationship. You know, I have optimal health and energy and vitality. So I would describe it as if I already have it now, and I use as many emotional words as I can. Then the second sentence is, this enables me to travel the world, look after my family, spend time with my loved ones, have the energy to play with the grandkids, you know, whatever that is. And so when I'm reminding myself what it is that I want and why I want it, and then in the mornings when I get up, I read my intention statement, and then I'll recite it out loud with all of the emotion that I can muster while I'm looking at myself in the eyes in the mirror. And it helps to really not only build that belief and build the resolve that you are going to do this, but it actually helps the law of attraction and the universe, the wheels start to turn, and then you'll already see just from the intention statement that things will start to fall into place, or opportunities will start to come up. It's a very powerful process. So step number 3 is that we really want to get clear about what it is that we want. And we do that by drilling down. Now, I like to use affirmations for this. The reason I love affirmations is because we're describing what we want in present tense as if we already have it. Now, the reason that's important is because the next step is visualizing and seeing ourselves in our mind already there. So if I'm describing in words as if it's already happening, it makes it easier for me to then create that in my mind when I start to visualize. So to be comprehensive about everything that you want to include in this vision of the life that you want to write out affirmations that describe what you want as if they're happening now. You want to write out affirmations that describe what life looks like now that you have that. What does your day look like? What are your relationships? Who's around you? What are you doing? You know, and write a few of those in. And those are the type of affirmations that you'll be using specifically for your visualizations. The next one is your why affirmations. Now, we're all going to hit some kind of obstacle on the way to success. It is not a straight line. It is a big squiggly line, if we're going to be honest. And when those moments come up, if you can keep reminding yourself why you're doing this and why it's so important to you, that helps to fuel you to move through those sticky times. The next type of affirmation is what I call actions. So what do you need to do? Like, what kind of actions do you need to take? What do you need to change to your daily routine to be able to, reach this goal? The next one is what I call your thought affirmations. So we know that our thoughts carry energy. Our thoughts influence our actions. And so if our thoughts have created the world and the reality that we have right now, how do we need to change them or tweak them so that we can create this different reality or this different outcome that we want? So I either go, well, how does a wealthy person think? Or how does a healthy person, how does a person in love think? And I also look at some of the thoughts that are coming up for me now and going, well, is that helping me get to this new outcome, or is it sabotaging my success? And if it is, I go, okay, well, I'm going to release that. I don't want to think that anymore. That is, that's not helping me out. What am I choosing to think instead? What am I replacing that thought with? And if we have them as a list of affirmations, then it helps us to see ourselves already operating from those new thought paradigms. And then the last one is what I call the who affirmation. So who do you need to become? Or who do you want to become stepping into this new future? And describe the type of person that you are. And when you have this whole list of affirmations, you can either just use the list and read through that to help you with your visualizations. You can create a vision board where you'll cut out photos from magazines and maybe write up the affirmations as well and have them dotted all around. Or, a mind movie, which is, my product is creating a little movie. It's a little slideshow that has your affirmations. It also has photos that enhance those affirmations, and then a song on top, which becomes the song, the theme for your life. So that's getting clear. That's step number 3. Now, step number 4 is what I was saying is our visualization. Because if you can't see in your mind that you have already reached this goal and you're already living this new life, then it's going to be very challenging for you to be able to create it in your reality. And the other thing is that when you are visualizing yourself already being there, the same neural pathways that you'll be using when you actually get there will start to fire. Now, these neural pathways are important because along these neural pathways travel all of our thoughts. So when we're working towards our goal and we're creating these new neural pathways, because we've already mentally rehearsed what it's going to be like when we get to this new life, it will help those positive thoughts, the thoughts that are in alignment with this new future, to come through to your conscious mind. And that way you become aware of all of the opportunities and the people and the things that are coming up in your world that are going to help you to get to that point. Now, when you are visualizing, what I recommend is that rather than seeing yourself as a character in a movie, that you want to immerse yourself in a moment as if it's happening now. So what are you seeing? What are you hearing? What are you tasting? What are you smelling? What are you touching? Like, really immerse yourself in that moment as if it's happening now. Our subconscious mind doesn't really know the difference. So when you create something as real like that, then, like I said, we start to get those new neural pathways start to form at a much faster pace. And when our thoughts affect our actions and those are in alignment with our emotions, then we find that we're this homing beacon for everything that we need to make that happen. Now, as I'm going through these steps, one thing that's really important that I've kind of touched on in each one of those is the emotions that we feel. So what we know is that if we want to attract all the things that we need, according to the law of attraction, we want to be resonating at a similar frequency to those things. You go, okay, that's cool. That makes sense. But what is my frequency? How do I manage my frequency? What does that look like? And our frequency is the thoughts and emotions that we're thinking. That's the frequency that we send out into the universe. So when we're thinking and feeling and acting like we're already wealthy, that we're already in love, that we already are fit and healthy, and that helps to create that in our reality at a much faster pace. So the more often that you can imagine a moment, like for example, with me, I attracted my partner back in 2020 when the world was closed down. It was a pandemic. Against all the odds, I met my partner. And I would imagine this moment where we were on the beach and we're laying on deck chairs, and I could hear the ocean, the waves crashing, and smell the beach and feel the sun on my skin. And I was holding this man's hand, and I was feeling so much love and gratitude in the moment and contentment that when I did finally meet my partner, Bert, within 6 months, we were living that exact moment. I was down in Cancun at a Dr. Joe Dispenza event, and I was with my partner, Bert, and we were on the beach and holding hands. I'm like, wow, this is it. So when you can really put yourself into that moment, I think that really helps to make that into fruition. Okay, so step number 4 is that we need to take action, because as pretty and as amazing and as detailed as we can make these visualizations, that doesn't mean anything unless we're actually taking action and moving towards that goal. Because you'll never be in the right place at the right time to meet the right person. You'll never get these opportunities if you're just sitting at home. So you really want to think about, what are the things I can do to make this happen? And sometimes when it's a huge goal, we can get a little overwhelmed with the mountain of things that need to happen. I do. This is one of my things. So what I do is I go, okay, well, what's my next step? And then once I get that done, I'm like, what's the step after that? Like, cool, okay, now what's the next step after that? And then these small little increments will slowly get us towards that place where we can actually, reach our goal. So make sure that you're taking action, and it doesn't matter what kind of action. It can be any kind of action. It'll be moving you towards your goal. Okay. And then the last one, which is a bit of a challenge, and I know we can probably talk a little bit more about this, Sherry, is what I call surrender. So once you've done all the first 5 steps and you've got clear what you want, and you're watching a mind movie, or you're visualizing, you do all of these kind of things, we have to get to a place where we go, all right, I've done everything I can and I'm taking my action, I'm doing these things, but I can't be married to what it's going to look like when it shows up. I can't be tied to how it's going to happen. And I absolutely can't be attached to how long it's going to take. Because if we're doing everything else right, it will show up in divine timing exactly when it's supposed to. And really surrendering into that understanding, because it's challenging when we've got a big goal that we're working towards. it's easy to get frustrated or impatient, but remember, they're low frequency emotions, and we do not want to hang out there. We need to surround everything to do with manifesting what we want with these high frequency emotions as much as we can. So they are the 6 steps. You have being in your happy place, setting your intention, getting clear about what you want, visualizing your result, taking action, and then surrendering to the outcome.
I love it. I love it. And it's so funny too, because if we kind of go back to Napoleon Hill's Think and Grow Rich, and we're talking about the 13 principles and these ways of being that we can utilize in living our daily life and really creating that life that we were all born to live. And you talk about all of this in the 6 steps that you just discussed with all of us. And I find that what happens with a lot of people is they get caught up in that, oh, well, it's all about positivity. What was that?
I just turned the fan on a piece of paper and went, woo.
Well, hey, we're in the moment.
Exactly.
But the cool part about it is that people like you and I who have had that willingness and that desire to literally play full out and live full out, what would you tell people when they say, it's not just all about being positive?
Oh, it's not just all about being positive. You're 1,000% correct.
Mm-hmm.
So here is when I was first applying these principles, and I first watched the movie The Secret back in 2006, this is when I was introduced to the law of attraction. And I remember being very frustrated and things weren't working out in my life. And I had been to all the Tony Robbins and the Zig Ziglars and all the I knew how to set goals. I knew what I'm thinking, I'm doing everything right. But when I saw that movie and understood, oh, wait a minute, it's not just about forcing things to happen. It's really about, being clear about what it is that I want and then feeling that. But it's also a certain level of faith. And back then, my husband and I had 4 different businesses we were running at the same time. We were working our tails off. And we were like a car up on a jack and the wheels were turning, but we weren't going anywhere, And I think that what I said was, well, what's the worst that could happen? Like if I was to surrender into this and trust that, okay, if I start to feel gratitude every day and start to write down things in a gratitude journal, then what have I got to lose if I don't do it? Like if I set a goal for myself, and we set an outrageous goal, like $1 million goal for this, when we launched My Movies back in 2008, we had a $97 program. Like no one does that, but no one's ever done that. Not that we knew that. And I think our ignorance was a little bit of a blessing. But we ended up doing $1 million in the end, So I think that when you can surrender to a certain point and go, okay, well, if I practice gratitude, what's the worst that can happen? If I set a goal, then what's the worst that can happen? Because even if you don't reach the goal in a certain period of time, you're certainly further along the road than you were when you didn't set the goal. And I think that we get afraid as human beings of disappointment, this fear of failure or this fear of success, which is like the other side of that. And for me, it's like, well, what's the worst thing to happen? I don't make it. Well, I'm still going to be better off anyway. Am I concerned about what people think? Some people maybe, but in general, no. But I know that if I'm doing what I'm doing and I'm not happy with where I'm at, then to keep doing what I'm doing now makes no sense. So why not try something different? Why not put a little faith in a system that's worked for millions of people around the world and, step into that, that new arena?
I think I can relate with that on so many levels, because in 1997, when I had my very first near-death experience and I had the trip to the other side, one of the things that was said to me was that I never had to worry, that all the right people would show up at the right moment to help me move forward. That this message isn't only for me, it's for you, it's for every single one of us on the planet. And then when I came back into the body and I didn't experience this vision of who I was shown I came to be immediately, and of course, in 1997, the world wasn't ready to hear the kind of things we talk about around manifestation and visualization. And so what happened is I ended up being homeless in the Sequoia National Forest. So when you talk about surrender, there's this level of surrender that took place in where I was introduced to things in nature, and I was pulling events and solutions and the next step to me. But I think what happens with a lot of people, you really hit the nail on the head, is they'll start this process and they'll intend, I want all these things, I'm going to think unlimited. And then, they hit the wall, and then that habit of negative thinking and their old programming shows up, their limited beliefs, and they give up. And so, I know that you've said a lot of times that's their success blockers.
Right. Absolutely. Yeah. Well, when you think about it, like every single human being on the planet has programs, has limiting beliefs, has subconscious blocks. It's part of our development. When we're young and we're under the age of 6, especially when we're very young, we have no discernment. We have, we're basically, our brain is in theta brainwave activity. So we're like sponges. Everything is coming in. And through our human instincts, we expect love. We need that to survive. So events will happen during the day. And we go, well, that must be love because I'm still alive and I'm still here. So, it must be love. So for some of us, love shows up in ways that doesn't serve us. Like for me, my biological mother left when I was 3 years old. So my version of love is, no mother, no maternal, or abandonment. I'm like, okay, that must be, not that you have a conscious thought about it, but it just gets stored into the subconscious mind as a program, as a belief. And then part of that could be, well, there must be something wrong with me if my mother left. So that gets stored in there as a program. And we have all these ideas and programs. Maybe you were told that that you're smart, but you're not very pretty, or that you're stupid, or whatever that is. Sometimes it's a benign, very innocent kind of a situation. And sometimes it is a repetitive, abuse that's happened over and over. But all of these things, all these events that we don't know whether it's right or wrong, good or bad, happy, sad, we can't differentiate between those things. We just go, this must be love, and it just gets stored into the subconscious mind. So now we're adults, and our conscious mind is going, I want to be wealthy. I want to be in a loving relationship. And yet our subconscious mind is like, no, wait a minute. Like, remember, you're not very pretty, or, you don't deserve this, or, people are always going to abandon you, and I don't want you to feel that again. So I'm going to do everything I can for you not to feel that. So then we start to have thoughts that come up that help us, that make us doubt ourselves, or tell us you're never going to be able to achieve that. We start to have different behaviors show up, like procrastination or perfectionism or whatever that is, that again is stopping us from trying to move forward into the life that consciously we want, but all these subconscious programs are running underneath. So, as I was talking before and talking about how we get clear, and I talk about the thoughts, I really, whenever I'm working towards a new goal or going into a new relationship or, a new business, thing, I always am acutely aware of what thoughts are coming up for me. Because normally, if we're just in our comfort zone, then we're not challenging our limiting beliefs. We're not challenging our programs. The subconscious mind has created your life so that you don't have to worry about that. But as soon as you want to create something different, you start to challenge those programs. And that's when you start to notice those thoughts and those behaviors starting to come to the surface. And when you understand what they are, where they come from, and you understand, the thoughts and what they are, I always write them down because it helps me to see them and go, wow, those thoughts have been running around in my mind like a dog chasing its tail for years. Like, what the? But now that I can see what they are, I understand where they came from. I can make the choice and intention to release them. And then I go, okay, well, if I'm taking that out, what am I going to replace them with? And a little trick that a girlfriend, Lisa Thomas, taught me is that when I'm trying to reprogram my mind and trying to adopt new thoughts, when I catch myself thinking the old thought that I want to release, I just stop and I say, cancel, cancel, cancel. Only love exists here. Now, what that is we call that a pattern interrupt. So all of a sudden, I caught myself, I'm saying that, and I say only love exists here, so I don't beat myself up for going, oh man, I didn't want to think that, and now it's popping up. You go, okay, yeah. And it also gives you that little moment or that pause to remind yourself, that's not what I'm thinking now, I'm thinking this instead. And so then you go into that new thought. And it kind of helps you. And after a while, you don't have to do that anymore because you've already retrained your brain to go into that new thought as the default.
I love that. You tell me, what do you tell people when they say to you that they don't visualize, that they have trouble visualizing or using their imagination? What would be some steps you'd share with those types of people?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I was that person. I found it really difficult to see things, in my mind as well. And there's a couple of things you can do. I mentioned before mind movies, which is it's exactly what the purpose of a mind movie is. It's just a visualization tool. So when you've got this little moving video that's describing with the pictures and everything, it makes it easy for your mind to see something. A vision board does exactly the same thing. You can put a picture up of a car that you want, and then it's easier for you to imagine yourself being in that car when you see the visual of it. But what's more important than what you see is what you feel. Because the emotions that we feel, remember, that's the frequency that we send out. That's what helps to, when our thoughts and our emotions are in alignment like that, it makes it easier for us to attract what we need. So even though you may not, be able to visualize a relationship, for example, or a moment in a relationship, you can play a love song that's going to elicit the emotions that you will feel when you're in love. The Love Mind movie that I created, I used a John Legend song, All of Me, which I love that song. Bert and I will dance around the kitchen to that song. But that song also becomes the soundtrack for the life that you want to create. So choose a song that will help you to get into that emotional state that you're trying to, whether it's pride or love or, motivation, whatever that is. Choose a song that's going to help you to emotionally get there, and that will help you to visually get there in your mind as well.
I love it. I love it. Well, what's the number one step that a lot of people miss when wanting to create their future or the life that they want to live?
Well, normally most people go, okay, I am in trouble. I've got all this debt around me. I need to figure out a way to do this. How do I get my way out of it? The thing is, we can't see a way out of it because all we're doing when we do that, I'm thinking as a human being, as a person who's got myself to this point, how do I get myself out of this point? But we're missing the most important factor. And when it comes to things like the law of attraction, what we're doing is we're also eliciting the help or the leverage of the universe. So for us to be able to do that, we need to get to the level where we are energetically coherent with the unified field, with the universe. And we can only do that from those higher frequency emotions. So if you're in a hole and you go, I need to get out of this hole, first thing you do is be grateful for why you're in the hole, what it's taught you, what you're learning from it, what you already have. And from that place, you can imagine something bigger, better, brighter for yourself. But most people forget that little key thing in the middle, at the beginning, because without that, we're kind of just paddling around in a little hole and not really getting anywhere.
It's funny you say that because, in different conversations you and I have had in the past, I've told you some of my because I'm over the top. We all know that. And so my funny mannerisms are like, even my granddaughter, she's 11 years old, and I've been saying these anchors to her since she was a little baby. And so now I just went and visited her last week. And the first thing she said was, a shuggy, shuggy, boom, boom, grandma. And then she said, Shakalaki lucky huck huck boo. And I just laughed my head off because it causes me to laugh, it causes her to laugh. And you and I both know that when we raise that frequency and go to that higher octave, we're sending that signal out into the universe and we're just drawing back to us what we are. It's so cool.
Absolutely. Yeah, I love that.
I wanted to mention, though, there was something when you were talking, it reminded me of something you had told me in the past about when you wanted to really tap into what you wanted. You'd get out there on your convertible and you'd have the top off and you'd just be free driving around with your convertible top off, looking at everything. And
yeah, well, I, the car that I drive here in the US would be out of my reach in Australia. Cars are way more expensive there. So I drive a car that, that to me is worth like 4 times the amount, because in Australia, that's what I would have to pay. And because I live in LA, so when I'm driving on PCH, which is that coastal road that you see in all the movies and all the TV shows, and I've got the roof down because I'd love to be in a convertible, and I've got the wind going, and I'm driving on that road. And every time I do it, again, it's like this little anchor where I go, wait a minute. I grew up in like a 3-bedroom house and there was 10 of us with 1 bathroom. Like this, that's where I grew up. And this is my life. And it's not just that I get to drive this lovely car on this amazing road, but that I'm helping to change people's lives. Like I'm doing something that fills my soul, that I feel like I'm on purpose and I'm fulfilling my purpose. I mean, everyone should get to do that, but I don't take it for granted ever. For me, it's like I understand the contrast between those two worlds, which makes me appreciate it more and more. And having, like, even when I take my dog out for a walk in the morning, that's my activity that reminds me, okay, I drop into my gratitudes. So, even having an activity that you can connect that with. So I have all these little things that I do throughout the day that they're like little positivity injections, because I can get stuck into the computer and just get, next thing you know, it's like, wait, it's 4:00. What happened? But having those little, positive injections really does help to keep my energy high,
Awesome. Well, with that, thank you so much, Natalie. As always, I just love spending time with you and just hearing how you make it easy for us to practice these principles in a way that we build that inner muscle. So
Yeah.
I appreciate you very much.
Thank you so much, Sherry. Great being here.
Thank you.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Hi, Sandy. I'm joining you because you're muted.
I'm muted. I just said a bunch of really great things and I was totally muted. What I was saying is that I loved hearing that conversation with with Sherry and her
Natalie Ladwell.
Yes, thank you. But
Yeah.
raising the planet, I mean, that's what this whole event is all about, and I just love that conversation. So thank you. That was
Natalie
so.
has just a way of making it very simple. You know, it was a powerful 30-minute segment, but I felt like there was so much to it that we just got so much in it. And I'm actually going to watch this replay. Make sure that I watch this replay because there's so much nuggets. It's 6 steps, and she just has this amazing way of landing it so simply. And I wanted to invite our audience. Come on, guys. What was your takeaway? Would love to hear on the chat. What did you take away? Like, what landed for you? There's so many things that landed for me in Natalie's segment. Yeah, so Never in Your Wildest Dream is Natalie Ladwell's book. And I would love to hear what are your takeaways. I wanted to just engage our audience right now. Thank you for joining us. We're, I think, on our 56th hour of us running this show right now. And it's the 2nd day out of 4. Yes, there's a 4th day. We've got a bonus 4th day. And I just wanted to hear from our audience what landed for you. There are a lot of great comments that were coming up. And on this next one, I wanted to make sure that you also stay engaged, ask questions, because who we have coming up is very powerful. And let me bring actually the other host that will be in this segment, Mr. Michael Silvers. Let me just bring Mr. Michael Silvers on the show.
All right. There we go. I just wanted to welcome everybody. We're going to turn this next segment over to Sandy. Sandy is one of the most amazing interviewers, as you know. She's with her hundreds and hundreds of podcasts and everything she does, Ava. So she's going to rock this next segment. Then I'll be coming back for that. So Sandy, over to you.
All right. Well, it is just such an honor and a privilege to introduce my friend, Rebecca Zung. And it was so interesting the way she and I connected, because I interviewed somebody on her board of directors, Brett Lockett, who's a former NFL player. And he told me, you need to talk to Rebecca Zung. And I wrote it down. Fast forward almost a year later, I meet Rebecca in person at our mutual friend's book signing. And I got her scheduled on my podcast. And I found this note that I had wrote down. And I only bring that up to share that part of the Think and Grow Rich is about manifesting. And there's sometimes that people are meant to be brought into your life. And we can't control that timing. And I just love how I feel like it was such a divine intervention that the two of us were meant to be introduced, weren't, and then met anyway. And I just wanted to point that out because it's such a special thing with the way the universe works and when we're keeping at that high energetic frequency. So Rebecca, it's such a pleasure to see you again.
Oh, such a pleasure. And Brett is one of my favorite people. He's actually on the board of my foundation that I started with Lindsay Snyder Ellingson, who owns In-N-Out. I actually literally just saw Brett at my book launch, my live book launch a couple of weeks ago. And then I just actually had a meeting with him like 2 days ago. So he's a friend. Yeah, it's such a great small world. And then we met at our mutual friend Craig's book launch like a month ago.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. I love how the universe works. And speaking of your book, congratulations. Rebecca texted me today and said, oh, by the way, my book has made it to the USA Today bestsellers list.
Yes, it has. It's a national bestseller this week.
That is so incredible. So for those of you who do not know Rebecca Zung, and you ought to know her because she is a really big deal. She's had over 40 million views on her YouTube channel. She's a best-selling author. Slay the Bully, How to Negotiate with a Narcissist and Win. But that's your most recent book. What was your other best-selling book that you had?
Negotiate Like You Matter, which is over here. I don't know.
Oh, right behind you.
I'm like opposite over here. Yes. Oh, I see Loretta over here. She's one of my she's one of my certified coaches, actually. Hi, Loretta. Very cool.
So before we dive into some of the questions that I wanted to ask you about narcissism, because that's such a topic that I don't think a lot of people have a lot of knowledge about it, but we run into people all the time in our life and in our business. But tell us a little bit about the book and what was the driving force to release it, because it's such a powerful message.
Well, honestly, it was because of the momentum behind my channel and everything that had happened for me. And so I happened to sign with a really, really good literary agent who wanted me to write the book. And, I really had been like on this rocket ship since COVID. And I knew that I was helping so many people. And like the very next step was really to write a book because I wanted to help more people. But honestly, it was, so it's been such a feeling since then of feeling like I've been chosen by the universe. And, just being on this particular summit is actually so meaningful to me, because I remember watching The Secret back in 2006 or whenever it was that it came out, and being so riveted by it. And since then, I've been fortunate enough to actually have interviewed Bob Proctor, Dr. Joe Vitale, John DeMartini, John Assaraf. I mean, I've actually interviewed most of the people from that movie, all of whom actually have given me testimonials. Like you talk about manifesting. It was so being on this particular webinar is actually pretty meaningful to me.
Oh,
Really.
well, we are so grateful to have you here, Rebecca. So, all right. So Slay the Bully is all about really narcissism. And I remember, because I interviewed you a couple of weeks ago, you wrote the book and you got into this of work because of a personal experience that you had.
True.
Could you just share with everyone that experience that kind of pushed you forward in this trajectory?
Yes. Well, it was after my law practice. And I think it's important for everybody to know that I had created one of the most prolific and successful law practices, certainly in South Florida, definitely. And, probably in the country. I mean, I was representing, billionaires and celebrities and, very, very powerful people in the world. And I was appearing on Extra regularly as a television correspondent, when celebrity divorces would break. And I was the keynote speaker for the American Bar Association in the area of negotiation. As you mentioned, I had written the book, Negotiate Like You Matter, which Robert Shapiro wrote the foreword for. And I only mention all of these things because it was after I decided, I want to merge my practice with these two other guys. I really want to do more entrepreneurial things. I got into a business partnership with somebody who was a female who turned out to be a covert passive-aggressive narcissist. So I tell everybody this because it was not a romantic relationship. It wasn't, anything like that. And it wasn't a male. It wasn't, a person that what I perceived to be, what my thought was of a narcissist was a male who was sort of chauvinistic, who kind of filled the room. That was to me what a narcissist was.
Right.
And to me, a narcissist, it was usually a romantic relationship, that sort of thing. And so, the whole thing very much took me by surprise, because I found myself in a situation where I was just, obsessed about it. I was thinking about it all the time. I was talking about it with my friends, talking about it with my husband. This person was driving me crazy. I was waking up in the middle of the night thinking about it. I was waking up in the morning thinking about it. I was, feeling sick at night. I was feeling sick to my stomach. I started losing my hair. I was having skin conditions over it, and all of these things were happening. And I really felt this loss of power, this disempowering. And, I felt like I was starting to lose my voice, not actually my voice, but feeling like I didn't have a voice in that relationship. And this was after I had this pretty powerful law practice. And so, I think it's important for people to know that it can happen at any time. And that was when I got out of that relationship. And it was only after that that somebody said to me, oh, that person was a covert passive aggressive narcissist. It was a psychologist who said that to me. And I was like, what is that? And that was when I started studying everything I could about narcissism. And, at the time I was also learning about YouTube and funnels, and, it was like this whole confluence of events came together for me. And that was when I started applying it to my cases. And it was like I discovered penicillin, and I started seeing movement in these super toxic, malignant types of people. And, that's how this whole thing came together.
So what are the most prevalent signs that someone may notice when someone is dealing with somebody with the narcissistic personality disorder?
Well, they always come on very, very strongly at the beginning. They're always very charming and charismatic and personable, because they use mirror neurons to become the exact person that you want to see. They're very good at reading you. And so it's really not so much that they're so charming and everything. They're very good at reading you and becoming the perfect person for you. And so, and then they come on extremely strongly, and they make you feel like you're the most special, amazing, perfect, amazing person in the world. And you almost can't breathe. And it happens very fast. And so it's 50 emails a day, and they're showing up at your house or office, and let's get to the next level, and let's meet your family, and or if it's business partnerships, it's I have all the perfect contacts, and let's sign contracts, and let's move in together. The whole thing is very fast. And because they're trying to lock you in as fast as possible, because they want to start taking withdrawals quickly. And they don't want you to see those red flags, because they're diverting them away as fast, and then as soon as they have you locked down, then you will start to see those red flags. And they're looking for a person who doesn't have necessarily good boundaries, or who's going to be, overly kind, or who's going to be generous, who's going to, allow them to do their thing. And, so that is what they're looking for. So they're kind of conditioning you from the beginning. Did they get away with that little bit of a lie? Did they get away with pushing that boundary? Did they get away with not paying that money back right away? Did they get away with not doing the thing they said they were going to do? Did they get away with getting you to do the thing for them? Did they get away with their little sob stories and, get you to be so kind and pour all the love into them and, all of that?
Are they consciously aware of how they're manipulating people? I mean, do they recognize it, or are they oblivious to that behavior?
No, I think they're aware, but I think it's a survival thing for them. I mean, it's been survival from the beginning. So it's just their way of being.
Very interesting. Because I think that, and Michael and I were talking about this earlier today, that I think that, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that most people have a little bit of that in them, right? Because we all have to survive. We all have a little bit. It's just different levels.
Yeah. It is a spectrum. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, there's a spectrum.
Yeah, of course.
So what strategies can people employ to manage relationships with individuals that are exhibiting narcissistic behavior, whether it be in their personal relationships or their business?
Yeah. So I talk about my SLAY method, which is SLAY: strategy, leverage, anticipate, and you. So building that super strong strategies, creating that vision, which is what you guys are talking about, the think and grow rich, right? Creating that vision. So many people are just on defense all the time, or you're only thinking about the fire that's right in front of you, and you're not thinking about the long game, or you're not thinking about that vision. thinking about that GPS, where is it that you want to go, and being super specific with it. The more specific you can be about where it is that you want to go, the more likely it is that you're going to get there. Write it down. The more, if you write down what it is that you want, the more likely it is that you're going to get it. And I mean, Napoleon Hill talked about that, right? You talked about this, Think and Grow Rich. I mean, it's a thing. So, write down what it is that you want in this too, right? So write down where it is that you want to go in your negotiations too. So strategy is, where is it that you want to go? Sometimes you're into such a survival mode with them too. You forget about where is it you want to go in your GPS with them too. So be super specific, on where it is you want to go in your negotiations as well. And then you can create that action plan and start course correcting. Because I always say step 1, don't run. Step 2, make a U-turn. Step 3, break free. So start course correcting, because they've been conditioning you so much from the beginning that just starting those baby steps to course correct can really help, right? Then you can create your leverage and your action plan. But really, I mean, in some ways, you want to start with thinking about the U, which is the why, which is your mindset. Your mindset is so important. You're going toward your final goal, your final destination, in a way, which is sort of the journey, is that authentic power. Your authentic power is you knowing who you are, being aligned with source. And that's authentic power. Is really, that's your abundant thinking. Really, a narcissist controls you from fear-based thinking. They're very scarcity minded, and they're afraid you're going to leave them. They're afraid you're going to, figure it out. They're really much more afraid of you than you are of them. And so their kryptonite is you figuring out that, that you're going to figure out who they actually are, right? So you being in your authentic power and aligning yourself with source and knowing who you truly are, that's, once you figure that out, nobody can touch you.
Oh, I love it. So we had a really great question that was just popped up on the screen. I'll go ahead and read it to you. This is from David Fagan, who's been such a great trooper. Here we go. He's been so wonderful with his comments and everything. So I love this. You're the real deal, but I'm skeptical of so many people in social media that seem to know all the answers from reading books or attending events that still have so little success in life. How do you explain this? Why are so many people still stuck after having the answers? Such a great question.
Well, I think, it's execution, probably number one. I think a lot of people don't actually do. And number two is mindset. Once again, it's that mindset. It's that knowing. You have to go from, knowing it to doing it, to actually feeling it and really believing it and feeling it. I always say it's sort of like, you can know that, you're a woman or a man or whatever, but, to really know it and actually feel it, right? That there's a difference between saying I am a woman or like feeling that. And that's kind of what it has to become for you when you are literally knowing that you're in your authentic power, or knowing that you are becoming your new, true, powerful self. You can't say, I'm going to be this person, or I'm going to be that person, because there's still that gap. Then, like you're chasing this thing, and when you chase, you're never going to catch. Like you literally have to be that, because you don't attract what you want, you attract what you are.
Right.
So you literally have to step into those shoes now and be that future person today. But you have to believe that you can win. I always say, like, you can say, I need the best lawyer, or I need this and I need that. All of that still gives away your agency. You're still giving away your agency. You have to believe it.
I love it, because not only do you have to step into it, but then you have to take action. And I think those are the two things that people don't do.
Yeah.
It's it's one of those things. And Rebecca, thank you so much for being on today. It's great to have, look at all the comments that are coming in, and right now you're getting a rocket, Rebecca. Thank you, Rex, and thanks for the thought provoking. And there's a lot coming in, but it's making a difference with everything we do. And thank you for flexibility. Thank you for being here with us. Thank you for, taking this audience and having them have that thought-provoking insight that you just gave. And we have like 1 minute left. What's a last thought you'd like to leave them with?
Oh, people will think what you tell them to think. I tell you that all the time. When you are getting ready to negotiate, people will think what you tell them to think. So when you walk into that room, be who you want to be, and nobody can touch you. Have that authentic power, that is going to be the thing that will help you slay bullies and slay your life every single time.
I love it.
Brilliant.
Thank you so much from Think and Grow Rich and the Los Angeles Tribune. We appreciate your time. Thank you for your thoughts. Look what's going on in the comments. And everybody, give Rebecca a thunderous round of applause. You can put 5s in. That's always a way we can say thank you. And it's just been great to have you on here. You're welcome. Thank you so much. And we'll talk to you very soon.
Thank you for having me. All right.
Thank you,
Rebecca.
All right, Sandy, you ready to rock and roll? Here we go.
We are.
Yeah. Also, by the way, team, you're doing a phenomenal job. There come the 5. Let's give our team a big round of applause. And also, team, I'll run the board, so we're good. We also have a bunch of panelists coming on that will be after this segment, so we'll see what the room is like. But it's just great. So, Sandy, I'm going to put you in the green room so you can rest. You just did a great interview, and we'll bring you back. You're welcome. I'm hitting way too many buttons. All right, here we go. Now, co-hosting this next segment, because she's amazing. What she's doing for the University of California system and the brilliance she's creating is my co-host. And you just co-hosted the big Rev Up 23 event, didn't you?
I did. An amazing event. Nothing like hanging out and having lunch with Sharon Lecter, getting to see you and Mo, Bill Walsh. Had an amazing time. Janice threw a phenomenal event, and we'll be back in April in Vegas. So learned a lot, and excited to be here today.
Oh, it's just great to have you on. Did you hear Kelly? Did you hear her dropping those names? Did you hear that part? So first of all, Misty Kerrigan, thank you for co-hosting. You're always amazing here, and just being here and having your presence here is amazing. Our next presenter, you can see she's ready to go. I'm going to pop you in the top screen. Why? Because everybody running these, just letting you know, if you're running a StreamYard, if she's in the top screen, you're going to see what I'm about to do in a minute and the whole reason behind it. And she's ready to go. Kelly Bazzani, emerging from addiction in the confines of a maximum security jail, inspired by the principles of Think and Grow Rich. Kelly emerged with a profound revelation. She discovered that the power to change resided within her all along. Today, with 16 years of sobriety and 9 years without prescription medication, Kelly's journey embodies the timeless principles of personal transformation and emotional resilience. Holding a master's degree in psychology and as a resilience and empowerment specialist, she has transmuted her darkest moments. Used a good word there, and I got it out. Holding a master's degree in psychology and resilience and empowerment specialist, as she transmuted her darkest moments into a beacon of hope for countless others. Kelly's approach is deeply and firmly grounded in her own wellspring of emotional resilience, fostering not just deep-centered growth, but profound healing on your personal journey. If you're seeking a way out of destructive patterns and addictive behaviors, Kelly's story and expertise offer not only understanding, but also a path to reclaim your power, wealth, and self-efficiency. Join Kelly now, and here we rock and roll down this journey of self-discovery and lasting success. Welcome to the show, Kelly.
Thank you so much. I'm so excited to be here, Michael. Thank you, Michael. And Misty, I was one of my favorite people, so I'm so glad she's here with us. And thank you to Mo, LA Tribune, and everybody.
And that's
So
exactly
honored
why
to
Misty's here, because I know you two you're rocking the
my
house.
goodness. One of my favorite people and my mentor in
That's
Mentor Studio. So
I love it. And what a lot of you don't know is these two are they're quite the force, and there's a lot coming in 2024. So you just wait to see what happens, because we're going to have a really big show, and we're going to have all of you on in January, and you're going to see what we're going to do. And you'll be like, what? I want to be part of that. So it's just amazing. So Kelly, really when you take a look at everything that you've done, what have been your biggest takeaways thus from all the amazing speakers and everything you've learned so far?
I've just been blown away. I've been able to relate to so many speakers. I think my biggest takeaway just within the first 3 minutes of listening to Satish was when he said resilience is key, right? And my biggest hero within this journey has been Joseph McClendon, because our stories are pretty much identical. We were both homeless 8 years ago. And I live with my Bible. I keep it on my desk. I read out of it every day. And I think my biggest takeaway, that the continuous theme I have been hearing throughout all of the amazing and extraordinary speakers have been resilience, and not just the ability to bounce back, but to bounce forward. And I think even listening to our last speaker and the speakers before that has just been setting your intentions. The one message that stood out for me was, fall in love with the process of achieving the goal. And I think what's super important about that for me is if I would have given up along my journey, especially in the beginning stages of getting clean, and every time I got told no, I would have given up, I wouldn't be here on this panel today. I think emotional resilience, not only in recovery and entrepreneurship, in Think and Grow Rich, and all of these, we get to define what rich means to us. I was not rich when I first got clean. I was not rich. But I was rich in spirit. I was rich in courage. I was rich in resilience. I was rich in perseverance. So, all of my mentors have told me, if your dreams are not big enough, if your goals are not big enough, then if you're not scared when you make them, they're not big enough. And so I think, Michael, when I look at all this to get to where I wanted to go, and what was revealed to me along the way is our only limitations are the ones we set in our mind. It's our only limitations.
That's right. That's
our only limitations.
Yeah. It's it's those limitations that stop us from moving forward. So, and the things that we do, and I know there's some things we're going to talk about here, and we'll get to it all, but Misty, Kelly really well. Ask her a question.
Well, Kelly, one of the things we talked about that really connects with Think and Grow Rich is the things that we believe to be true, we create. And, both of us coming from over 20 years in the psychology world, how do you help your clients start to shift their beliefs?
I love that question. I always ask my clients, do you let your thoughts go beyond what you believe to be true about yourself, about another person, about a circumstance? And what I mean by that is I teach them what I call the 9-dot square. We live within our 9-dot square of our content. Our content, what we tell ourselves, our story. And all of our story is made up of our subconscious. And this has been talked about. This is why, this has just been the best 2 days of my life listening to all this, because I've just been in my nerd out psychology world. But in our content, it's all of our subconscious, made up of our fears or our programming. And so our potential is limited on what we believe we can get. And so we take action on that, whether it's what we think we'll get or what we won't get. And then we take action. And so the only thing that limits us on that, what we believe we're going to get, we take action on that. Our subconscious will make a decision on that if we're not conscious on what we're making. And our conscious is our rational mind. So if we're living in our 9-dot square of our story, which is basically just subconscious reaction instead of rational thinking, then that's what we're going to do. And I love when Carl Jung says, until we make the unconscious conscious and really get intimate with it, we're just going to call that fate. So you'll hear people say, well, this is just the best it's going to be. Well, I'll be happy when. So until we bring that subconscious to the conscious, we're living in our story. And so until we bring that content out of our comfort zone and put it into context and really look at the facts of what's really going on, we're still going to keep getting the same results. Our subconscious will make that decision for us. And so I love to teach my clients that and go, how true is that really? And my best question is, who's telling you that? And they're like, well, I am. Okay, well, let's get reality based on that, right? So I love that question, Misty, because that's a lot of the work I do with emotional resilience is let's really take a look at that.
Yeah, here's a great comment right away. Look at these comments coming in. You know, Kelly, the thing that you do is obviously, Think and Grow Rich has been a big part of your life. You have the book right there. It's
Yes.
part of the learning. It's part of your journey. And you're tying the growth of your business into and from being mentored by Think and Grow Rich.
Yes.
And I keep hearing that. You want to just drill down on that a little bit?
I do. I just want to like quote bomb again from Think and Grow Rich. It
Please.
talks about if you do not conquer self, you will be conquered by self. And what I also realize, we get so what I say busy in entrepreneurship, right? And there's a really big difference between being busy and productive. And so I see a lot of us looking to external source or external validation. I love David Fagan's question. Why do we see so many people claiming to be experts and looking at all these things? I want to say that again, it's emotional resilience for me. Because when we're looking to external sources, if we are waiting on someone or something to shift or change, we're going to be waiting a very long time. So it's up to us to do the shifting or changing. So in my coaching, I'm like, how are you responsible for the problem? Either by your reaction or your inaction when a problem happens. So you can go get self-care. People refer to self-care as bubble baths and massages and everything. Those things are great. I refer to self-care, soul care as really going internal and working on the things that I need to do for me and conquering self. When I have a thought, I'll never be able to speak on the LA Tribune. Emotional resilience is catching that thought and challenging those thinking errors and going, wait, how true is that really? And shifting that optimism and using flexibility and adaptability to look at all the possibilities available to me to bounce forward, to make that a reality for myself. So I really use the principles of this to get to where I want to go, because emotional resilience is the compass, Michael, that guides you to the results that you want to obtain.
That's it's such a great piece as you're moving people forward. The other thing too, with the background you have, right? When we train and we teach, you also know that they won't always do, right? That
Yes.
the client has that responsibility. But I love here you sent me some pre-questions, which are great. And I think this is a great one. And because I don't always read these, but this is a great question. Why do you believe emotional resilience and conscious leadership is so imperative for servant leadership in today's times?
Yeah,
because that's also moving people forward. Does that make
that's
sense?
it.
Yeah.
Right. Because the starting point of all achievement is desire. I can tell you all day long, Michael, you are the most wonderful person. Misty, I can be like, Misty, you're the best mentor in the world, right? If I tell you, you might believe me. If you tell you, you're going to believe you.
Mm-hmm.
You need to have a desire to change. In my addiction, people would tell me all the time, you're so worth it. You need to change, and I was like, no, okay. Until I had that desire to change, and Zig Ziglar, I got to quote my Zig Ziglar while I'm on here. He always says, you don't have to be great to start, but you have to start to be great. And so we stay what I call in this like paralysis of analysis. But why this is so important in conscious leadership is if we're living in that, if we're being robotic and we're just rinse, repeat and getting up and going to school and feeding the kids, and we're not being conscious of our desires, we're just going to be operating out of that subconscious. And so we need to really, we need to lead. If we're conscious, then we can lead with intention and purpose and a deep awareness of ourselves. And so a leader, if we're going to be a leader and we're really practicing out of this Think and Grow Rich, it's not about reaction. It's about responding with clarity and vision. And in order to do that, you have to be conscious of what you're doing. So a leader doesn't just navigate storms as they come up, because we have a lot of them. We harness the energy. We look at a storm and we're like, oh, okay, how do we navigate this with flexibility and adaptability? So resilience is the compass, and it guides us down this road of potential where we can foster optimism. We look at all the possibilities. We have resilient mentorship. Michael, you know this about me. Misty, you know this about me. I always say, if you think you're the smartest person in the room, find a different room. I am always learning and growing. And so you find meaning in what you do. And when you love what you do it with purpose, on purpose. And that is emotional resilience. That is emotional resilience.
I love it. I love it. You know, and it's one of those, Misty, you're bouncing a little bit. Do you have a question? We have a couple minutes left and I have one, but go ahead, Misty.
No, I really do, because I think some of the main premises is shame. And me and Kelly, we talk about that all the time. And Kelly came from an amazing part of letting go of the shame to allow her life to still continue and grow and have even bigger dreams, like you were saying. But sometimes when we talk about that, is the shame will 360 back and knock you down.
Yeah.
But it's that definite purpose. And you said purpose a few times. And I love in the Think and Grow Rich, the definite purpose, because even Bruce Lee had definite purpose and wrote it down and read it twice a day. Can you give us some techniques or tips that we could do today once we are off of here and we're motivated, but motivation isn't going to do anything if we don't put action into it? And I know you always have some great tips and techniques for action.
I do. You know, I want to talk shame. Shame is such a great one. Thank you for that, Misty. In order to love who you are, you cannot hate the experiences that shaped you. And I see a lot of people wanting to move forward without addressing here. And emotional resilience is about that too. So a great way for me to address shame is I took my guilt and shame and everything was buried under layers, right? Of guilt and shame and resentment and this and that. And so the light is gonna reveal you, but the dark is gonna be what heals you. So in order to love who you are, you have to embody all of you, not just the parts of you that you've been programmed to accept or that you want other people to see. And so why people come to me for coaching is because I show up the same in my integrity, no matter if I'm on the LA Tribune, no matter whether I'm coaching. I get onto lives and I'm in my robe and I'm like, hey, you know what? I'm showing up today. I don't really feel well. Here's my gray hair, but this is the parts of me. I embody all of who I am today. And those are some tips that I just want to encourage people to do to address themselves is, in order to love who you are, don't hate the experiences that shaped you, because it adds to the factual story about you, not the story that's keeping you stuck back here, right? People would say to me, you're using addiction as your crutch, Kelly. And now I use my addiction and all my shame as my truest unique gift to the world to inspire and motivate and impact in servant leadership.
You know, and that to me, that's the strength. It's because of become who you want to be, but they then can see the shining light come from you.
Yes.
They can, that's that attraction. That's what keeps them moving. And it's not about how, oh, I'm just going to feel good every day. Because that's not what life's about. It's like what Joseph said, remember, about feel into the bad beyond purpose.
Yes. And it gives them permission to do the same, Michael, to shine their light.
Yep. There's the point right there. Somebody typed that in. That's the point. So with the couple minutes, with the minute really we have left, what would you like to leave this audience with? Because what happens is this is what they're going to remember. This is how they're going to remember you. And this is the part that they're going to take away. You gave them the thing to do. You gave them really the explanation and the tie-in of that book they're reading, Think and Grow Rich. But what right now would you like them to remember about everything you've said, or something to move forward?
Yeah. I want to leave them with, you are the master of your own garden. and you get to plant the seeds of your own thoughts. And so at any time, you can pull up those roots of old thoughts and old patterns and old habits and plant the seeds of your own garden and your own thoughts and your new habits and your new behaviors. Because we're all masterpieces, we're all works of arts, and we all have a story to tell, to inspire. And so I just want to encourage everybody to do that. Because 8 years ago, I was Joseph McClendon as well, right? And I am where I am today by just 1% a day consistency, belief, sense of certainty in myself, and replanting my thoughts and being patient and flexible and adaptable to watching that grow. And so at any time you can shift, and it takes a lot less energy and just clarity and vision. And so I'm just so honored to be able to share that, because consistency is key, and confidence is acquired. And when you do consistency, the confidence is acquired, and you take the action, and it will lead to the results and the outcome that you're desiring.
I love it. Everybody give Kelly a thunderous round of applause. You can, oh, look, we got DC Cordoba. They're all watching. This is from Hawaii. We have people in Malaysia. We have people all over the world. We actually have 23 countries. It's been great to have you on today. Thank you so much for the words, for the things we can use and how we can move forward. And from, myself and the Think and Grow Rich Institute and Los Angeles Tribune, we just appreciate your time, and you just have a beautiful day today.
Honor. Thank you. Thank you for the beautiful questions. And thank you for Misty being my co-host. That was amazing.
Oh, Misty rocks. All right, Kelly. Thank you again. Okay. All right, Misty. So we're going to turn it over to the panel now, but you've been great. Misty, of everything you've learned from this show and what is going on and what we've had and all the people watching right now, what is one major takeaway for you?
Whenever I work with like my at-risk youth or my foster youth or the and new people who are out of recovery, it really is, if you don't define yourself, others will. And you define yourself through your definite purpose. So I love the story of the comeback. My favorite movie growing up was Rocky. So that sort of, I have a dream and I get knocked down. Famous song, but I get up again. And it really just is that every time you get knocked down, if you have that definite purpose, that's going to get you back up. If you stay down, it's because you don't have a reason to get up.
Amazing. All right, Misty, you've been amazing. I don't know what your timing's like today, and we always do this, but we've got this panel coming up next from the Mentor Studio, and then Mr. Bill Walsh. If you could hang around for that, I'd love you to be in the green room and pop you up and say hi.
I will definitely be here. Super excited to hear the panel and Bill Walsh, one of my mentors.
I know, it's just fantastic. All right, Misty, I'll put you back in the green room. Now it's my pleasure and honor to bring this next gentleman. He's going to do his own little intro, and then he'll tell me name by name who he likes me to bring up, and I'll bring them all up. It's amazing that the things we do in our lives and how we make differences and we really are there to be of service. And I think that being of service piece will make a difference every single time. How we do that, how we step forward, and how we present ourselves in so many ways. So what he's done, I'm going to bring him up right now. What he's done is whenever he's asked, he says, "How can I serve?" Whenever we've needed anything, he's like, "I can do it bigger, better. I can help you in any way. We can be of service to the community." And he's always just said, yes, which makes a difference every life in our lives. And it's always ecological. We say no harm to yourself or others. So Mr. Craig Bruce is going to run our next panel for the Mentor Studio, who's brilliant, former partner at global management consulting firm for 25 years, led to burnout, retired, and began a journey to transform his health and lifestyle through science-backed behaviors. Currently managing principal of Evolve Health and Lifestyle, consulting with high-performance business leaders to thrive in life and relationships without sacrificing their career. Proud dad of 2 Aussie Doodles, Baskin and Baker. I love that. You knew I was going to read it, right? There's no way.
Thanks, Michael. Hey, great to see you, and thanks for the Mo and Ava and the LA Tribune. What an amazing 2 days it's been so far. It's my biggest takeaway has been so far, I have hope in the world. And here's why. To have spent the last 2 days with such brilliant, emotionally intelligent, heart-centered people who want to have a positive impact on the world has truly just given me hope in this crazy world that we can change the world little by little.
And it's that little by little. Tell us a little bit about, because you have quite the journey.
Yeah.
And with that journey right now, you're back to the point of being of service to these communities. Tell us a little bit about what you're doing right now and how you created it and how you see it in the next 5 to 10 years.
Yeah, great. I spent 25 years global business executive, 2.5 million miles on one airline and 1 million miles on another. And I wore it like a badge of honor. I even bragged about it to people. And yet it was that lifestyle that really took its toll. And it took its toll so much on me that one day I landed in the doctor's office and she ordered bed rest. And Michael, I know you've heard this story, but my version of bed rest was my laptop, my cell phone, and conference calls from my bed. And I said, that's it. I got to change. I got to take control. And that was almost 10 years ago. And since then, I've been coaching high-performing business leaders and entrepreneurs to help them understand that you don't have to sacrifice your health, your wealth, your key relationships, all the things that I had sacrificed to really have a successful career. And that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing every day. That's what gets me out of bed. The interesting conversations that I'm beginning to have with my clients over the last year or two is particularly those who might be a little more mature, 45, 50. They're at a point where they're saying, there's got to be more to life than this. And what's my second chapter? And we're really beginning to define their second chapter and what that looks like. And my generation and the generation after me, we've redefined the word retirement. It's not our parents' retirement. And we want to continue being of service. We want to continue adding value to the world. We're bringing a level of emotional intelligence that the younger generations don't seem to have. And we want to do something that is aligned with our purpose, our mission, and our values. And those are the conversations I'm having now. And that's what besides the 2 dogs, that's what gets me out of bed in the morning.
I love it. With that being the point of sort of what you're doing, and that's how you get, remember Bill always says the 10 by 10 in the morning. That's funny too. I can't get that out of my head. But it's as you move forward with what you're creating, what is 1 or 2 things you can tell this audience right now? Just to move their life, to move their business, what can they take away that if they said, I've got to go to dinner right now, though you don't want to go to dinner because we have a lot of our mentors coming up.
Yeah, we don't want to go to
soon,
dinner right yet.
But it's what are 1 or 2 things that you can give them to do immediately, even today?
Yeah. So I'm going to give them one thing that is a little more complex, and then I'll give them something that my clients say changes my life immediately. So the first thing, which is a little more complex, is get very clear about who you want to be and how you want to show up every day. Get that clarity, and clearly, that's a concept that I took from Think and Grow Rich, right? The idea of vision and intention and action. So get very clear. The second one is, and this one you can implement tomorrow morning: hydrate before you caffeinate. What do most people? The first thing they do is they reach for this first, right? They reach for this cell phone, which is the wrong thing to do, and then they go have a cup of coffee. That's the absolute wrong thing to do. You need to be drinking water. And there's all kinds of science that we go through when we work together that we build into a morning ritual. So those are a couple of things that I would say my clients have told me has a tremendous impact on their lives right away.
And when you're working with these clients and you give them that impact and that thing to do, what are some of the comments that you hear from them?
Yeah. I have more energy, right? I get more focused. I get I have more control over my day, right? Particularly when when I wake up in the morning, I ask myself 3 questions. The first question is, and it's actually 2 questions, but
Yeah.
who do I want to be and how do I want to show up today?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm very clear. The second question is, what do I need to do today that's going to have the greatest impact on my future and my goals? And then the third, for what am I grateful? So it's really about clarity. It's really about getting more control, you taking more control of the day rather than the day taking control of you. And then ultimately it's looking in the mirror and saying, hey, I like what I see.
I love it. You know, it was a year ago, I think, when you took a little more than that, and we needed the health and wellness forum to be run. And you took it to that next level. And you took it with enthusiasm, with excitement, and bringing really because health and wellness means a lot of different things.
It does.
People have a tendency, well, does that mean I need to take a nutritional? What do I need to do? What does it mean? And what is it? What does it have to do with my business? That's what we hear all the time. Can you just talk about that for a minute, and then we're going to bring up those beautiful panelists?
Yeah, I can't wait. I can't wait to bring up these beautiful souls, these colleagues of ours. I would say that what I found is that the people who attended, we are grateful that they would attend, and they were people who believed that health and wellness was important and was connected to the results of their business. Who really needed to be there were the people who were a lot of entrepreneurs who are working in their business and don't yet see the importance of taking care of themselves, prioritizing themselves. And that's part of the message that we want to get out there, that don't wait until it's too late to focus on your health and wellness. And health and wellness is we defined it in the broadest sense. Not only was it your physical health, your mental health, your social health, it was also your financial health. So it was very holistic. So that's the message that we really want to send to people is there is a correlation between taking care of you and also your business results.
Yeah, every single time. That's well done.
Yeah, and don't wait until it's too late.
That's right. That's right. And we're not promoting anything here, people, by the way. This is all Think and Grow Rich, but I love the name of your company, which is
Evolve Health and Lifestyle.
Yeah. How does it get any? It's brilliant. It's just brilliant because we're doing that every single day of our life. Wow. All right. You ready?
We're ready, and I know they're ready too.
I know they are. It's good. So what I'd like to do, everybody, is I'm going to turn this over to Craig. He is just phenomenal when it comes to narrating a panel and really bringing the greatness of others out. I'm going to put myself back in the grain room, and I'll come back when it's time, and I'm going to bring those. Let's just welcome all these amazing. Look at all these beautiful people. There we go. Look at this.
Hey,
look at this. There we go. Just an amazing day.
And we should have one more, I think.
Who are you looking for?
Jonathan.
Yep, Jonathan's not on.
Okay.
So I'll work with him while you have the panel.
Bring him on. Hey guys, so it's great to see all of you. Happy Sunday, and we're gonna just share your brilliance with the LA Tribune audience. So we're just gonna jump right in. Is that okay? So let's just jump right in. I want to. And Vanessa, I'm going to come to you first. Introduce yourself and just give us a brief description of your business and what you do.
Hi, Craig, and welcome everyone. It's so good to see all of you. Hi, Misty. Thanks for that wonderful segment we just had with you and Kelly. How inspiring, how much amazing information you shared. Yes, so I always say that's a bit of a loaded question, but yes, I call myself a confidence and success coach. I work with entrepreneurs, speakers, and leaders. I help them step into their power so they can build the lives they deserve. And I also work as co-director and owner of Achieve Systems, where we help entrepreneurs and business owners grow their businesses up level from where they are through providing them with all the resources, revenue stream opportunities, networking opportunities, and leads to help them grow. Basically, really there to support. We love working with heart-centered entrepreneurs, service-based entrepreneurs, just seeing the need out there for them to have the resources to help them level up and grow their businesses.
Hey, Vanessa, thanks for that. And your community, you just have such a powerful community in the Achieve system. So, and what you guys are doing with entrepreneurs is truly amazing. Misty, how about you? We heard you earlier, but would love to know a little bit about you and what you do.
I am just so excited to see all these faces. And Ava and Mo in the background, thank you so much. The Los Angeles Tribune, this Think and Grow Rich is one of the favorite books. I try to read it twice a year. I am a business psychologist. I spent 22 years in children's mental health, creating and directing programs. I now work for UC Davis, consulting and creating more programs. And in the business world, what I love to do is help creating workshops, certified coaching programs, and just really helping business owners, especially small business owners, understand the different generations and creating their customer journeys around the generations. Because in the next 2 years, 95% of the workforce will be millennials and younger. So us Gen X and older, you know, we've got different values. But once you tie into those values that our younger generation has, they don't lack work ethic. They don't lack dreams. They don't lack big goals. They just need to be approached differently. So I love working with companies and just helping them connect with these generations so these generations can unleash their greatness.
And Misty, thank you for that work. You are so right about that generation just needing to be approached differently and approach from what's important to them. My friend Jonathan Trowan, tell us who you are and what you do.
Oh, thank you so much, Craig. And Michael Silver's my mentor, Mo Rock. Thank you so much for having me here. Yeah, my name's Jonathan Trowan with the Self-Love Revolution. And here's what I discovered. We've become our own worst enemies, and we get in the way of our own success, whether it's our wealth, our health, or our relationships. And I'm on a mission to turn that around, using the research-backed power of self-love and self-compassion so that we can become our own best friends and use that to create even more wealth, more health, and better relationships than we've ever had in our lives.
Awesome, Jonathan. We all need to become our own best friend, right?
Yeah, that is what I believe.
I love it. I love it. And I know that so many of the folks watching also believe that as well. If you believe that, type that in the chat. Type to be your best friend. Mr. Corey, how are things in South Florida?
Hey, everybody. Thank you, Craig. All my good buddies here. Misty, Vanessa, I get to see this weekend. Mr. Jonathan, and Eric, the geek from 95. They can help you anything with the computers. And, of course, everything from LA Tribune and what they do. Well, my name is Albert Corey from sunny Miami, Florida. I am the cash injection specialist. With simple accounting and business systems, we're going to put more profit in your business. Because a lot of business owners don't understand it's the bottom line that counts, not the top revenue. I've done this for almost 40 years and saved my clients over 60 to 80 million dollars with the simple processes I use every day. And now I'm out to take it to the world and not to be the top secret person in South Florida.
Great, Albert. Thanks. Appreciate that. And Eric, same question to you.
Well, thank you very much, Craig. And it is great seeing all of my fellow folks here. You know, what I do, for lack of a better term, is I power thought leaders. So very much of what I do is really, it embraces everything that Napoleon Hill talked about in Think and Grow Rich, and also very much the theme of the summit. So, you know, people come who are thought leaders with something that they really believe in. But just believing in something doesn't mean that they can turn it into a business and execute it. So I help them build the right foundation with their brand. And then at the end of the day, if they actually want to achieve it, the one thing that they're struggling with is technology. And I've been using technology since 1984, building CRM systems, doing marketing automation systems. So I take their ideas and I help them turn it into a real actual business. And
be as productive as possible so they can truly achieve what they want to achieve at the end of the day.
Great. Thanks, Eric. Thanks for everything you do for your clients. All right, next question. So this is about Think and Grow Rich. And we've, this morning, the session with Dr. James Dentley and Satish was just, if you guys, I mean, how powerful was that? And, you know, we've all read it. So Jonathan, I'm going to come to you with this question. How has Think and Grow Rich actually helped you, the book, helped you in your life and in your business?
This book has been so powerful. One of the big things that it taught me was that I have the power inside of me. And this is a big thing. I have the power inside of me, and I have access to all the wisdom of the world. There's a chapter in there that talks about tapping in, to create a mastermind. I call it board meetings, but to create a mastermind with not us, like you guys are some of my favorite people on the planet, but you can picture anyone. So sometimes I have board meetings with Martin Luther King, sometimes with Tony Robbins, alive or dead. You can put these people in a room and tap into their wisdom, which is simply the wisdom of the universe.
Yeah.
And it's in here. It says it in the book to do that. And I learned that. And I have the most amazing board meetings that give me the most amazing advice. And yeah, it's affected everything I do. And let me add, it's affected my clients too, because they have their own board meetings now.
Yeah. Albert, how about the same question to you? How is Think and Grow Rich? Because I know you've read it hundreds of times.
As probably oldest person here, yes. I'm grandpa. By the way, I am a grandpa now, so it's okay. So I think it did a couple of things for me. One, that you really don't do it alone. The power of masterminds. See, but really a mastermind is just meeting other people. And that's one of the things is you got to go out and meet other people so your brain doesn't get stale and mushy. And you just got to keep thinking big, go big or go home. So that's always been my strategy. You know, I started off just as a little dude, starting with $10 in my mom's bedroom. And I go, wow, I'm speaking in Vegas and here with thousands of people. Not bad from the kid who was picked on, bullied, and called all kinds of names, even by pops. But, you know, I overcame it, and now I'm having fun with the cool kids on the block.
That's so cool. And Albert, thanks for sharing that part of your story in your life. Dream big, right? And knowing you, I know you do dream big and still have those dreams. We'll ask that question to one more person, and then we're gonna follow up. So Vanessa, how about you? How has Think and Grow Rich really helped you in your life and business?
You're muted.
You're muted.
Thank you. I was considering not muting myself, but there it was. Thank you, Craig. Thank you so much. This book has meant a lot to me. And for me, it's been more about really bringing the subconscious to the conscious and becoming more aware of being intentional. You know, I love what Albert just said, because my story is a little similar in that I'm from a very tiny, small town in South Africa. And I've come to a place in my life where, well, for the past, I don't know, almost 20 years, occasionally now and again, I'll be pinching myself and going, how did I get from there to here? And really, for me, I've always said I've had a charmed life. I'm one of those lucky people who have always lived with passion, who've always been in a positive environment. I had a very supportive family. So when I got here, it was almost like reverse engineering and going, what happened? Right? What actually happened? How did I get here? And in reading this book and the concepts in the book, I could step by step decipher what I had actually done. But the value of that was now it's conscious. So now I can recreate it. And for me, that was so validating in going, oh, wow, okay, so this is how I got here. But now in order to recreate it, I can now consciously do that through living these principles.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. And I thought it was really enlightening this morning when Satish talked about that there's only one principle in the book, and that is the auto suggest. Everything else are tools. And I'm like, wow, did anybody what that was? I'm like, wow, that is quite powerful. So the mastermind is a tool. I saw a couple of comments around the conceive it, believe it, and achieve it. And in the book, Hill talks about whatever the mind can conceive and believe, the mind can achieve. Misty, I'm just curious, how does that resonate with you, and how have you applied that in your life? And then Eric will come to you.
Oh, I love this question. I'm adopted. My grandparents adopted me. And my grandpa had 6 kids before me that he didn't really get to raise because he was working all the time. So when I came along, I got a dad. And he really just instilled that whatever you dream, you can do it. You just have to do the work to get it. And so I was kind of just raised that way, like what's your goals? What's your goals? What are you going to do? And how are you going to get there? And so I immediately in 4th grade became pre-med until I realized, and I love it. Shout out to all the medical people out there until I, turns out I don't like the smell of throw up and I pass out around cadavers. So my career immediately switched over from medical to psychology. And when I started in psychology and working with at-risk youth was one of my first day jobs, what I realized was watching them change their belief in themselves, change their entire course of their life. Yeah. And then what I realized was, oh my gosh, as I started working with adults or businesses was, wow, it's our beliefs in ourselves. We are the writers and the editors of our own life. And some of us don't take hold of that. We write the next chapter horribly, or we only read the first part of the book, right? We only read the first part of the book and we don't rewrite tomorrow. And so when I started to get more in depth in this, in the book, it says you are the sum of the 5 people you hang around.
Yeah.
You are the sum of the 5 people you hang around. But, I hate this because I tell people that there's been studies is you are the sum of the 5 people hang around. And those 5 people hang around. It goes 3 deep. Yeah. So what that really did in the belief system is you were going to take on the beliefs of those around you. And so the one thing I've done since I was 25 was just join groups like the Mentor Studio, follow people like the Los Angeles Tribune, and what is the next thing? Achieve, Vanessa. And when you get to meet Robert, her husband, there's amazing people that'll just reiterate everything that you read. Getting to hang out with you, Craig, and meet your dogs. Great sons, by the way. Hugging Jonathan is some of the highlights. Yeah. Albert, everyone, Albert has a lot of money. We can all just be fair and say about that. But Albert will be the first one in any event to show up and bring donuts and coffee because he just cares about people. And Eric is a genius when it comes to computers, but the man also takes care of his mom. So when you get to the next level and you get to hang around these amazing people, you get to see their hearts and you get to see their impact. A lot of the people I know could be on a beach. And Craig, you nailed it. Our parents' retirement. Let's all move to Florida and just sit by the beach. Yeah. But the people I get to hang around, they're like, what am I doing next? How am I changing the world? And so I think it's that belief in we could do anything we want if we align it to what is it we really want.
Yeah, and thank you for sharing that. Thanks for sharing a part of your story. If you guys who are watching us live are really resonating with what you're hearing here, drop an emoji, your favorite emoji in the chat. Eric, I'm going to come to you around what does that concept of conceive, believe, and achieve mean to you, and then we're going to come back with a question about business because we know we've got some folks who would be interested in your tips on business.
Well, I first read Think and Grow Rich when I was in high school, and I joined Junior Achievement. And that was a great program to teach you entrepreneurship. And a couple things that resonated with me, part of it was maybe because of my upbringing. My mother was a copywriter, number one. And number two, she was also a Mensa. And so the first thing that stands out to me is the word think. And really, that's very true in everything that we need to do. If you want to think and Grow Rich, that think is so important, because so many of us make decisions that are based on emotions. And really, what you really need to do for business is you have to process it a little bit more than that. Don't necessarily jump and act on your emotions. Look at what the potential consequences are so that you don't spend money foolishly, but you spend your money wisely so that you can accomplish the things that you want to do. The other thing, another thing that Napoleon Hill said early in the book was, the way of success is the way of continuous pursuit of knowledge. So I have always been looking to learn new things on a daily basis. And that's probably why I jumped into, I was never a science person. And by the way, my father was a microbiologist, and I was not interested in the science at all. But that computer thing, that just intrigued me. And so I jumped into that at a very early age. And then the last thing he said, Napoleon Hill said, was, the man who does more than he is paid for will soon be paid for more than he does. Mm-hmm. And I really embrace that. It's about servant leadership. Yeah. It's about giving value. And I get more satisfaction about just giving people a nugget here and there that they can really act on. And, you know, I'm more than happy to give it away for free sometimes. Don't always have to get money for everything.
Yeah. And just, you know, Eric, thanks for that. And because just being part of the Mentor Studio with you and just knowing how you give, and we've had some conversations. So just thank you for your service. I imagine most of the people watching us are entrepreneurs, business leaders, and you guys are all very successful entrepreneurs. Today's environment is crazy. The world is throwing stuff at us that it's never thrown at us before. Technology is changing at a pace that we as humans just can't keep up with it. How do you, and I'm going to come to you first, Eric, we're going to come back to you, and let's keep our answers because we've got about 2 or 3 minutes, so just 60 seconds, is how do you stay motivated?
I stay motivated by dealing with great people like the ones in this room, and being part of their journey and helping them to succeed. I get more satisfaction out of that than anything else.
Awesome. And in conversation with you, man, I can see it on your face. So thank you. Albert, how about you? Let's keep it to
don't do it yourself. If you don't know how to do it, hire out, dude. Because you're gonna need you and Misty, because you're gonna have brain fog and get pissed, overspend out of frustration. So rule, if you don't understand it, pull out the Amex and get somebody to help you.
Awesome. Great. Thanks, Albert. Vanessa, how about you? How do you stay motivated?
Really, I second what Eric said. It really is about the people we are able to help, and the satisfaction in seeing and watching them grow and watching them succeed. That is what keeps me motivated every day, is seeing that growth, seeing them, the change in them for the better.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you. Misty.
You guys have heard it before, but it's 3 coaches, 2 mentors, and 1 mastermind. I really, truly believe in coaching, and you'll see a lot of coaches over the next 4 days. Look them up, read their books, hire them. But I stay motivated by surrounding myself with amazing, brilliant people.
Awesome. And Jonathan?
Well, certainly it's partly you guys, no doubt. You guys help me stay motivated. I love you all. And also it's helping others. You know, I look at people and I remember how much I struggled. Like when I had my first company, it was a successful company, but I didn't feel it inside. Like you, Craig, right? You shared your story with Michael before about, you know, millions of miles, but it was tearing you apart. So I lived that life, and I see people that are living that life, and they come to me and they want to change things. They want to turn it around. And that's what keeps me going, helping them.
Yeah. Michael, do we have time for one lightning round question? I'm going to take that as a yes. Okay, awesome. It's a yes. He's gone. He's like Captain Spock, isn't he? He just beams in and out. Okay. All right. Lightning round. You literally have 30 seconds. All right. What is one thing that you can share with our viewers that they can implement immediately and it will change their life? One thing, 30 seconds. And Jonathan, we're going to come to you.
Look in the mirror and say something kind to yourself. It will change your life. Do it every single day.
Love it, man. I love that. I love that. Albert.
Educate yourself every day. 15 minutes of learning, whether YouTube, listening to audiobooks, or reading, you put all that together, that will change your life almost instantly.
Awesome. Great advice. Eric.
Focus. One of the things I find all the time is that we all, being entrepreneurs, suffer a little bit from ADHD and see those shiny objects all around the place. And that just makes it a lot more difficult. So pick one lane, focus on it, and do it.
Love it. Vanessa.
My passion is talking to people about how the mind and the body is connected. Remember, the mindset is one thing. The body has to help with the action. Stand a little taller, sit a little higher, put a smile on your face, because our body language and the way we show up affect the way we feel and how we affect those around us.
Thank you. Amazing. Absolutely. And so true. And finally, my friend Misty.
Prime yourself in the morning. You have to have routine and consistency. I make my bed. I drink 2 glasses of water. Thank you, Craig. And then I also do 10 minutes of something inspirational. But find what your morning routine is and get that down packed. If you don't have one, call Craig.
And add a little sunshine. Get out and have a little sunshine in the morning. And Misty, you're golden. All right, Michael. We're going to
give this thunderous. You are Craig. You've been great. Panel, you've been great. Give the panel a thunderous round of applause. You can put 5s in the little box in your comment, in your chat, on your phone. Panelists, you've been great. Give yourselves a round of applause. Let's see those hands up. There we go. You guys have been awesome. Thank you so much for being here. And I'm going to move you guys down. It's just been great to have you all on. There we go. It's as quickly as they go. Do you know what I'm saying? So we're about to transition. I'd like everybody to get out your pens, papers, pencils, do everything that you can to be ready for all of our mentors here. I'm going to introduce him. I'm going to bring him up. I'm serious. You're going to write. You're going to learn. There's all the 5s. You guys are awesome. It's information you're going to use immediately. And we're going to take you to the next level in the next 30 minutes. So get ready. And then we're going to have shares going on the back. Everybody watching this, go on your Facebook right now and share with everybody you know. Make sure you share with the teams. Make sure you share with your family. Also, growrich23.com. Make sure you register because there's special gifts coming your way. And we'll have follow-up calls for those that registered. So here we go. I'm going to bring him up. I'm going to introduce him. He is my mentor. He is my friend. Mr. Bill Walsh. How are you today, Bill?
Buddy, I'm blessed. How are you?
Oh, it's great. Bill Walsh, venture capitalist, business coach, best-selling author of the book, The Obvious, top 30 global business coach 5 years in a row by Guru Magazine, founder of Power Team International in 2006, featured expert in the movie Beyond the Secret, The Awakening, given over 5,000 presentations to 1 million people. Let's give it up for Mr. Bill Walsh. And Bill, we'll be with you here whenever you need.
Awesome. Let's rock. Thanks, everybody. First of all, I want to thank Michael Silvers, the entire team. I saw Misty on there, Sandy, Ava, of course, Mo Rock. All the other speakers have been a part of this weekend and a part of this message, and really at a much higher level, part of a movement. And the things I'm going to share with you today is, what does it take to overcome the challenges? What does it take to build a great business? What does it take to go from an idea to a 7 or 9 figure business? I think so often that the reason most people fail, and you want to write this down, Henry Ford said it best. He said, whether you believe you can or you can't, you're right. Whether you believe you can or you can't, you're right. Self-doubt is the #1 killer for small business. My background's simple. Trader out of high school, turnarounds for a decade, teamed up with a company called GoDaddy, another company called Franklin Covey around 2002. We launched a little product called Successful. It was a business in a box. Within 20 months, we were in 20 countries selling this crazy little box that helped you grow your business. 2005, we launched an incubator course called Rainmaker, all designed as a way for us to find some deals. Think of like an MBA for entrepreneurs in less than a year that makes you go through the gauntlet of vision, mission, path, purpose, write your books, write your grants, work on your public speaking, all designed to help entrepreneurs take their ideas and scale that business. We charge them $5,000 for the whole year. They get to bring 4 people. We meet 24 days a year. That's right. 4 times, 6 days at a time to work on your business with great leaders and mentors. After that, a venture fund, masterminds. We launched inspiration conferences. We launched platinum speaker program for those who want to learn to speak and sell from stage. We launched something called the Ultimate Wealth Camp. Today, it's the UWC AICon Festival. And we run that 4 times a year now. Our next one's going to be in Vegas later this year. And I've done something really cool today. I've got a gift for you guys valued at more than $1,000 for those that take action today and today only. I love to give away crazy stuff, as most of you guys know. I can tell you that I've had tons of failures, tons of success, and I believe it's all part of the process. And I want you to understand that I'll give you guys some really cool tips and tools and ideas, but they're no good unless you put them to work. Does that make sense, everybody? So when we start to think about this, when we launched this UWC, the idea was a get together for our customers, huge party at the Mandalay Bay, bring in celebrity superstars like Mo Rock, going to have this young guy there, and really so many other, Mark Victor Hansen, John Paul DeJoria, governors, heads of state, just some really, really powerful folks coming together to work all on our businesses. And then we put $1 million in an idea called the Small Business Expo. People thought I was crazy. Nobody goes to these events. Within 5 years, we had 100,000 attendees a year. And when people tell you you can't do something, or they laugh at your dreams, I'm telling you something, guys. Leadership, you move in silence. All your success will do all the talking for you. You know, learn to drip so loud that it drowns the noise of all your haters. And that's all because you live it every day. Live into your greatness and don't let people tell you what you can or can't do. There's nothing you can't do. You're born a miracle. You belong in every room, every boardroom, every mega successful space. I spend more time with billionaires now than I ever have. I coach billionaires. I coach entrepreneurs, brand new startups, and everything in between, because I love the fact that there's only one thing clients buy from you. Please write this down. They buy results. They don't give a shit about you or your products or your services. They buy results. If you deliver results, you're going to have a lot of clients. If you focus on serving clients, you'll have lots of money. Then we launched book writing courses, internet courses, masterminds. And of course, now many of you know we launched a new TV network called GBN. We interview people once or twice a month in studios in Dallas. We launched a new 25,000 square foot incubator center in Las Vegas. If anybody's looking for office space, if anybody's looking for a place to work out of, a home, a place to call home, where we can combine media and marketing and legal all under one umbrella. And of course, we're going to take some equity and we're going to do a little revenue share with you guys, but it's a great way to launch, grow, and scale your business. I know for a fact that today it's the greatest day to be an entrepreneur. It's the greatest day to get outside your comfort zone and have some more fun. And if you're in chat boxes today, I just want you to put a 1 in the chat box if you know for a fact that this is going to be one of your best years ever. If you really are passionate about making this next 12 months one of your best years ever, I don't care what Facebook group you're in, what chat group you're in, put a 1 in there right next to your name. And I want you to see that 1 next to your name, and I want you to visualize yourself as number 1 in your space. And today I'm going to share with you some really powerful tips how to launch, grow, and build a great business. But I want to tell you this, everything starts with one word. It starts with the word legacy. If you'll simply write down this word legacy in big, bold print, and you begin to read it every day, I'm going to challenge you today that what's going to be your legacy? 100 years from today, what did you leave behind? Did you significantly make a difference on the planet? Were you involved with someone else's cause or your cause? Either way, they're both the right answer. Did you help a company grow, scale, and make a difference? Or are you the leader of that company? It doesn't matter. We all have roles to fill. Some people are good for the CEO. Some people are good for managing others' time. Some people are good at getting the core stuff done. But if you ever go to the 49ers facility in San Francisco, you're going to find when you walk in the door, they don't have a fancy office set up. They don't have a fancy desk. They have 3 trophies. They have 3 Super Bowl trophies there that signify becoming a champion. And when they won the Super Bowls, every member of their team, I mean the janitors, the secretaries, they all got Super Bowl rings. So I want you to think way bigger than yourself. I want you to visualize you built a legacy so big that your good work, your good deeds, 100 years from today are still helping people. Your book, your story, your message, your videos, your content creation, everything has value. But I'll tell you this, people say, well, Bill, that sounds so ethereal. It sounds so way up there. Let me break it down to what I call the ridiculous. What I've learned is when it comes to legacy, you've got to build something called vision. Legacy is the really big goal dream, the highest level, pulls you outside your comfort zone. But vision is something you stand for every day. You see, what I know for a fact is that whatever, and I think about this, right? When I look at this, whatever you're doing for the last 2 years, it has you at what's called today. Does that make sense? It has you right here. And if you really are passionate about going from where you're at today to achieving that massive vision, and I say that vision is so important because I know without vision, you're going to fail. And the vision has to be so big that it scares you. So create a vision to be top 10 in my industry, number 1 in my space, best in class, world-class leadership, this. Whatever it's going to be, it doesn't mean something you've got to achieve right now. Starbucks, big vision, become the number 1 brand in the world. In 50 years, they've never achieved their vision, but they've done pretty well. See, if the vision doesn't scare you, it's not big enough. If the vision isn't driven around something that moves you at a leadership level to play bigger, you're never going to make it. But when I talk about becoming and I want you to get this and get this clear, a vision-driven leader, what does that mean? That means you live by that standard every day. You wake up every day so inspired, people think you're nuts. If your family's laughing at you and they think you're crazy or they think you're nuts, you're probably on the right path. I know for a fact, I've been laughed at. That's never going to work. It's never going to make it, blah, blah, blah. You know, and the funny thing is that as you start to have more success, all you start to focus on is serving clients and getting better at what you do. I can't cook. I'm not a life coach. I'm not a fitness coach, but I'm a damn good business coach. I can help people really understand what does it take to have the right team, the right systems, raise the right capital, how to go to market, how to execute. And these are all things, once again, that today, as we're sitting here right now, that you have to own. You have to take ownership of where you're at today and realize that if you could have achieved all your goals and dreams by yourself, you'd already be there. So when I start to realize and I start to think about what was the path really about, you know, the path was about learning and earning and realizing that failures are okay. If you've had some failures, it's okay. If things aren't perfect today, it's okay. If it's not where you want it to be, it's okay. But you got to wake up every morning inspired. I don't believe in motivation. If you motivate idiots, you got motivated idiots. But when people are truly inspired, they're called, they're pulled. You got to be so inspired daily about where you're going that nobody gets in your way. And I don't care if you're part-time or full-time. If you work part-time on your dreams work full-time on you. If you begin to plan and execute your business and your success the same way you breathe, you watch how much more successful you become at a much faster pace. But when you start to look at this, right, what I need you to really get in tune with is that to make this happen, it has to look something like this. Take a picture. If you got your camera, take a picture of this, right? The legacy is the really big goal dream that everything starts with. But the vision is what breaks it down for the next 5 years. Where you're at today is nothing more than a learning process that got you ready for what's next. But the mission is how you get there. And the mission is all about serving customers. And this is where it gets tough. And this is where people don't like the conversation. See, when you first start this idea, you really have to understand that what people buy from is something called an expert, which means you got to be the one that owns your niche. You got to become so good at what you do that you're the go-to person. And if you're going to be online, let's get your book done today. Go to Canva, get a book cover done. The minute the book is done on Canva, go out to Facebook. It doesn't take very long. Launch a free community. The minute the community's up, go one step further, launch a Facebook page as an author. The minute those 3 things are done and they cost you nothing to set this stuff up, go to a website called Mingle, MINGL.no, MINGL.no, and get yourself an influencer site. It's free. Put your PDF documents on there, put links to your social media, all those things. When people think of the expert, they think of you. It doesn't take that long to make this happen. I learned that a rainmaker is someone who knows how to make it rain, leads and sales and profits. But before you become the rainmaker, or what I call an intuitive performer, you operate from a place of being unconsciously competent. You make it look so easy because you live it every day. But to make that happen, you got to get a position for that. So now the minute you've got your influencer site up and you got your book coming out, now you launch your own podcast. Work with Michael Silvers. Get yourself set up. There's an easy app called Anchor. Launch your Anchor app today. It's free on Spotify. Interview a couple people a month and create great content. Content is king. Content that's distributed, I'm telling you right now, is the leader of the pack. If you create great stuff, push it out to the marketplace. And the minute it starts to happen, it'll start to catch fire. But once you've done this, you want to go to something called Haro, H-A-R-O, and get yourself listed there. Get yourself listed so media starts to call you. Go build a better business plan. We'll give you a great business plan. We'll get this stuff set up for you in record time so you can begin to apply for grants. Every small business needs to apply for grants. Don't be lazy with your grants. Don't be lazy whether it's Federal Express or you're going to go to someone like Jack Daniels and get grants. There's federal grants, city grants, local grants. $500 billion a year never gets used. You literally have to take ownership of this today. And if you're home right now, I'm talking to you. This message is for you that they're saying, man, how do I do all this stuff by myself? You do it one step at a time. You do it one little bit at a time. All these speakers that are on here, they all work on their businesses. I work on my business every day. I had coaching meetings at 9 o'clock this morning. We threw a big NASCAR party yesterday. We had 300 plus people at the NASCAR event. We know why? Because people show up for their own success story. Oh, but I can't afford to travel. I can't afford this. Listen, get rid of your fancy shoes, sell your fancy cars, get rid of all the things that don't mean anything. Because the funny thing, when you start to have a lot of success, what really means the most is family, faith, and fun. Social impact. Are you making a difference? When you have tons and tons of money, you don't care about what kind of car you drive. You really don't. Everything's about efficiency and time. But once you are positioned as the expert, now you're ready to go to market. And I'll tell you this, that as you're going to market with this next part of this, because I know people are afraid of this, the next little quadrant is called the empowered quadrant. So go from becoming the expert to have the right systems and teams. And I'll tell you quickly the things you have to really get empowered. You got to have the right teams in place. So just write these down. And I learned so much of this. I'm a huge Think and Grow Rich fan. I sponsor their big launch party for Think and Grow Rich for Women. We throw a mega party in Las Vegas. I've been a fan of the book for 25 years because it works. If you haven't got these two books in your business repertoire, you want Think and Grow Rich, you want Outwitting the Devil. Great books to read, both by Napoleon Hill, the second co-author with Sharon Lechter. But once you get this done, these are teams you have to have. Just write them down quickly. Outsourcing. You have to have a good board of advisors. You have to, and this is important, everybody, don't miss this one as you start to go down this stuff. When I started looking at the teams, masterminds. Always have a virtual mastermind. Get 4 people in your phone, work once a month on a Zoom call and help each other with your businesses. The minute that's done, of course, join masterminds. I don't care if it's our mastermind or somebody else's, join masterminds. If you guys are here today, I'm going to give you guys a free gift worth about $1,000. You're going to love it. You're going to get my book. You'll get our newsletter. You're going to get tickets to our big Ultimate Wealth Camp. You can pick the city you want to come to, whether it's Vegas or it's Dallas or it's Chicago or Orlando. The Vegas one's coming up. It's going to be pretty soon. You get a chance to come out there and hang out with some celebrity superstars, whether it's Mark Victor Hansen or Mo Rock or the founder of Paul Mitchell Hair Salon, all the studios, John Paul DeJoria, doesn't matter, show up. But it's going to be a gift for those that are here today. So when you start to think this through, masterminds is really the driving force for every other chapter in the book called Think and Grow Rich. Masterminds was the driving force. It was the economic engine that drove every other chapter in the book. The third mastermind is serve other people. Pretty simple, help a group each month. The other one you got to have when it comes to your teams, you got to have influencers. Go find people that have really big bandwidth. Get them behind your brand. The one after that, of course, build a good core team. Attract a core team today. Outsource your legal, outsource your financing, get them in place right away. Now, on the flip side of this coin, systems, super important also. Have a good loyalty program. Build a good referral program. This is non-negotiable. People have to understand everything is about getting your message out there. Trusted customers will bring you more trusted customers. Have a good sales process. One for prospecting, one for existing customers, and believe it or not, one for retention. 20 years later, we're still Franklin Covey partners. Our package, our programs included, it's like $15 a month to run that whole back-end system. And yet people still keep telling me they don't have a task management system. They don't have a way to upload their million emails. I got to go pay millions for software. No, you don't. Save your money and be crazy frugal. Now, of course, in addition to that, build a good marketing plan. Use good collateral. Use color collateral. I was telling people the other day that if you're not going to invest in good color collateral, you're missing out. Whether it's launching products for hotels, whether it's putting together booklets, speaker sheets, I don't care what you're doing. Please, everybody, invest in good collateral. Don't be skimp. Don't skimp on this stuff. If you're going to create collateral, and I know people think this is crazy, but I'll tell you, let me just show you something really quick. And people think, oh my God, but I got to spend all this money. No, you don't got to spend all this money. You got to be frugal. And the more frugal you are, believe it or not, the better you're going to do. These really kick-ass folders. We get these from a company called Vistaprint. 50 cents a folder. I know you're like, oh my God, but how do I do all this stuff? You do it one step at a time. Invest in good collateral. If you're going to use social media, if you're using anything to do with Facebook, learn to use the app called Creator. It only goes on your Facebook page as an author, on your business page. Learn to use polyagonal marketing. Begin to select perfect lists. Begin to run $5 a day ad campaigns. If you can't make money with $5, you're not going to make money with 500. So get really good at selecting your lists. In addition to that, if you're going to use Facebook, build lookalike audiences. Begin to stop putting all your links on your post. You want massive traffic to your Facebook or Instagram? Get rid of all the links. Skip all the links. Wait 30 minutes. Get 50 comments or likes and let it grow naturally. And I know for a fact this sounds like a lot in a short period of time, but this stuff works because we work it every day. If you're going to use brochures, you guys, learn to also use what are called brochure order forms. It's something totally brand new that I figured out a long time ago. These are called brochure order forms. Have all your offer up here, have all the content down here. There's a website called Uprinting. That's the letter uprinting.com. Go order them, 27 cents a piece. Instead of wasting all this money, get duplicates, put them in color. Don't use crappy black and white copies. Invest in some good materials. If you guys are going to use any kind of social media at all, please understand, get a good camera. Learn to make those 1-minute videos. Take your podcasts that you do on StreamYard, slice them up, 1-minute videos, and then share those videos. Those videos can be put into a program called Captions. If you guys hit my Instagram at BillWalsh360, you'll see one of the videos more than 1 million views by simply learning how to use good technology that's free. I think Captions is $15 a year. That's how inexpensive this stuff is. If you guys use LinkedIn, use a service called Linked Helper. If you're going to do any of this stuff, there's another app called InShot. Write down InShot. $17 a year. Upload it one time. Tag it. Put the information inside of it and push it out to all your social channels. Do it 3 times a week. And once you learn this stuff, have your teams do this. Outsource. $7 to $8 an hour. Let them do 10 hours a week for you. Get all your social media stuff done. These are little things, but they're big things. If you're going to really understand marketing, be so good at what you do that the competition wonders what happens. Write it down. Be so good at what you do, the competition has to wonder what happened because you're always 10 moves ahead. When they play checkers, you play chess. A rainmaker plays chess every day. Learn it, do it, delegate it. You know it. In addition to this, there's a brand new software called Mobex Pro. It's called AMF, Automated Mobile Funnels. They text in one time, you follow up for life. And for anybody that's listening today that would love a copy of my book, they'd like our newsletter for the year, they'd like a complimentary ticket sponsored by the LA Tribune to come out to our UWC AICon conference in Vegas. It's a $1,000 ticket online. All you have to do right now is text the letters UWC. Text UWC to 26786. They can type this in there. Text UWC to 26786. You're going to use the code 7777. It will make your ticket absolutely free for this audience. So right now, text UWC to 26786. You'll get all this by being a part of this broadcast and being connected to the LA Tribune. If you missed the short code, or you missed a special code, we'll give it to you again. Now, in addition to all this stuff, it's called exposure. You got to start speaking more, you guys. You got to get your 1 minute talk down, your 2 minute talk. There's where you want to go. If you want to speak to millionaires, Vistage.com, Vistage, Vistage.com. If you want to speak to entrepreneurs, BNIs, Rotaries, Chambers, LaTips, anything that's civic group, personal development groups, any of these groups, there's a website called Eventbrite.com. It lists them all. Go to Eventbrite.com. You can launch your own webinars, telesummits. You can launch your own free events all on Eventbrite. You can track all your marketing links. You can pay your commissions. You can collect all the money. Stop telling me what you don't have. Let me show you what you do have. And they charge you nothing for the service. People pay extra when they book their tickets. But for you, you can build your entire marketing brand from one simple platform. We use it every day of the week. We run hundreds of live events a year. Hundreds of live events a year. We're looking for more speakers and coaches and trainers and partnerships. We're looking for more companies to launch that want to be part of our incubator in Nevada. So if you text in UWC to 26786, we'll get you some information about that as well. But in addition to all those things, you want to get set up here. Number one, YouTube. Get a YouTube channel up. Learn to use YouTube Shorts. Make those same 1 minute videos that you produced on the other side from the podcast through something like, whether it's going to be captions or something else, then put them right into your YouTube channels. I'm a huge fan of Twitch. TwitchCon is in town this week here in Vegas. Hundreds of thousands of people. People don't even know what Twitch is. You get your own free TV website, free website on all channels, all through Amazon, believe it or not, and they charge you nothing for it. They're the only ones that let you do live broadcasting right from your cell phone, from your account on Twitch, right onto your websites. And of course, it's owned by Amazon, so you wind up getting free Amazon S3 hosting. I hope this has been good for you guys. I got a few more tips we're going to finish up here really quickly. But once you get that done, get a StreamYard account. $1 a day, you're done. Now, the last and the most important part of this, I know that sometimes people understand, I'm getting the exposure now, and now I've got to learn to execute. And this is the toughest one, you guys. This is by far the toughest one. So when you start to look at this, right, I got the expert positioning, I'm empowered, I'm getting exposure, I'm starting to learn about execution. And this means build a good DMO, a great daily method of operation. Begin to build something called KPI scoreboards. It means you keep score every day of your business, leads, presentations, customers, LPC. Don't take any of this for granted. Success is a science. Learn the science or get beat. It's up to you. You're going to realize the best guys in business, they're treating this like a business, not a hobby. The execution side says build the legacy plan first. Create your personal why movie. Create your social impact plan. What charity do you support? It should be right on your website. And of course, if you got this far into the path, you know you're all in. Man, if you're committed to building a great business, come hang out with us for a few days in Vegas. My treat for the ticket, really it's a treat of the LA Tribune. You do not want to miss that treat. But once you put all those things in motion, when I talk about execution, here's really where the magic comes down to, is that you got to build something called a success planner around family, faith, and fun. Go to your contact, go to your Outlook right now, download your calendar for the year. It'll show you the whole year at a glance. Begin to circle things on that calendar that are most important for you. When you really do live your life based on family, faith, and fun and social impact, and the business, believe it or not, is a byproduct, you're going to watch your success grow at records you could never have thought were even possible. But if you're ready for that journey, get with all these experts. And I see Sandy's on here. There's so many experts as part of this broadcast. Get tuned in and watch some of these things over and over and over. But if you really are in love with what you're doing, you got a passion for it, figure this out. What are you great at? Serves a lot of people. Money in the industry, you do it for free. You start to answer those questions, success is going to find you. So let me give you this one more time. Free copy of the book, The Obvious, our newsletter, no charge for the whole year, access to our event in Vegas. It's called UWC Ultimate Wealth Camp, December 10 to 12. Compliments of the LA Tribune. All you have to do, it's so simple. Text the letters UWC to 26786 and use the code 7777. Michael, love you guys. Thanks for all the great work. Any way I can help anytime, you guys know I'm all in. So other than that, Misty Karen, you're such a boss. You did a great job of the event in LA. And I hope you guys have a successful conference the rest of the way. And for all the speakers on here, every speaker that's listening today is also invited out for the UWC conference. We're going to send you guys a special gift that's on top of what's already been given out just for playing full out with the LA Tribune. And of course, being a part of this. And I want you to get this, everybody, this Think and Grow Rich Institute movement. There's no one better at the game than Satish Verma. He's my friend. I love him like a brother. He knows I've always got his back. So back to you, Michael, after that.
All right, everybody, give Mr. Bill Walsh a thunderous round of applause. Put fives are coming already. Look at that, Bill. They jumped in even before. Put fives in the box. You're getting big thank yous. Bill, just have a blessed day. Thank you for being on here. You are literally a mentor of like all the last two panels. You've increased everything in our lives, and you also always give back to charity. Everything you do funds so many different charities. What a blessing the world is to have you in it. Thank you again.
Thanks, brother.
Bill,
Love
have
you
a great
guys.
day.
Gotta go. Talk to you all soon.
All right. Bye, Bill.
Bye-bye now.
All right. Fantastic. You know, it's great because it's all it's all about the learning and everything that we do moving forward. And I'm going to bring up the next panelist. I wanted to thank you guys for Misty and Sandy for being there today, running the last couple of panels. Sandy, you've been on a lot for the podcasting, a great interview. The LA Tribune, what a great show, because it's all about being of service and giving back every single day. So I'm going to move you, or you can move yourselves, but I'll remove you from this.
Thank you, everyone.
You're welcome. All right. I'm about to bring up the man, the myth. There he goes. The man, the myth. He's done so much. You've heard him before. You're going to hear him again. There you go. Mr. David Fagan. David, take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Silvers. Love seeing what you're doing. Love seeing all the new talent you're bringing to the Tribune and its broadcast. So I'm sure I'll be connected more with you.
Absolutely.
In the next few days. Yeah. So we've got Karen Kamba up again here helping me interview and co-host direct from her Karen Kamba show and Best Reads. If you're watching right now and you're looking to connect with good people that have opportunities to get more exposure, to be spotlighted, and really just to get celebrated, Karen is somebody that you're going to want to get to know. She was on with me earlier today. She's traveled all over the world with us, New York City, Kenya, okay, out on safari, speaking at universities. Karen, thanks for joining me again. And I'm bringing on Melissa Osario. I'm going to add you here, Melissa. And Melissa, nice to see you. You've been traveling all over yourself, just back from Europe. I saw you in Vegas. Helping out with U2 and even on stage with Bono. We're going to talk about that later. That's going to steal the show if we talk about it now. But
all right.
I just realized I had the Los Angeles Tribune magazine here, which not only was Karen in, but you were in also. I thought, shoot, I got to pull this up here. Look at this. Who is that? Who is that? Yeah, there she is. Anyway, so if you guys got a copy of this is the latest Los Angeles Tribune magazine. Tom Cruise on the cover, and Melissa inside. Karen's been featured in it as well. Karen, have you guys had the chance to meet? It seems like you might have met at one of our events before, right?
I think we were on the same event online once, but we haven't met in person.
We did the last Top Talent 3-day event.
Okay. Yeah, that's right here. So for those of you who are new to Melissa, her success, her business success really has come as a business owner and someone as a real estate investor. We'll get into a little bit of that, but she comes from a very successful, family, born in Venezuela, came to the US. But she's got an interesting story. And that's the thing that everybody has in common. You don't get on here if you don't have an interesting story or an interesting, background, if you haven't had to overcome something. And Melissa definitely has. And, Melissa, I guess I just wanted to talk a little bit about, your path and your, mindset. You've invested a lot of money in, mentorship, coaches, different programs. And I want to talk about that a little bit, but Karen maybe promised that I would let her get to ask a question of you first. So Karen, are you ready to go?
Yes, I am. Oh, yes, I am, David. Melissa, it's so nice to see you again. And thank you, David. I do have a question. when did you first realize how important your mindset was?
You know, it's interesting because I honestly, until not so long ago, probably about 3-4 years ago, but the interesting part is that I lived my life taking care of my mindset without realizing that's what I was doing. So I was so in my patterns and in my day-to-day life that I never actually took a step outside of my life to see why things were working out or why things were not working out. But when I did stop and look back, I realized that my entire life I've had like this inner knowing that my thoughts really determine my reality. So the answer to that is honestly probably since I was a little girl, because the way that I had to live my life, I was forced to, in order to survive, in order to to become a teenager and an adult and to have a level of success, I was forced to really take care of my mindset intuitively without realizing that's what I was doing.
Yeah.
Go ahead, David.
Oh, and you talking to you and getting to know you these last few months as we've been working on your book, you have a thing for numbers. Let's call it that. And I bet you if you're listening right now and you got a thing for numbers, put it in the chat. Just write numbers in the chat. You can even put the pound sign in the chat. But Melissa, you got a thing for numbers, and you're always telling me about a date or a time, or we got to release it then, but it's kind of a part of your expecting magic and manifesting things. Tell us about that.
Well, again, when I started to pay attention to the way that things developed in my life, I realized that there were a lot of signs and synchronicities that I never saw. But once you start watching, then you say, oh, okay, this is not a coincidence. So, it's interesting because, for example, I told you, oh, we need to release the book on 11/11, November 11th. It has to be that day. I don't know why, but I keep on seeing this number. And so that was one of the significant numbers, that are important to me. And then another reason why numbers are significant, and more than numbers, I will say dates, is because I feel in my life has gone in full circles many times. Mm-hmm. So I find myself in the same day, 2 years, 10 years, 12 years down the road. And I feel like there is something there that is repeating that maybe I missed the first time. So I always pay attention when I feel my life is going in a full circle, maybe something I need to expand on, or it's something I just need to bring awareness into because other people can benefit from it.
Yeah, for sure. All right, Karen, I'll let you do another one here. I've got so many for Melissa. We're going to.
Oh, I do too. And I know I have the fun one if David lets me have the fun one. But, anybody that's following you, and I know that your story is incredible, Melissa, and it's that story, that's your story to tell. That's not going to be for me to let everyone know about it. That's yours. But I have to say, I'm watching you on Facebook. I'm doing all this, my evening thing, and I'm going through it. All of a sudden, I see you singing with Bono, and I'm going, she's on YouTube, and she's on a swing or she's on some kind of swing. And I said, how did she get on that swing? And how did he rap her? And then he says, you sang good. And I knew that couldn't be I couldn't be that lucky because he'd say, you don't sing that good. That's why you're in the audience. But I have to say, how in the world did you get on there?
Well, that's actually a very interesting question. I'll tell you quickly about how this whole thing with U2 got started. So I was 20 years old and I was walking the streets of London. I was depressed, but U2 had just announced a tour in Australia and they were my favorite band. They're deeply significant to me, on an emotional level. So I walk the streets of London and I see this pair of jeans and I go in and they only have one size, but I have been eating too much of the Indian curries in England. So I was a little heavier than my usual, but I bought them anyway. They were about 2 sizes too small. So the tour gets delayed about a year. Still, I have my tickets. I fly all the way to Australia and I pack these jeans that don't fit in my suitcase. I had tickets for 5 shows. So I go and, when I was 20, I used to line up for days. You don't eat too much. And before every show, I tried on the jeans because I said, when Bono picks me up on stage, I'm going to be wearing these jeans and I'm going to do something unique. And I kept on telling that to myself. The first show came around, the second show came around, the third show came around. The jeans did not fit. The 4th show came around and they fit. So I pulled them up. They were tight, but I buckled them up. They were on. I went to the show. I'm in front row in front of the stage. And you guessed it, Bono points at me. I go up the stage. I'm a 21-year-old Venezuelan girl in front of 100,000 people in Melbourne, in Australia. And I am afraid of dancing. And Bono makes women dance on stage. So I basically just pulled the thing out of his ear and I say, Bono, don't make me dance. And I put it back in. And he must have seen like the fear in my face because I was like, and then of course I just messed up his plan. So he's like, oh, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, yes. And I don't know what he asked, but I'm guessing he said, can I jump in your arms? So he actually jumped in my arms because I was taller than him. And I held Bono as a baby in my arms. So it definitely was something very unique. And then it became a thing that we did a couple more shows. Fast forward to this time now, I was seeing them in Vegas in the residency in the Sphere. I'm in the front row. And 3 days before, I wrote down on my journal how I will feel being on stage with U2 again. And I had that feeling of gratefulness, looking out of the crowd, looking at the Sphere. And 3 days later, you guessed it, Bono points at me and up I go. And we had this really cute moment where, yeah, he put the microphone between us. And then basically he said he knew me and we were married already because U2 marries all their fans around the world. And then so we renew our vows because we were in Vegas. So that was a lot of fun. And then, of course, there was a swing and I swung over the crowd. And all those feelings I wrote about were true.
Well, it was absolutely amazing. Thank you for that. Thank you so much. Now I'll turn it back to David. Thank you.
Well, no, I mean, look, we love stories like this, and it's easy to kind of maybe shrug off, or maybe it seems like one thing, but there really is a difference between the way super successful people think and even successful people think, and the way that they expect magic, the way they write things down, the way they envision things, the way they put themselves in a position to have all their dreams come true. Like they're positioning themselves for that, right? They do their part. And, you know, this is just one little thing, which is a very big thing, but it's just, you know, one thing of so many that you've had in your life. So it's like, okay, you approach life a little bit differently. You know, you expect things a little bit differently. You do things a little bit differently. And the outcome of your relationship with the band U2 and being on stage and, you know, now, you know, you calling them friends in a sense, you know, how does that come to be? Give the people listening an insight to how you kind of operate and go about your day to day, and maybe give us one or two other examples that maybe you applied and something else magical happened.
Yeah, so I think the main thing is about 4 years ago, I learned to pay more attention to the words that I tell to myself and what I attach I am to and how I speak to myself. So a really poignant example, it's a really special day for me today because 2 years ago, I actually flew down to Costa Rica, and I was unaware that in 5 days, 2 years ago, my entire life was going to implode and explode at the same time. But what I did about 2 years ago, a week prior than today, was I was desperate. So I approached that desperation with a pen and a paper. I took out a pen and a paper and I wrote down that I was not okay with my life. I was not okay with being hungover and being bordering alcoholism and drinking every day. I was not okay with, you know, scrolling in social media. And I literally wrote down, I will find something I love. I will find my future. And I didn't realize it then, but when I wrote that down, it was like if I was putting a wish out to the universe, because even though my life did implode and explode, so be careful what you wish for, you know, 5 days after that, it also set me off on a journey that has given me tremendous purpose and completely changed my life. I was reborn into a new person with purpose. And something that I have discovered not too long ago, really, and I know this might sound a little esoteric, so bear with me, is don't ask me to explain dimensions and the time is not real. Don't ask me those things. I don't get them yet. Maybe I will at some point. But I firmly believe that through our lives, we get messages from the future. whether it's our higher self, whether we call it intuition, whether we believe it's God, it doesn't matter where they come from. We all get them. I know for a fact I can pinpoint times in my life where I got messages that allowed me to keep on going, that I knew when I was 3 years old and life knew what was coming my way. I received a message to be strong and to believe that everything was going to work out. So all my life, I had this inner knowing, this flame inside of me that told me, it will work out, push through, it will work out, be strong. And yes, there were times where the flame almost went away, to be honest, but it was always there, just waiting to resurface, just waiting to come back alive. And we all have them, we all receive them. So the more we pay attention to that inner voice, the more magic we attract into our lives.
Yeah. And I think it's worth noting too that, for a lot of people, one of the big goals is money or resources or that kind of energy. Not always, but it's a part of it, right? And I think it's worth mentioning that, 3-4 years ago, when you were considering a lot of these things, and for much of your life, money really hasn't been the issue. You're very resourceful. You're very successful. You've made good investments. You've had some things not work out like we all have. But really, some of these greatest times where you have wanted to grow and excel, it really wasn't about money, was it?
No, it was not. And, there were times where fear did take over. Fear of when you lost it, because I lost all the money I had when I was, 23, 24 years old. So once you lose it, you're a little bit afraid. But once you make it again, you know that you can do it. So you're not so afraid that you will lose it, because you know you can make it again. But there were times where when money became the driving force, then you lose a part of yourself. Like I call it in the book, emotional bankruptcy. Like you have all this money, but you're emotionally bankrupt. And I lived that way for most of my life without a purpose, still not making money the primary goal, but just making it the one thing I will strive for. So I will strive for money. I will get the money. And then there will be this general emptiness because it is not the goal. Like the beauty of my losing the money and recovering the money and then having it and it not being enough to make me happy anymore is to really realize that the fulfillment comes from the inside. And I know it sounds cliche and we always hear it, happiness comes from the inside, but it's so true. And it's a journey to get to a point where you realize you're responsible for your own happiness. And it's a beautiful moment in life when you take responsibility for the role you play in your own suffering. So that when I did that, when I stopped blaming people and circumstances, and I took a hard look at myself and I saw my patterns and I saw what I was doing to perpetuate that state of suffering where I was comfortable in the suffering, I was comfortable in the sadness. But when I realized I wanted to make the changes and I wanted to do it because I wanted to create a difference, not only in my life, but in other people's lives, then everything starts to click into place and money just keep on coming, right?
Yeah, for sure. Very interesting. Go ahead, Karen.
Oh, it's just the art of giving back. You're such a beautiful soul, Melissa. And it just speaks to what this whole last couple of days have been and everything with everybody, and you included, and David and Mo and everybody that I've listened to. It's just the giving back to others and wanting to make sure that other people, that your heart and your soul are wanting to help others. It's not just about self. And I think when you love yourself enough to start giving and caring about the next guy next to you, it just makes it all come together, because that's what it's all about.
Yeah. I want to bring up Tony Robbins and kind of that part of your journey in a minute. But before we do that, some of your biggest breakthroughs have been in Costa Rica. You've had positive experiences with things like plant medicine. I know that's still controversial to a lot of people. I've never experienced anything like that, but because, you have had these types of experiences and you have, personal testimonials of places like Rhythmia and things like that, maybe share that. I think our crowd would be interested in that, and I'm kind of curious if other people have, when you do talk about it, are people pretty open to it? Are they pretty closed off to it? It seems like kind of a controversial subject. Maybe you can speak to that a little bit.
You know, it's interesting. I feel that there is a shift happening. There is curiosity being in the air much more than ever before. People are starting to wonder as celebrities are talking about it. Me personally, it took me a while to go down to Costa Rica. I had to be in a low point, and it took me a while because I had so many stigmas around anything that was extraordinary or different, whether it was religious or fear. So when I finally reached a point where I said literally 2 years ago, I need something right now because I'm going downhill. I flew down to Costa Rica to a place called Rhythmia, and I drank a substance called ayahuasca. I didn't even know what ayahuasca was. I just knew some of my friends had positive experiences. And, you know, I went because I wanted to find a purpose, and because I needed to, like, emotionally, I needed to, like, get over, like, this guy I was in love with. So those were my purposes. But the beauty of it is that I didn't realize it then, but there was so much more at play for me to go down there and drink that medicine, because my entire life even though I seemed to have everything, I was deeply unhappy. I had, addictive behaviors my entire life, coping mechanisms that were self-destructive. I was just unfulfilled as a person, as a woman. I felt inadequate. I couldn't even count in one hand 5 people I loved. So I was completely disconnected from everything. Like I will look at my hand and wonder if I even loved my mother. And I was a 36-year-old woman. So 36 years of my life, I didn't have an idea of what emotions felt like properly, other than pain and sadness. So plant medicine to me personally was a tool that illuminated dark corners of my mind that I couldn't access in conscious awareness. Even though I went to Tony Robbins for, I had the platinum year with Tony Robbins, and I went to many, many seminars. That was like the starting point. But the brain is incredible. Like, there is so much power in our mind. The way the brain stores memories from trauma, especially from childhood, is not the same way than regular memories. So as it turned out, I had a life of patterns, emotions, and behaviors I couldn't explain because my brain had hid, for my own survival, memories of trauma. So I will be able to go on with my life. But what happened is that even though I didn't remember them, my body was living with the trauma, my subconscious mind. So when I went to drink ayahuasca, I was able to remember and process those emotions and start a life-changing journey.
Yeah, you're, probably one of the biggest things early on, and your book gets into this, hidden memories, is, your father being murdered, and you were just a teenager. You were 16, correct?
Correct.
So your father was shot, he was murdered. And, there's a lot of those early years that you don't remember. And, several things were a part of your journey to gain those memories and to gain insights. And of course, that's what your book is going to be about. Anything else you would like to tell them about what's inside, the book?
Yeah. So the book is it's a very vulnerable book where a story is a backbone of it, but it really is a guide. My intention when I wrote it was, I realized I'm not the only person that has blocked out memories from trauma. So my intention is, when someone grabs my book, that they can start questioning behaviors or emotions that they cannot explain, patterns that they have in their relationships, in their interactions with others, in the way they talk to themselves. And then anybody that reads the book, by the time they're done, they're going to know 99% more than most of the population in the world about plant medicines, psychedelics, how they work. There's science in the middle of the book, how emotionally, these medicines work, as well as a lot of recommendations and warnings surrounding, psychedelics. So the reader doesn't necessarily have to go down and drink ayahuasca. My intention is for them to just simply question their lives and their behaviors instead of just being in autopilot, because there is a fog of trauma that's really lingering on top of people's heads, and until you become aware of it, most people really just go right to their grave without ever knowing why the sun was never shining in their lives.
Yeah. Thank you, Melissa. Yeah, our brain does have a way of protecting ourselves, or thinking it's protecting ourselves, or subconsciously well-intended. And, many times maybe that is right. And there's things that we can do to bring those things to light. And sometimes it's only then that we can I don't want to say fix problems that we never knew existed, because sometimes there isn't anything needs to be fixed necessarily as much as something that needs to be acknowledged and compartmentalized. But we're going to have up Jim Poole here in a second, who's done a lot of work with Tony Robbins. Tony Robbins uses Jim Poole's Newcom services. It's a $100 million company, close to 100,000 people using Newcom frequencies, vibrations. But Melissa, I bring this up because it's a similar type of thing to help people have those breakthroughs. Our brain is constantly keeping things from us, like you were talking about, and Newcom is another way. And I think that you're open to any way that can help those hidden memories come out in the right process, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. I'll invite you to stick around for a little bit, Melissa, if you can. And of course, Karen, you know Jim real well. You guys have trauma bonding. You guys are both in Kenya with me, at least one trip. So Melissa is committed to Kenya. She said she's going to go one of these days.
I am. Look, even before he invited me, I have my Kenya bracelet. It has a special place in my heart.
Yeah, they're great.
There you go. But Jim Poole, you're a regular here with the Los Angeles Tribune. You've been in several of the magazines. You've been on several of the broadcasts. I know Mo Rock is a fan of Newcom. We've had you in neuroscience events, Think and Grow Rich events. And man, you're everywhere these days. Everywhere from Super Bowl week to film festivals to Quantico. I just saw you back at Quantico doing more training, with the FBI. So, what do all these places have in common, Jim?
All these places, David. Well, welcome everybody, and thank you for having me on this lovely Sunday. It's a little dark back here because it's nighttime over here on the East Coast. What do they have in common? They all have people where I go. And people have some interesting things in common. Our brains are built with an amygdala and an HPA axis and an autonomic nervous system and a reptilian brain. And we all experience stress. So that's what we do. We kind of go around the world, whether you have cancer, trauma, comorbid with addiction, veteran, active military, FBI, DEA, professional athlete, kid, student, we're all in this together. I think one of the biggest mistakes we make is to think that we're alone and our problems are our own, because they're not.
Yeah.
There's 8 billion people on Earth. Now, your problems should be specific to you because you have a scheme of experiences, you have a network of people in your life, and a lot of external trauma and a lot of external stuff comes from other people's garbage. That's fine. That's yours. But how the human brain interprets stress from the central nervous system to the amygdala is identical in all of us. We all have the same exact response. That's what's so fascinating to me. So yes, we work with all walks of life. And I say this with all truth, from monks to punks to in utero to 100 years old. We're all in this together, and we happen to have figured out a way to downregulate the human stress response with no drugs. So that's a big deal. And we're kind of like the Johnny Appleseed of goodwill, stress management, lower anxiety, and good sleep. People like us, David.
Well, you really stirred things up not too long ago. Meghan Markle had some of your branded. She was wearing some things that were Newcom related, and everybody started asking questions, and everybody wanted to interview you, and everybody wanted to know why Meghan's wearing this, and you were put into quite a few interviews. And I know that you can't. There's only so much you can say about all of that, but that must have been exciting for you to nothing new for you. You have a lot of professional athletes, a lot of celebrities that have used Newcom, but that kind of created next level excitement for you. What were you able to tell everybody about someone like Meghan using your service?
So I'll paint the picture for you. I'm in Alaska, 42 nautical miles from the closest town. I'm at an exclusive event with some very influential people. And the whole purpose is to network with the influential people and not do work. And it's Saturday, August 12th, and my phone starts lighting up. And the paparazzi, who are really, really skilled at finding out stuff, uncovered that Meghan and Prince Harry have been using Newcom. Okay, great. but they did it in a manner that wasn't based on New Calm. So New Calm is typically and mostly neuroacoustic software embedded in music, listened to through music. But the clinical strength New Calm, and we do surgical procedures and clinical interventions and cancer treatments, has a biosignal processing disc, this advanced kind of way to bring to the brain GABA, which is the body's primary inhibitory neurotransmitter. It puts the brakes on stress. So she was photographed in California wearing the disc. So her arm is up and the disc is present. So then they say, what is this? And they heard the tabloid journalism is incredible. Truth be damned. Investigative journalism, what's that? So it was pretty fascinating. So I did get 39 interviews, and people actually did interview me. About 5 of them actually printed some of the words from the interview. The rest of the folks, nothing, zero. We had over 400 media imprints and 89,000 website visits for 2 minutes and 51 seconds in 24 hours. So the interesting part to this, David, was how can it be that in a world so confused that for 14 years we can help thousands of cancer patients keep them alive by downregulating their stress and giving them sleep? How can we help the active military, DOD, protect us? How can we help the FBI and hostage rescue team and SWAT? How can we help professional athletes and airline pilots with pilot fatigue and safety? Nobody gives a shit. But Meghan Markle, a polarizing force, zeitgeist of culture, and they're like, get out of my way. I don't care what New Calm is. I want to wear that thing that's on her wrist. That was the fascinating piece. So we're sitting here like, okay, that is amazing. Thank you. One of the cool things about it, I thought, David, was yes, we have been working with professional athletes and celebrities for 14 years. I have about 4,200 contacts in my phone, and a lot of them are really important people. You will never know who they are unless they express that to you. Part of that is my own background is in psychotherapy. Part of it is we used to be HIPAA compliant medical device. So we don't share that with anybody.
Yeah. I'm gonna bring Karen back in here in just a second. I kept Melissa on here for a purpose as well. There's so many cool things here. But let me just say this really quickly, and Karen, you can get your next question ready here for Jim. And I want you to throw hard. Don't give him an easy one. I mean, I want you to really throw hard. Or give him a tough one. And but Jim, it kind of reminds me, one of the coolest things that I think I've ever done, I got to do with you in Kenya, and that is we got this white sheet from the hotel and we hung it in this village. And we brought in my projector and your laptop, and we decided to play a film for a group of kids who had never seen a film before. This is the closest thing they've ever had to a movie theater. And we decided to play Finding Nemo. That was an interesting process to figure out exactly what we're going to play for the Kenyans. Lion King, maybe not. We went through a really tough process. But what was really interesting, and Jim, I bet you remember this, when we turned it all off, a pretty large number of these kids, 50, 60 kids, maybe close to 100 kids, a pretty good number of them ran up to the sheet and they looked at the sheet and they're looking behind the sheet and they're studying the sheet and they're thinking, what a magical sheet this is. How do I get a sheet like this? And some other kids, they were like looking at the projector. Oh yeah, there's a picture of them there. Some of them are looking at the projector. Some of them are looking at us. And it's interesting how we add meaning to things that don't really deserve the meaning. The sheet was just the sheet. The technology was just the technology, right? Where is the magic coming from, so to speak? And, I think that's kind of what happened with Meghan and some of these other people. They saw something like this disc, and basically it was like the sheet, right? Like, how do I get the disc? That's not really the magic. It might help facilitate the process, but that's not really the magic.
It is a catalyst. I told someone, I said, it's like a piece of pepperoni. You're missing the pepperoni pizza. It's over here. Right. Before Karen, you asked me a question. I just want to finish my thought on this.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
So they asked me, they said, did you plant this? Even my publicist, the LA person said, did you plant this? And I said, use logic. I'm in Alaska right now. Okay. The timing wouldn't be good. Number one. Number two, of all the people we've worked with, do you think we would choose such a polarizing force? We got such nasty grams and nasty emails from people. It hurt my heart. How dare you help her? She's a devil. Your company's disgusting. What? Seriously, people? She's human. She's probably under more stress than others because she probably is aware that a lot of people don't like her. We're just here to help. We're just here to, stress doesn't discriminate and we don't discriminate. But the whole thing was such an eye-opening, part of it disgusting view, and just the histrionic craziness that we live in and just how quick people are to pounce. I got some pent-up stress. I'm pouncing. It takes effort to write an email to a company and say, you're disgusting. You help Meghan Markle with stress. What is going on here? So my response to my team was like, hey, take it, and just write back and say, thank you very much for your kind feedback. You perhaps may want to look into Nucleum. maybe you could benefit from some relaxation. So the whole thing was crazy. It's fun. I like the fact that it happened out of nowhere, and more of it.
Yeah. All right, Karen, throw hard.
Well, I'm going to throw hard because I think I'm going to show this. If I can bring it up, there's one of Jim's pictures. See that? He wanted lunch. Remember when he wanted lunch and he was looking right at us? He wanted lunch. And I'll never forget the safari we were on together. Oh my gosh, he wanted lunch. But okay, I got all kidding aside, Jim. First off, you're such a dear friend. You and Nicole are so dear to me, and Kurt. And I am a newcom. I'm a person. I'm going to testify to it. I never could nap before. I nap now, so I'm going to tell you that. And I have to have it on at night. And it's just changed our lives. The way we sleep and everything helps my husband. Basically helps me with my husband's snoring. So that's one thing you can talk about some other time. The snoring has, oh, thank God. Thank God for you, Jim. But anyway, so the question I have, people out there watching, tell them how reasonable this is for them to have it. I mean, people are probably thinking there was a day, but you need to explain this wasn't a very expensive thing people couldn't afford to get what you have to offer. But I mean, really, I don't want to blow it out of the saddle. I want you to tell them, just when we went to Africa and everything, and I realized all the kids all over the world, anybody all over the world, they can have it just so easily on their phone.
Yep. Our path was never really designed on how to do it. Our path was, let's do it. And the path for us was, how do we find a way to help the human brain manage itself, because we're wholly incapable of doing so. Since the dawn of mankind, we have either created or discovered ways to manage our state. Most of us aren't even aware of this, but on a daily basis, we will, if we're lethargic, have coffee. It increases our brainwave frequency. If we're struggling, we'll have alcohol. It decreases our brainwave frequency. If we're depressed, we'll take an antidepressant. If we're anxious, we'll take an anxiety. If we're having sleeping issues, we'll take a sleeping pill. That's how we live. That's how humans, we can't seem to figure out how to downregulate our brainwave function. We don't even know what that means. Now, the mindfulness is a path in the right direction, but it takes persistence, dedication, time, energy, effort, focus, mentorship. So our path began in 1990, and it took the brilliant neuroscientists 19 years to figure out, how can I safely help the brain downregulate into this theta state and allow the brain to heal on itself, and how the body heal itself, because the body and the brain know how to heal itself if you can downregulate the monkey mind. So in 2009, Karen, as you know, we launched a highly regulated, complicated FDA Class 3 medical device for $6,000. It was exclusively available only to the active DoD, the veteran community, professional athletes, pilots, cancer patients, and doctors. And we helped a lot of people, and it was amazing. And it was amazing to witness just how profoundly stuck we all are, and how stress just captures us and just takes us, and we're held hostage. But we needed to do better. So in 2016, we went on a path of just incredible research. And a lot of times with Dr. Holloway, I just developed such a confidence that we could do, because there was nothing we couldn't do, because his brain was insane. And part of it was his Asperger's. I don't know if you're familiar with people on the spectrum, but when they grab a hold of your leg, they ain't letting go until they figure it out. So if I could point Blake in the right direction, say, hey, we need to take this path. I don't know how long it's going to take, and I don't know the path you're going to take to get there. So in 2021, we successfully took 33 years of patented, clinically proven neuroscience and brought it to a mobile app. Yeah. And that has liberated us to help people so that we can go to Kenya and we can donate to the children. We, you know, the 55 million Kenyans are living in a oppressed, suffering life, right? Is it feminine hygiene products? Is it clean water? Is it safety? We can help in little spots. But with NewCalm, we can help them manage their stress, which is constant and so much more profound than we experience in America. And we can help them with their sleep and we can help them with their focus. So the whole journey and really the last couple of years has been so fun and so liberating because we're not anchored to the FDA. We're not anchored to an expensive device, and we're not anchored to complication. Yeah. It's easy. You have a mobile device. Select the outcome you want. Do you want to feel relaxed? Okay, rescue. Do you want to feel focused? Okay, focus. Put headphones on. We do the work.
Yeah, yeah. I want to circle back in, Melissa. Thanks for staying on with us. I know you're busy like all of us, but you can see why I wanted you to hear some of this as somebody who, has experienced trauma and has written this amazing book called Hidden Memories. We're excited to be publishing it soon, Jim. I want to get you a copy. I'd love to get your feedback on it as well. I think that would be great. I'm hoping that you'll also be at the December 3rd awards gala down in San Diego. I've got Melissa coming. I've got Karen coming. Hopefully we can get you guys, meeting face to face. But, Melissa, as you're hearing all this, I know that you're a big Tony Robbins, fan as well. You did the whole Platt thing. In Tony's latest book, Life Force, he actually talks about NewCalm. And so I'm excited to kind of bring you guys together. But Melissa, what are some of the different things that you've tried in terms of, dealing with trauma? And what are some of the different things that you've recommended to other people when they're, dealing with past trauma that they're trying to overcome?
Well, aside from the tool that has really changed my life, which is the use in therapeutic settings with in the right place with the right facilitators of, psychedelic medicines, plant medicines. Apart from that, once you're done with those treatments, there is what is called integration. So during that integration, it will be NewCalm, for example. It will be meditation. It will be yoga. For me personally, I always encourage people to go out in nature. Now, one thing that has changed my life completely is the understanding that dance is medicine. So to be able to move energy, to be able to dance freely, like one of the aspects that became clear is that trauma doesn't only lock your memory and your brain waves and it locks your nervous system in a constant state of, alertness and fear. It actually locks your body. You store trauma in every cell of your body, in every muscle tissue. So your body gets constricted. So I always recommend just movement, whether it's hiking in nature, whether it's yoga, whether it's dancing, just something to move your body. And then something like NewCalm that allows you to calm your nervous system, to calm your brain so you can sleep well and recover. And so you can retrain your body that there is not a gazelle. You're not a gazelle and a leopard is chasing you all the time. Right. You're safe in your own body.
Right. Jim, I know you hear some really good things like this all the time, and everything Melissa's saying is entirely on point. I know you're a believer in those things, but I think it's a great opportunity for people listening. Can you explain the difference between meditation and yoga and all the good stuff that happens there from what these frequencies and vibrations kind of do as well?
Sure. It's a parallel path. So meditation, mindfulness practice beginning 3,500 years ago in China, yoga, Tai Chi, breathing exercises. The physiological outcome is to oxygenate the entire body from your prefrontal cortex to your toes. How to do that is to be able to downregulate your brainwave function into theta. That's the trick. Very few humans can do that on a regular basis. So for us, using physics and mathematics, one thing I love about it is it's not up for debate. We can see exactly what we're doing, when we're doing, why we're doing. The whole trick is to bring the brainwave function into theta, because when you do that, you liberate the monkey mind from controlling the body. Mm-hmm. If we can oxygenate the prefrontal and frontal cortex, we also oxygenate the hippocampus. we can literally put the amygdala at the kids' table where it belongs. Because in the hijacked brain of trauma, the hypervigilant state, literally in a PET scan, you'll see diminished blood flow to the hippocampus and frontal cortex. They're stuck in the pattern, the thought pattern and the memory with the physical anxiety for the rest of their life, unless they can find a path out. So our path is a facilitator. I don't look at Newcomb as the healing be all end all. The body is a miracle. We're just the liberator to say, hey, your monkey mind is going in a circle and you can't stop it. And everybody on this call, we all have trauma. It's the magnitude, frequency, and the amount of trauma that's the challenge, okay? So if you're really traumatized, you're stuck. Your sleep is stuck. Your body's stuck. The disease is going to proliferate. You're probably going to have ulcerative colitis or diseases of the gut. But we all have trauma, okay? How do we get unstuck? We simply take the brainwave at any point in the day, 20, 30, 40 minutes. I just did earlier, and we just levitate you in the healing zone. And the body knows what to do. In fact, the body thanks you. Thank you. We've been trying to get here for so long. We've lost our way. If you do this on a cumulative basis, Melissa, you're going to appreciate this. I can't tell any traumatized person exactly the recipe. They want it because they're so desperate for help. Can't tell them the exact recipe. I can just say the first time you use it, it's going to be incredible. It doesn't take time for you to feel it. But every time you do this, every time we create oxygenation of the prefrontal cortex, we open up new neuronal coherence. We open up new cognitive pathways. We never erase the memory of the trauma. That's impossible. You can't do that. But if you can separate the body's physical response to the memory, you win. So the path, and this has been going on for 14 years, the stories that we get every day would make the back of your, the hair on the back of your neck stand up and just make you want to cry. Every day, somebody gets to that place where they're finally back to being in control of who they want to be. And the trauma is now a vestige of that memory. So we're on that path. Personally, for me, David, Karen, and Melissa, I'm a type A, driven, ambitious, hard-going dude who's on a mission to save humanity from itself. I don't have time to meditate. I'm pretty sure in my martial arts days of 20 years of meditation that I should earn a certificate as the world's worst meditator. I hated it. Right? Give me a panic attack just closing my eyes. I'm not going to do yoga. You guys see me. I'm 6 feet, 230 pounds. I'm not going to be in yoga tights. It's not going to happen. So for me, I
appreciate that personally. Sorry.
I appreciate it too. And I know Karen does as well. It's a technology that allows me with great predictability. At minute 8 of rescue 30, my brain's at 4 hertz and it stays there for the duration until my body's had enough recovery. And the cumulative benefit is really the way to go. So we tell people every day, do rescue during the day, deep sleep at night. Because stress is never taking a holiday. If you look at your calendar, it's not going to say November 7th to the 14th, stress is going to Spain. It's amazing. We're free. No, we're not. And sometimes we can't anticipate what that stress is going to be. So the other thing about doing this and being in this mindful state on a regular basis is you build up your resilience bank.
Yeah.
Things are going to happen. But when they do, I am still able to be responsive and make sure that the blood flow here does not get hijacked by the amygdala in my midbrain.
Yeah. We're going to have to move on here pretty quick. I'm going to try to give everybody a chance to kind of put in a last word. But what's interesting here is you guys all have these things that you believe in, and some more than others, right? Obviously, if we had a pie chart here for Jim, Newcomb makes up a massive part of how you excel and cope and perform at a high level and whatnot. But I'm kind of curious. This is a little bit off topic, but I'm kind of curious for everybody at home. I know some of you guys have beads and crystals, and you've got, your routines and I say it kind of with a smile on my face, but I'm not making fun of it. Like I find it really interesting. Who here wants to speak to some of the
things like this, like frequency cards in my pocket?
You got frequency cards in your pocket?
I got beads, crystals. Listen, I'm a private equity Wall Street banker from the East Coast. I'm a tough ass badass mofo. And now I've been enlightened to the reality of vibration, frequency, truth, science, the connectivity.
Show me your beads, Jim. Show me your beads.
I got beads. Come on, I got beads. I got the Kenyan bracelet. This is hilarious. This bracelet is never coming off. My hands are big, right? I'm the size of 3 Kenyans. They were shoveling this onto my hand. I was like, that's never coming off. I got the beads. I've got the crystal here. Here's a crystal for you.
Melissa, what do you got over there? What else do you have?
Let's see. I have bracelets. I have the Kenyan bracelet from a different Kenyan trip. I have meaningful. We all have meaningful things, right, on our body. Once we moved away from just like being in this material world, just focus on one thing, into, hey, there's a lot more work to be done, and we can be part of the change.
All right, Karen. Now I want to know about your tattoos. Who's got tattoos?
Oh my gosh, I don't even have one.
I have 17 tattoos.
I don't know why I didn't ever get one. Everybody else in my family gets one, but I don't. I think I'm everybody else's crystal, because anytime I show up, everybody wants a piece of me, and it's like, what do you do? Well, I meditate. I get on the Peloton. I walk the dog, and then I get focused on my day. I do rescue because it saves my life, but I don't, I have favorite things I wear. Like David's going to die because he's going to start figuring this out and looking at pictures. I wear the same 3 necklaces every day because they mean something to me. We're not going there, but they mean something to me. My husband will know. So, but I don't have, I have my faith, and I have my beliefs, and I have my heart, and I have my soul, and I have my friends. And I just give thanks every day. I really don't carry around any rocks. And I don't carry around anything that's real special. I just love life.
Well, I know we got a little off there in the end, but I know it's fun. The point is you guys just have a certain belief system. You guys just have a certain way of seeing the world. It's a mindset, it's a heart set, and you can't argue with all of your success. So I that's why we ask you. I mean, that's why we have people on this event. It's like, how do you guys approach things? How do you think about things? How do you see things? Successful people, and even more importantly, super successful people. I mean, if you want to be successful, just show up, do what you're supposed to do. You want to be super successful. There's a whole nother layer of thinking and believing and acting. And, I'm open to hear it all, because obviously what you guys are doing is working. And so that's why this is so much fun to talk about.
My belief structure, David, I'm going to end with one thing.
Go ahead.
Never stop believing in who you are and what you want to do, because when you're in this space, and I've been a pioneer in advanced applied neuropsychobiology for 14 years, the medical community doesn't understand what we do. Certainly the consumer will never. Okay. I have never stopped believing because I see it. And that belief structure keeps the confidence in me to keep my light going, to keep going. And it's not about judging other people for judging me. That's their limited belief structure. But at some point, it will become the zeitgeist and the norm. Just like the microwave took 40 years to become the norm. I still don't know how the microwave works, but I know it's convenient. It heats up my food. That's where we're going to be with Newcomb. But for each of us and all of us who are on this path, because the path of an intangible, the path of helping people heal, I can't see it. I can't touch it. So my brain is like, is it real? And it's easy for me to judge that. Stay strong, stay confident in what you believe, and keep shining your light, because the world needs it desperately.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you very, very much. Melissa, last word. I'll give you last thing you want to share before we wrap up here. Mo's going to come on, or someone's going to come on and pull us off here. We're going to go into wrap up mode for the day. We're at the end of day 2 of this event broadcast.
Well, since we were talking about Tony before, he always said the quality of your life is determined by the quality of your questions. So I invite everyone to question their behaviors, their emotions, their patterns, the ones that are in autopilot. Just question why you have identified with them. And just the awareness, when we start becoming aware of why, of the reasons behind, then our life starts changing. Even if it takes time, the awareness is the catalyst of change.
All right. Thank you. All right. How about you, Karen? Last word.
I always tell everybody this, and you know this, David, after every show or filming that we do, I always go, just remember the world's a better place because you're in it. And I get to share that with you. So I love everybody. Just have the best life you've ever going to have, because it's not a dress rehearsal. You don't get to do this one over.
Yeah, love it, Karen. Yeah, Karen has the Karen Kamba Show, best reads. She dives in deep to not just books, but like the best chapters, people that write articles, columnists. If you're a writer, if you're a speaker, if you're an influencer, reach out to Karen, reach out to me. She's always considering more people for more shows, for more segments. These aren't 30, 60-minute long shows. These are fast segments. It's more news style. But you definitely want to learn the art of being able to say more in less time. And Karen's platform would be a great platform for you guys to do that. Thanks, Karen, for coming on board here.
Thank you, David, and have a wonderful evening. And God bless everyone. And we'll see you next time.
Yeah. Well, we still got a couple more days of this. So
that's right.
They're going to keep broadcasting a lot of experts, a lot of good stuff. So thank you, Karen.
Great. All right. Take care.
All right.
Thank you, Karen. And David, thank you so much. We are at the close of day 2. David, that was an amazing panel. Thank you for bringing Jim Poole and Melissa. Let me bring Donna back also. Karen Kamba, of course. Donna and I have and Rex have been sitting in the back, just like really taking notes. Day 2 has been really filled with a lot of experts and speakers from different fields. But day 3, are you guys ready to tell them what day 3 is like? What's day 3 like?
Oh my goodness, the speaker lineup for tomorrow. I was looking ahead because, you have to have those sneak peeks. And man, is it going to be amazing with all of the different speakers. Some of my favorites, some of the ones I haven't heard before. It's amazing. And I do have to say also, thank you, David, for hosting this last panel, because I have a complete healing background, and everything that everyone shared was such a truth. And if you go back to physics, Albert Einstein said the future of all medicine is going to be the future of healing frequencies. So it's very relevant today's time.
So good. And Rex, what are your thoughts about today?
Well, I want to go back to the very beginning when Satish said, auto-suggestion is, what the book Think and Grow Rich is all about. And people are like going, wow, really? Really? Well, if you read the book, it says it in the book. He said, this is the chapter that you need to read 30 times a month, every day for a month. And then the rest of the principles support this chapter. So it's right there in the print. And if you read it and study it, you will know that. And that's an important piece, because a lot of people do read the book to get finished with it and say, I've read it, but they don't study it. Study it, and you'll know what Satish is telling you is true, and you can use it to change your life. And that's why we're doing what we're doing here, is to inspire people to get into the book, change their lives, change your life, not only so that you change, but you can help the people around you who you love and care for change, and spread that throughout the world. Because, it only takes one candle to light 1,000,000 candles from it. The only thing about that candle is your candle has to be lit first. So,
love it.
Absolutely. Our own candles have to be lit first, right? And that's the inspiration that we have behind putting together the Think and Grow Rich Institute Summit with the Think and Grow Rich Institute and the Los Angeles Tribune, was that, with so much uncertainty and darkness in the world today, we get to go back to like the timeless wisdom that has always been the guide, that has always seen us through some of the toughest times, some of the darkest times, some of the biggest transitions ever in the planet, including AI and war, right? And this is what we go back to. And tomorrow, I just want to give you a sneak peek. We're going to have opening in the morning, of course, Satish Verma, the CEO of Think and Grow Rich Institute. But we also have Sharon Lecter, Bob Doyle, Marie Diamond. We're going to have Natalie Ledwell. We'll also have Forbes Riley and McKenna Riley towards the end of the day. We'll have Dame Doria Cordova. It is a fully packed day tomorrow. And Les Brown. Les Brown is going to be here tomorrow, and Lauren Lahav. So all of those amazing speakers full pack tomorrow. See us on Monday. And of course, if you're working, if you're doing some things in business, there are opportunities later on that we will offer for you to be able to have the recordings all spliced up with key points. Just watch out. Make sure you're registered to growrich23.com so that we can connect with you when we have the recordings available for you to upgrade to later on, so that you can, like, all of the gems that we got out of this weekend can really be synthesized, into our lives. And with that, let me just give, the closing remarks to my co-hosts who have patiently worked the background throughout the day. And, we've got 2 more days to go. If you haven't heard it yet, we have a day 4. I know that we planned this initially as 3 days, and because we have over 100 speakers, and over 100 is even is the minimum. We're looking at 130, 140 now. We've got a day 4, which is also big. I'm going to tell our day 4, okay? Day 4 is Mary Morrissey, Ben Gay the Third. Well, we got to, because they have to know that there's a day 4. Ben Gay the Third.
Surprises coming up. Stay tuned.
Okay, lots of surprises. Victor Hansen. Okay, so folks, thank you for staying with us throughout this day. We are just excited. Donna, some words, last words from you.
So much has been shared on this platform already, and there's 2 more days. There's more coming. But when you have the curiosity, when you have the play, when you have the fun, you open yourself up to those surprises. So you guys are going to have to hang on the next 2 days, is because there's more surprises coming.
Well, Napoleon Hill said there's a secret inside of every chapter of Think and Grow Rich. Well, there's a secret inside every day of this summit, and it's up to you to find it.
And make sure you register growrich23.com so that we can give you updates and all of that. Have an amazing evening, everyone. Thank you so much. And we look forward to another day tomorrow. Who's looking forward to another day tomorrow?
Yes.
Me. Okay. Let us know what you think. We'll see you tomorrow.